Forgot I have to hit that button. There we go. Actually, kind of. Is there nothing for a under graphics, wouldn't it? I don't think there's anything here for. Yeah, there's nothing here for that. So, did I check chat latency? Yes, it should be. It should be set to low latency now. It should be at low. So I should not have to wait like 10 seconds for you guys to chat. The cat. I actually noticed now, I think this is fixed. It looks like it is. Hang on. Yeah, it looks like it's fixed. The eyes used to like look down and then snap up again. So they fixed that part of the animation loop. Which is nice. I was a little bit worried about that because I was looking at this. I remember I was looking at this animation just seeing her eyes just jump every single time. So do be what it is. But yeah, other than that, not too much has changed. I've got a good amount of resources. This is so I could buy the skin, by the way. The animation of Mechty is pretty funny, though. I also still like the fact that you can look at the character. Look at the Sleepo, or the EP. She is EP. She is sleepy. So she has kind of a nice. Are these energy drinks on the back? What are those? I know that's the. That might be her battery, right? Maybe. I don't really know like what. The backpack looked bigger in the event, so I don't necessarily know what this is. I want to say this is her battery, but I don't know. Touch the Red Bulls. Are these the Red Bulls? I have decided to become sleepy too. Those are her external batteries, aka energy drinks. Fair enough. The Sleepo Beeple. That's still funny though. Like the whole concept of her having like these little like things to drink, and like her this animation where she just like goes like completely like that. That animation is great. I really like how that is. It's so goofy, but you know, it's not bad at all. So, hey, Mr. J, welcome. But yeah, I will probably pull in a second. I don't think there's anything else I really need. I'm still struggling to get the attachments for Mosen set up. I'm still kind of set on these. I want to switch them over to Electro Boost because everything she does now is electric. And, oh yeah! I don't know if I've mentioned this, I'm at V5 now. I did a meme poll. So, I will also say, I'm at 56 here. The reason being is because I did a meme poll, and I got a gold. I lost the 50-50, but I got Mosen. So, yeah. This, I believe this is 56 to guarantee. So now my Mosen is sitting here at V5. I told you guys, the game wants me to have Mosen. So Mosen is just officially at this point going to be, is just going to be wife. And then we're literally just one copy of her away, and I'm done. Which is terrifying to think about, but I do at least like this. Problem is, there's not that many people that are electric yet, so she kind of just sitting here for the time being. Mosen for you is Sabrina for me. I'm at like I'm at V4 Sabrina. I actually can't wait to get which one is it? Wait, am I at V4? Wait, what? Hold up. Why did this say V4 or V3? Oh, that's affection. Sorry, that's V3. I look at the wrong numbers. Yeah, she's V5 here, and then she's V3. I do want, which one is it? This. This is nuts. Because one of the things I hate about this particular ult is that if I use it and I don't have the shotgun-like attack already, I have to literally just normal attack with her until I had that available. So, like, getting this one is going to be insane, and I cannot wait for it. It's probably going to be a bit, though, because unless I get copies of her, which I don't know if that's going to happen, it do be that way, though. 100, the V5 is Chef's Kiss. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, you get half a copy. Yeah, every month. So I'm just gotta wait, what? Do we even have like half of a copy? That's not what I wanted. Half of a copy of her on this? I don't think I do. I do not, which also reminds me I need to go to the platoon and purchase my purchase the spares for Papasha. So I should go do that real quick. Did you get the Kuke tactical skin? Nah, I wanted this one. I wanted cat skin. She looked comfy. Let me buy what let me spend my usual 7,500 every week on the Papasha. But yeah, I don't think I have Neural Archives. Yeah, I'm just at 15, so I'm halfway on Papasha for her next one. What is Papasha at right now? Hold up. I haven't even leveled her. I probably should at some point. She's at V2. Okay, so she's still got some time. Because there's only 5 a week, and that's painful. Alright. Now would be a good time to insert ads. No, YouTube. Shut up, YouTube. Cat and Kralik know each other. I think that was, like, part of the original story, maybe? I don't know. I can't really say, because it's like I know at the beginning of the game, like she was a part of the like introductory cutscene, and then she's disappeared since. Yeah, exactly, Ryan. It is kind of sad. It's ad I don't. By the way, I am kind of still working on the UI. It's actually a little bit different, but I'm still kind of in the process of working on it. The chat's gonna look very, very different from what this one is, and a lot of what's a little bit of a bummer is I think a lot of the chibis I have are probably gonna disappear. I don't know what to do with all of them yet, but I'll have to kind of see if I do want any of them at the moment. Oh wait, have I done? I've not done Gunsmoke, I don't think. I have not. I should probably do those at some point. I'm not great at Gunsmoke, but it is all right. So, anyway, we shall go ahead and try for the good old Mechty. I'm pretty sure that, I mean, worst case scenario, it's 56 bulls. Though usually what happens is it's 46, so, not the end of the world. I was here when the NFTCBs were the only things on the... Yeah. It used to be that way, huh? Then we added Mika and Sandy and Shise and Tashkent. So Ket will come in next story chapter, trust. I hope so. I'd like to see her get some action. You skip waiting for Vector. Fair enough. I don't know how people are interested in Mechty. I know some people definitely like her character. I think she's silly because from what I've seen of her in the story so far. But I am kind of a bit of I have the little bit of a downside of being a kind of a collector. But I'm not like I need every copy at like V6. So it is what it is. What's That one's kind of funny. Actually, that actually is kind of funny. What's the favorite character in Genshin? I see why. So, it's got enough to get her and her rifle. Yeah, assuming things continue. Oh yeah, I just realized Diana's in here too. I did not pay attention to who the other character was. I just kind of looked at Mechty. I was like, I need Mechty. Oh no, a collector in a gacha game. Who would imagine? Yes. Well, you continue that. Did you continue main story? I've caught up to, on my own for main story, so I do kind of miss a few of it. I could technically go through it again, but honestly, you're gonna miss a lot of the initial reactions I had to it. So, but yeah, Sleepo big Sleepo on first pull. That would be incredible. Well, do we want to see if he's right? Let's find out. Nope, you aren't. Unless we get spooked. Unless we get spooked, which at this point, we all know it exists. Definitely getting Diane. Not really interested in Mechty, even when I have Cat HK. Still gotta reach after 8. Ooh, yeah, that could be a little bit rough. How to get spooked in this game? I don't know. I don't know what the requirements for it are. I just know it can happen. Oh, I got the Umu weapon. It's over. Oh, I got the retired G11. Nice. I need the purple version of that. Then I'll be like really happy because then I can at least let her have her purple. I don't know. I like using the purple one as the cosmetic because like these ones feel way too futuristic and I'm not a huge fan of them. Gold lights would probably assign a spook, I think. I don't know. I've never actually noticed if there's a way to identify a spook or not. I don't know. I don't know if there's a way you can, like, it's a spook, so you would think it wouldn't show till the last minute. All right, anyway. 1 and 5, so. Oh. Yeah, I don't think you could really tell. Like, its name is a spook, so you wouldn't tell until you slide the door. So it's probably just the absolute spook. Could I just close the... Oh, look, the door is purple now. Uh-oh.
飼育員じゃん。しょうがない。本世紀最も偉大な天才があんたを助けてあげるよ。
Yeah, at the very beginning. I like how she just constantly has those in her pouch. Cheetah, we gotta take that out of your paycheck for damaging the Elmo. She's just tired. Yeah, fair enough. Alright. 1 and 4 now. This will be my last of my major 10 pulls for these things. I'll have to convert from here forward. Hopefully I can get it. Let's see. Oh, nope. By the way, are we doing an O stream today? If they have a character that I liked, you know, aka the ones that still don't have covenants. I would like my characters that I really like to actually have covenants, but they're not in yet. And at this point, Mosen needs one. I wonder who she is. There's a... I mean... it's Groza, Pritya, and Mosen at this point. Those are like the big 3. The next 2 would probably be Kralik and Nemesis, just because I liked both of them. They're both just goofy. Alright. 1 and 3 now, basically. A little bit under 1 and 3. Actually, a little bit more than 1 and 3. Yeah. So now I have to do some conversions. This is a little painful, but we'll see. Oh! A little bit early. I'll take it. We've got it. Peace. We have done it. This, I believe, is guaranteed. Imagine, that would be terrifying if it was double. Yep, there it is. If I got another Mosen, I would be terrified. Woo, we got her, boys! We got Sleepy. That animation is so good. I love it too much. It is done, boys and girls. It is. The Sleepo Beepo has been acquired. Alright. And now because I be like that, weapon time. I just would like the purple gun, but if we can get this too, that's fine. You see Mechty super fly me. I don't think I have, actually. Check her dormant interactions. Her coffee interaction is a mood. Is it now? Alright, we'll check that afterwards. We shall try for this. Let's at least see if we can get... if I get the purple, I'll be happy, but the gold is also kind of a must. And suddenly a spook! I'm kidding. Come on, give me the purple. Ah. Oh, that's our purple. The Robinson. Rip. Time to go bankrupt. It's fine. I'll be alright. This game is rather generous on currency. Like, it is disturbing how much resources they give you. Like, if you, like... I had, around the time when I did the polls for, what's her name? Kukle. I only had, like, 10 polls left. Like, I think I was at, like, 3,300. So in the time since that banner to now, I've amassed this many polls. Which is a little bit crazy. But it is what it is. Anyway. Boom! Nope, not yet. Just like purple case. Purple G11 is a lie. It is a bit painful. Like, it works, like, this game at least is nice because it gives you a good amount of resources, but it's also, like, there's a considerable amount of time between banners. So I'm not at all upset over that. Like, I'm okay with the... Yes! We got the purple, we're good. I'm actually perfectly fine with that because it gives plenty of time to build up the currency. I mean, if you want to max out a character, absolutely, that's going to be painful. But for, like, a free-to-play, it feels like you have a pretty good chance of getting a good amount of resources. Not necessarily per each banner. If you're not pulling for everybody, that's fine. But, like, if you're doing every other, you'll probably have a good supply each time. Like, I don't think that's a problem at all. So, that is something I definitely see as a plus for this game. So, anyway, a little bit under 1 in 5 now. Not yet. This game are good on the in-game currency. Yeah, Arknights is pretty good at it. It is a little bit brutal with all of the, what is it, limiteds that come out every now and then. Takes mad plan. Oh yeah, no doubt. Like, you're probably holding on every banner just to get the one you want. So like, if it's like UMP9 you're waiting for, or Vector, or Springfield, if you're that type of... Oh, that one. If you're that type of... if you're that type of person, yeah, I can definitely see it taking, like, a considerable amount of time before you even get... before you're ready to just start dumping everything you have. Is this guarantee weapon? No. But if it's not, I swear I'm gonna laugh if it's Samosek. I'm not kidding. Like, at this point, I will actually laugh. Alright, let's see. No spook. You will get max bows. Can you get a you don't get characters on weapon. You don't get characters here, do you? It's just solely weapons, right? I don't think I've ever seen a character pull on the weapon banner. Also, holy crap, 3 purples there. Alright, more than likely, this is gonna be the pull that gives me the yellow. Am I right? Oh, wow! That's a really hard pity. Unless it's a spook. Ouch. The Nagunt. Probably could do singles now. What do you guys think? To be like min-maxy. For some reason my chest not jumping on the stream chat, but it. You are right. That is not showing up on the right side. Yeah, I'm able to see it though. Yes. Let me check my. Maybe the YouTube chat configuration got borked. Let me see. There's nothing that says. Oh. Viewers are discussing their weapon acquisition strategies in the game. They are considering the pros and cons of different approaches. Thank you. Chat summary. Yeah, I don't know. That is really weird. I'm not sure why you're not showing up. I don't have anything like set to restrict it, and I don't think there's a way I can control whether or not this like that's actually now I'm thinking about it. There's no real way for me to control top versus live chat. I can read your chat messages though, and when the replay when the stream gets archived, your chat messages are going to show on the actual like live chat side, but it won't show on the stream HUD. I'm not sure why. Maybe I can't say I know. So, all right. So here's the question now. We have 14 pulls until the elite. Do people want to start guessing how many pulls it is? How many single pulls it takes to get it? Two times, says Taka. Winterfield says 1. Anthony says 6. George just says yes, because George. 7, 6, 10. Ooh, 10 would be pain. All 14. No, Adams, please don't make me go through that. I can smell it. Taka, please. All right. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Starting with the first one. Well, everybody was wrong except Aphelion. Well then! Aphelion and Winterfield were correct. The question is though, chat, is this the G11 or is this gonna be a Samosek? And if it's a Samosek, I'm actually gonna laugh. We got it, boys! We win those! We win! Yes! We good, we good. Got what I needed. How many of those triangle pieces do I have now? Wow. I know there is a point. I don't need any of these, I think. I mean, I already have a copy of them, at least. I think Samosek's at C2. But, from what I hear, these are going to be used for other things too, so it's worth just holding on to it at this point. So, as much as I do want to potentially just, hey, I'm going to grab this again, because, you know, Lamal Mosen. Nah, we're going to hold. Not that much, huh? Well, to be fair, I originally went and snagged a lot of the initial weapons, so, like, if you look at all the characters... So, like, Mosen has her Samosek, I've got Tololo and Planeta, Sabrina has Mezzaluna, she's got Optical Illusion, she's got her weapon, Vepley has hers. So I did spend it on the weapons initially, but that was also like early in the game, before like I even heard about them doing this with triangle pieces. You can convert Doritos to pull. I love how they're just called Doritos. 30 Doritos for in exchange for 110 pull, or for 1 pull, not 10 pull. That'd be insane. I'm just expanding my repertoire. Yeah, like that's not a bad thing. I don't think that's a bad thing to do. If you want to grab a if you've got a bunch of characters that work well with, is it Planeta that is like the good universal one, or is it the this one, Golden Melody? I forget which one of the two is the better like general purpose. I think it's Golden Melody. I don't know. I don't know which one of the two ARs is the better one. I think it's Planeta. Is it Golden Melody? Yeah, let me look at Gonna kill his main. I mean, that's not... A lot of characters will be able to trigger that part of it. The extra action... yeah, that's not gonna happen by a lot of people. Planeta seems more common. I mean, considering like you have 2 ways to trigger the damage dealt increases by 4% or however many. Yeah, this goes up by 1% every time. So, oh, it gains 3 tiles of additional movement too. Wow, okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. So like, because all you need to do is get the kill and then your damage goes up. Like that's good already. And then I don't know what the max number is for this. But if you get 5 stacks of whatever, like, this is already a 20% damage increase at max stacks, which is already great. So I can see why that's nice. You said I'll spark for Wappy Nun. I need to get pulls for that first. I kind of need pulls for Wappy Nun, which, ouch. I have not recovered yet, because I've also not been able to work on stuff, because I'm planning out a whole bunch of other things at the moment. But yes, I do want to get. I do want to attempt to pull for Wappy. But I do need to. I need to probably like binge a crap. Like probably Tuesday is gonna be. Hey, I'm gonna just binge a whole bunch of Momo Talks. Give yourself for 10 times. Yeah, that is true. That is also another one. Don't forget Orange Cat. Yes, I know Mari. But yeah, we should be. What is this about? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's just telling me I have stuff. I have cores I can spend again, right? Hold up. That'd be Kukle. I think I'm still working on you. I can't unlock it yet because I need these, which I could probably get some during the event. So, hey, my chat is not appearing on stream. Wait, it is. Honestly, man, I have no idea why it wasn't showing up earlier. And I have no idea now. Craft them is faster. You know what? Fair point. Also, people be sending me messages. This is gonna be your continued cat check. Do you pass the cat check? Oh yeah, I do have our emotes now. I still don't have Ulrid. That's the only person I don't have. Oh, there isn't a skin for her, is there? Hold up. This is not where you check for skins. I think it's in the other one. There. Hi, Sharkery. No, it doesn't seem like there is. Yeah, I don't think she had one. I don't remember her having one yet. Cat Cheapy next to Bika that win. I'm doing a UI like redo, so I don't know if that's gonna be a thing. So, all right. I don't think I have a lot of resources. Oh, let me go ahead and slap her shiny gun. There you go. Hey, look, it's another character I now have to painstakingly get. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Alright, how many of these do I have? Oh, I got these two. Actually, that's a good question. What kind of stuff does Mechty like? I've come to speak with you again. I don't know what I want to spit with those yet. How many of the actual green ones do I have? Where are you? 330. That's a good amount. I'm gonna go ahead and convert these up, I guess. Let's do like 90. And then there we go. Cause it's like I don't really have any issues with grabbing more, like just using the box to get a bunch of these. I have 5 of these too. Jeez. Okay. How much do I need for the purples? Hold up. Do I even need the purples? Advance Mechty before crafting the thing for. Wait, why should I do that? I mean, my bigger problem. Actually, you know, I should probably give her at least this. She's fire a girl with her eyes closed. Oh, I wanted to see this anyway, Taga. Even on the level up screen, she's out cold. Yeah, I get it from the dispatch too. They're nice. She's just sleepy, chat. Look, she's just super sleepy. And she's awake on this one. And I spoke too soon. And she's out again. This is we're now going to accidentally force everyone to yawn because yawns are contagious for some reason. That's the one thing I will never understand is how are yawns contagious. F at the chat for those who just yawned. This is why you make sure that you put the right fire control core for the power plant you have. Man, that's taking all of it there. Why are yawns so contagious? So is laughter. It's what social animals do. Fair point. I'm guessing the reason why you guys are saying to advance this is probably because are the initial ones good? Actually, hang on. I can check this here, can't I? What do they say? What is the recommendation? Rest thee well quickly so we can sleep. And Idler's sofa aura. I just yawned. Mechty putting everybody to sleep. Okay, so it was hold on, I forgot the middle one. Quickly so we could sleep. So sofa aura, rest thee well. So let's see. Main fragment. Okay, that one is there. That one is there. They're all the bottom ones. Well, we can at least get this one. Toxin inundation. Crushing damage taken is considered. After the attack was like finishes? That seems like a weird way to say it. I'll give her a few points. I can at least give her this because this will help. Yeah, like I just saw that what Toxic Inundation did, and I was like, yeah, I'm grabbing that. That's a good one to grab alone already. What is this one? After using the basic attack, bedtime warm-up gains a random buff for 1 turn. So if she just attacks normally, that's his bedtime warm-up? Oh, okay. Huh. Judging by the fact that Shoni has corrosive on 1. Activates once. Wait, applies Nightmare Shroud to all enemy and inflicts Toxic Inundation. Oh, so everybody gets this buff once. Because this is a global. Enters turbo mode. Oh, she gets 2 confectance points? Wait, what this doesn't use her confectance. So where does the confectance go? Grows 3 points of stability, cleanses all debuffs on self, applies Dream Guardian to all allied units within 8 tiles and for 2 turns. So dealt by support attacks is increased. Oh, okay, now I see why, like, she's great for Prithia and, Klukwe. That Dream Guardian is kind of nice. Wait, AoE damage, damage dealt by support attacks. Wait, no one... Oh, I misread that. Who does... This for AoE support. Is it her attack's just single target though, isn't it? AoE support trigger. Yeah, but this is AoE damage dealt by support attacks. So this means that the support attack itself is an AoE damage dealer. Or is it this improperly worded? I don't get it. I think Cat does AoE damage in a support attack, but I think Latar does too. I don't. No, Perdithia just single targets. She does if like the AoE hits multiple people, she'll attack all of them individually, but her attack itself is single target, isn't it? I don't remember it being. It is AoE physical. Wait. What's the range on the AO? What? I'm so... That is weird. So it counts as AoE physical. But I don't think it has actual AoE properties. I guess that's just making the damage type work that way. Okay. I guess. That seems kind of odd. That seems weird. It counts as AoE because she hits all the targets one by one. Hit from the AoE. Yeah. The stretch though. Yeah, I think it's, yeah, exactly. I think it's kind of like how other games do it, where it's just like, oh, let's make it count as AoE damage, so that way it applies to other stuff. Yeah, okay, that would make more sense to me, because like Infield does that a bit, where it's like certain attacks were considered blank for, you know, allowing combinations or whatever. That makes sense. So yeah, but yeah, it is very odd to think that this is AoE damage when it just looks and feels like single target. She really likes stretching right now. Okay, well that's interesting. Oh yeah, do I even have, how much XP do I have for that? Probably maybe 30. Oh no, 40. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do much with it. I probably honestly should hold off and give it to somebody else whose weapon isn't max, which I think is Diane.
戦いでも協力をああもう
You are definitely
決め
not
た
getting
なら
that
さっ
high
さ
up.
なんだかずっと会えてないような気が
I
す
need
る
to
な
get her another gold weapon at some
ドキ
point.
ドキはい
Maybe not. I don't know.
今の私は
Maybe it might not just be a bad idea to put it at 40 and just leave it there for now. Yeah, I'll just do that for now. There, it's at 40. Do I even have stuff I can give her right now? That's a good question. What should I be building these for? Let's see real quick. I mean, it does seem like phase because she doesn't have full corrosive boost. Unless I'm supposed to be doing something else with her kit. This doesn't seem like an attack, so... There's nothing here. This isn't actually a damager at all. And this isn't an attack either. So maybe it really is just corrosive boost because this is really the only thing you're going to be using it for. Yeah, maybe that is the case. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I could see why that... Do I even have any? I don't think I even have... So pretty support will become corrosive. Yeah. Do we even have corrosive boost? I don't think I do. Because I don't think I've worked on Kukle or any of... I think the only person I've... No, I don't think I've even given anyone that. Well, is there at least... I don't know. Do I have the good quad? I haven't even looked at these in a long time. Most of these are kind of, honestly, mids. I feel like at this point I might want to just take the... I'm just put this one on. I'm not gonna do anything with it. Yeah, I don't have any corrosion, so I can't do anything there. That's fine. I'm not too worried about that. So she'll at least have this for now. Oh, I need to give her the cosmetic of her actual gun. I have not unlocked any of these, have I? I have not. Where is this? Okay, there we go. There we go. We got a purple. We're good. Looking nice. She's still sleeping. I mean, we could try it out. I've never actually. I feel like I feel a little bad. Maybe I can try it. You know, let's go for a couple. Cause, well, actually, wait. Should I be giving Kukle it too? Because Kukle should also have this corrosive boost. Because like literally everything she does is corrosion. Anyway, so like that plays out that way. Makes me honestly wonder if I should actually switch Prithia to that too, because I'm probably gonna. Well, I don't know. She's got a good build already, even if it's just phase. No, I got a couple of. Let's try it. AR, boom, boom. Corrosion boost. I'll go ahead and use up 2 of these just for the fun of it. All right, here we go, boys. Let's get a couple. If I use it with Mechty. Yeah, fair point. Alright, what do we got? That really was not as much as I was hoping for. Anything good, though? No. Is mid. I can use it as a temporary. That's a shotgun. I think these are all shotgun pieces too. AR. Oh god, no. No. The pain. That's okay. You get an AR foregrip with good stats. I mean, it should auto-lock if it did. I don't know if I've configured that set. That's a shotgun. These are all shotguns. I don't know why I'm looking. Wait, this one actually isn't that bad. No, never mind. Alright, here's the foregrips, I think? Yeah, that's... no. And I can use that for now. It at least has... I've at least got a set to work with. I mean, a group of 3 that are okay-ish. So it'll work. It'll satisfy for now. I'm not that worried over it. I can at least give these to her. I should probably get another group of 3 for Kukle, but for now I can at least do this. These are just like mediocre. Oh, I marked them. That's not it. This one. Where did I put it? There you are. Alright, there we go. Better than nothing, I suppose. Yeah, it's alright. I'm not gonna, like, calibrate or anything. I'm just gonna leave them on so at least she has the set bonus. But, yeah, like, the stats are okay-ish. The question is, though, do I embrace the meme for Pritya and keep her, do I keep this? We gotta have that crit chat. Oh man. To be fair, it's not a meme though. I mean, it's funny. I think most people say 60 is like the good threshold. But yeah, her having 98 is pretty funny. To be fair though, I didn't really do too much like calibration on her attachments. They were just kind of stupid, like. They were kind of somewhat stupid rolls. I think, like, they're, like, this one is probably the weakest just because attack could be stronger, but, you know, it's funny. I could try to improve the attack, but it probably will drop these two. Unless we want to just YOLO it and see what, I guess we could just restore it, but all I need is 1.2%, so if that rolled 11.4, that would be really funny. This is the one I think I have probably the more to gain than to lose. Because the crit damage percentage is low. You know what, we'll do it for, let's do it for the fun of it. It's fine. It's not like I'm only gonna do one roll anyway. Let's see if this works. 1.4, or 1.4. Ah! Holy crit! Jesus! Crit damage, though! Holy crap! Wow. Yeah, no fam, no. I mean the crit damage, though. I don't think I've actually seen the crit damage that high before. I mean, I don't see a reason to not take that. I think that's maximum too, isn't it? I think 200% is the highest you can get. I mean, this went up from this went up almost 100%, like almost doubled. That went up about 60%. That pretty much doubled. Oh, hi, Maury. One of my 10-hour videos. Oh, I'm not surprised by that. I'm a little bit saddened by the, like, substantial loss to crit rate. But, honestly, I'm okay with it. We shall sacrifice a little bit of that crit. What did we go down to? How painful is it? Do we go 98 to 94? Oh, that's not that bad. It was only 4 points. It was 4.6. She really likes stretching. What's her crit damage again? Hold up. 136.5. That's not bad. Okay. That's still a pretty good high chance to hit anyway, so that's fine. Cat. And you also get cat. Alright. Anyway. We have more to do for the shenanigans. Maybe what I should probably go ahead and do... What is path... Wait, what is this? Oh, it's this! Wait, opponent? What? There's opponents now? Oh, okay. I know there is opponents in the game now. It's Perry, yeah, it is Perry, the MP5 girl. To lock individual stats when you roll calibrate. Yeah, that would be nice. But then again, at that point, that's a lot it gives you. Like, you get a lot more power out of that. That's kind of the risk you take with this. So how much do we have to do? There's a lot here. I think the thing I'm gonna like, too, is we're getting a bunch of these pulls, which I could do a 10 pull today on that, and I think we are close to another chance at a Mosen. Another Mosen. No, parts 2. So okay, let's do the supplies first, then, and get this out of the way, because I've got theory and I want to burn these today. So let's do these real quick. What's the highest enemy? Oh, hello. Oh, blue spear. Okay, yeah. You were already hinted to earlier, so we at least know who you are. If you get V6 Mosen, I'll match yours. What do you mean you'll match mine? I'm concerned. What do you mean you'll match mine? I'm scared, Taka. Oh, hello. Microphage spot? Whoa, that's a different spawner. Lacosa singoriasis? What the heck is that? Lycosa. I have no idea what a Lycosa is. Mine is also V5. Nice! Just kukai it. We could. I think what I'm gonna do, put a nice thing of booms there. And well, that's just telling me what I need to do there. I will go ahead and do this too and just have them blow up. Though I guess one thing I could also do is just put this over there. I think this blocks them, right? So they're forced to go up this way. And I could absolutely just eviscerate this team. I'm pretty sure I mean, could have some fun with it, I guess. Kukai for the memes. She's not really geared, but I think we can try her out here. She has a 7. She has no attachments on her weapon, though. Oof. Alright, sure, why not? And you know what? Why not? We'll go further memes and just bring in Cat, because we can bring Cat. I don't need to worry about HP, do I? These guys are level 30s. Slows the stage of winter. I'm kind of not surprised by that at all. Though I don't have a high V Kukai, so it is what it is. Actually, that would probably take out most of it, wouldn't it? High speed, low drag. Alright, let's see. That's what support's for. Yeah, sure, but do I really? I mean, we can make it funny. How ridiculous is this gonna be? Fair and balanced as all things should be. Goodbye the entirety of this side. Dead. Propel. Drop that on them. Lol. Oh, you can still finish your turn. You know what? You can go over here. What? Oh. Well, I can't really use the skill again. This is just additional movement. I'm confused. You can ult once more, but I can't though. Wait, what? Rewind to it. Oh, okay. I'm sitting here just like, I could probably take them out with the rest of them though. I did skip it. Yeah, it's right here. I got confused because I was thinking that was the initial move. Because like, there's the extra. You get the extra. You get the additional moment because she had that like the third movement. That's what I was thinking that was. I got confused. I'm so used to other characters over this. I don't even think I can do this still though. I think the propel actually messed it up a lot more. Honestly, nah. Blow up the eggs for no reason. Just go for the egg. You can see how much I use her. Then you get another additional movement. That's what confused me last time. I mean, I could just do this and just wipe the entirety of them. The explosives were insurance, that was all. The explosives were the insurance policy. I really didn't need it. You afraid that YouTube Senpai's gonna pong? I like it better. I genuinely like her normal costume better because I like the purple on the coat. Like I can see the appeal to the other one, but I really do like the purple on her jacket a lot more, and kind of like the overall color scheme is kind of a lot more balanced than just all white. So, I mean, the thing about, like, even the tactical armor, it's, like, way too dark. I kind of like the mix that her normal one has. So, that's just me. If this skill works the same way as all the others... Oh, there is a bunch of things right there. Yokai! I imagine it'll go through this and just blast through them. It's way better than the paid one. Is kind of concerning. Well, no, I mean, it just goes to, like, it just says, like, the quality of the... They're willing to put really good quality on their base artwork for them, which is not a bad thing at all. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. I think that's a great thing, because it's a lot more appeal. Granted, it does kind of hurt them on the skin sale, but honestly, they're probably going to make a good amount of money anyway on the, on just the gacha element of things, especially if you're doing like was it V3 that people would go for on Kukle? I think V3 is what people do. But yeah, like I don't think it's gonna hurt them as bad because of how their gacha system works. Yeah, I think this is fine. I think let's do this. I think that should reach them. V3 and V6 for rerun. Fair enough. But that's the point I'm making, though. Could blow all that up. That's literally... Wait, that's the only places I can put stuff? I kind of like dislike these support units because like the places you can place them are kind of not that necessary. Like, I mean, the most I could do is this, and then like everything gets wiped out here. I could put the turrets there, but I don't really see a reason to do that, considering this team is gonna just wipe the floor with them anyway. Okay, so this, can I just... Aw, man. So that's only gonna hit one target. It might just be better to go this way then and just blast through everything. Okay, hang on, I have an idea. Well, no, that's probably gonna kill everything, isn't it? Like, I don't think even Prick is gonna get a support on it. I was thinking that I'd be able to go all the way through and hit this side, but I think I'm just gonna do that anyway with her. And this just needs 2 to kill to use it again, yeah. And there's 3 here. The explosives were all the more not necessary. I probably could fit. No, he's too far. Okay, so I can do this, this, and then this. That wipes out the whole group. Keep her out of the range of the corrosive. He's not in cover, so he's dead anyway. Can I run you forward? Nope, that's as far as you're gonna go. Nah, we're gonna be fine. Certain weapon says I need more explosives. Maybe. The pods are gone, so I don't know why I'm still hearing that sound effect. You probably would still... No, you wouldn't. You know what? Let's do something funny with this. I'm gonna move him over here. Oh, wow, I'm surprised he almost died there. And you're gonna hit him with a water balloon. It looks like a very explosive water balloon. Oh, hello, Abomination. Oh, right, you're the other group. That is a thing. What kind of supports do we have? Hey, these might actually be useful for once. There's no more than one unit. One within 6 turns achieve victory. Okay, so withstand. Okay. Well, I mean, it's probably dead anyway. From that mod. Oh, jeez. Supply node spoiler. Wait, what? Yeah, that's totally not creepy. And we had an enemy called Creepy Doll. Man, this thing tops that. Can I just go over here and then use the skill? Hitting all of them? Ah, he didn't actually die from that. It has to be killed, though. Seems pretty handy. What is this? Is that hair? What? It's like, is that hair? What is this? I'm so confused by this, whatever this long appendage is that's sticking. What is that? Sons of the Forest. Yeah, this feels like a Sons of the Forest inspired enemy. God, that is so creepy. Hair gel. Like, something. That is something. Ah, Prithia isn't in the best spot for that. Actually, hang on. I want to do something. I'm gonna restart this. I want to move Tololo and Prithia. I didn't think about it instantly.
Yokai.
Actually, where is your movement? Huh. Put you over there. What's your movement look like? I can go behind. I don't actually know. Yeah, we'll try it this way. I need to put the turrets back up though. Just to have another thing shooting at them. How good and casual friendly is this game? Like income for like premium currency is pretty good. This is still creepy. Like she really makes the other ones look like nothing compared to that. But yeah, like it's actually, I would say it's a pretty. Oh, so I sacrificed even hitting one. Yeah, it's fine. We can do it this way. That's fine. Pretty sure this Brontes is gonna get eliminated by the sentry guns. For the time being, actually it might not even need to be that. It might just be do this. Actually, wait, hang on. Does this hit more because it's individual shots? No, it doesn't. Okay. Yeah, you just stay behind cover. V6 would have killed it one bite. Yeah, but I'm not here to flex a V6. This should hit both of them. And then we have Hydro. This is probably going to be Tololo arc carrying. But yeah, like, it's not too bad overall. At this point, like, I would say it probably comes down to your gotcha luck. But other than that, oh yeah, she's gonna hurt him pretty badly. Oh, GG. That worked out well. You didn't even need to kill it, you just had to withstand it. I guess that does make sense for the main objective. Cool! Well, we did all that. I now have, what, 8? Yeah, we have 8. Okay, cool. Weapon isn't that great until V3, but it's still nice to get for. Yeah, that's really what I'm aiming for. I'm more a collection than I am, like, going hard into, what is it? Going hard into, like, the V6s. The only reason Mosen is as high is because the game... Like, the game at first just started throwing her at me so much. And so I just basically said, you know what, I'll embrace it. So that's why she's V5 now. So I'm just like, you know what, the game wants me to have her. I will play when do it. And this is where it is now. But yeah, you don't have to worry about, like... I would honestly say for most of the characters in the game, you really don't have to worry about, like, getting, like, super crazy amounts of dupes. Some of them are actually nice to have, like, their second dupes. Like, Zomi has a really nice, like, V1. Macchiato has a good V1. I do not know who else has a good V1. Maybe people in chat here would know more than I do. But there's definitely a few definitely a good handful of dolls that are very good for their second dupe, or their first dupe. And that's not as painful as, like, trying to go all the way to V6. You just, like, sometimes it's just a matter of this one. Some characters, they need this, others might need this. Really just comes down to each one, but for the most part, you can get away with just having, like, their base number. Centauros needs V1 or she's trash. Well, I don't think she's that bad even at V0, but hey, it'd be me, though. Because I only have her at, V0. But I still like her, because she actually does pretty decent. What does her V1 even do? When action support is triggered, additionally applies Blazing Assault 2 and damage up to the allied unit for one. Oh, so probably the one that causes the action support. Yeah, that's nice if you want the damage buff. Is healing and support damage, which isn't that bad. Yeah, that damage buff is definitely something you can appreciate. What is this screaming at me? For what reason? Why are you screaming? Oh, because I have Mechty now. Alright, anyway. I'll do that later. We're gonna do story now. That's not where you do story. I have 35, okay. Actually, it probably wouldn't hurt me to get these. Oh, there's cores here too. I'll make these decisions later. I'm just gonna go story. Alright, so I'm told this story is a lot longer, which is alright, I understand. The vector is really nice. Oh, I didn't even look at it. Is it one of the skins? Oh yeah, that does look nice. That does really look really nice. Longer, but worth it. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Alright, let us dive into it. The next event shop kind of is confirming that Expander is a vector. Oh, is it? I didn't actually pay attention to that too much. I mean, it's fine. Not bearable compared to Springfield one, if I remember. Wasn't that bad. Anyway, let us enjoy ourselves some story, as per usual. And then we'll also just probably use Poison Team because haha, funny. I could bring Nemesis, too. Not that I expect Nemesis to be super... Well, no. I think it'd be fine anyway. Yeah, I'll have a full corrosive team. I don't have a healer in that team, I don't think. Because Nagant doesn't heal. Centauros is fire. Ksenia is fire. Suomi is freeze or ice or whatever it's called. Yeah, I don't really have a healer, but I don't think it's gonna be that needed. These are level 15s. Anyway, after a night of rest and preparation, Hyde 404 and the Survey Corps set off from their camp and head deeper into the contamination zone. The two parties travel across the rugged terrain of the wilderness in separate vehicles. With her motorbike secured to an external trailer, Kuke drives her other three teammates in a jeep.
こちら、ハイド404、定時連絡よ、応答。
Pressing the comms button near the dashboard, Kuke connects to the encrypted comms channel. The voice of the communications officer speaks matter-of-factly through the speakers.
こちら、ロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属、第7環境調査隊、376人小隊。どうぞ。
環境情報を見るに、こちらが先に目標集落へ到着しそうね。到着後は計画通り、当該集落を中心とした汚染エリアの探索を行うわ。
So if I remember that they had just repelled off, or, they repelled off an attack from a Bujum. They injured it, and it ran off. Granted, the injury was an injury, not a kill, because there was a sabotage. So that's what I recall from the end of the last chapter.
天候の影響により、行軍速度は 20% ほど減少する見込みよ。
了解。 それとディミトリー総長が
I think they all didn't the Survey Corps lost what, a third of their forces, which I think is like 10 people. On the other end of the channel, the communications officer pauses for a moment as if pondering something.
突発事態に備えるため最低1名はエリア通信チャンネルに接続したままにしろと。
いいわ、調整しておく。
Okay, when the exchange is over, Kluke disconnects from the encrypted channel and gestures for Andores to take over.
ディミトリーのやつ、どうせまた悪口だったんでしょ。
I forgot how green her hair is.
連絡員が通訳に困るなんてどんだけ。
More diplomatic language.
大方、ガラクタ、時間の無駄、クソったれとかだろうね。
This is Con 2.0.
ガラクタだと思ってるなら、いちいち仕事を押し付けないでほしいよ。
Welcome back to the part 2 of the Girls Frontline event. We are going to be creating the second installation of Mechty noises, or silly creature noises. Mechty yawns and sprawls out across the back seat, laying her head on Andoris' lap. Andoris pulls a blanket over her in a thoughtful and tender gesture. Yeah. Mechty curls up comfortably and buries her head inside the blanket.
ディミトリー総長は口は悪いけどいい人だと思うな。
And Doris kind of feels like a mom.
今朝も集落の子供に高いしてあげてたし。それでもお姉ちゃんを罵ったのは変わんないもん。
Belka, please.
アンドリスは人が良すぎ。そうかな。
She kind of comes off that way.
チャンネルに接続できたよ。
そう、こっちのマイクはミュートで通信を車内スピーカーにつなげておいて。
Roadkill, enjoy your mom. Wait, what was she saying again? Hang on. Did I misread that? Ah, gotcha.
はいはい。
It's so disorganized. The fanfare music playing in the background right now is great. Oh my goodness. They're gonna keep going. No. The moment the channel is plugged in, loud singing in some strange regional accent starts blaring from the speakers. So what did they say? It literally was translated right here. We are the successors of Peter the Great, defending the comrades' hammer and sickle. We are the defenders of victory, guarding the red stars of the motherland. Mechty, originally wrapped inside her blanket, jolts awake and pokes her head out like a groundhog.
音量下げて。
Randomly, some people in chat feeling incredibly patriotic join in for no reason. Completely butcher the lyrics because they have no idea what they're singing. Ukamis! Isn't this like taking place in Eastern Europe though? Or like maybe Russian area? Well, they mentioned Kiev, so it should be Ukraine. So yeah, Eastern Europe. Wait, canonically, do they speak other language than Russian? Yeah, Neo-Soviet Union. The pasta vodka for the... I don't know why I just imagined like one of them pulls up the little locket where it's like they got like the character that like it's just Cherry with the mustache.
びっくりしたな。息袋のうなり声の方がまだマシだよ。
Well, I mean, they were very disorganized on it, but it's funny.
なんか歌詞が全員違くない？それどころか全然歌えてないやつもいるし。
I'm just somewhat reminded of the what is it? The freaking Girls in Panzer song.
これはメロディーを比べてみたけど、多分第三次大戦に新ソ連で流行った曲だね。敵を倒すとか、祖国と国民を守るとか、兵士を鼓舞する歌詞が多いの。新ソ連も含めていろんな国がロ連に編入された影響で、軍歌も共通言語のものに変わってあんまり歌われなくなっちゃったけど。
Really ever saw? Okay.
アンドリスってそんなデータも持ってるの？
That would definitely explain why some of them probably didn't know the lyrics if they're all like, because if the URNC is like a conglomerate of a whole bunch of different like countries and soldiers, then it would make sense why some of them wouldn't know it and some of them would.
今回は新ソ連内の活動だから関係ありそうな情報は一通り保存してあるんだ。
Cherno's right there dancing on top. No, she's just gonna sit there in like the A pose, like, but her hands are on her hips, just kind of like standing there, like asserting dominance while standing on top of the tank as it flies across the field. That she's either got her hands on her hips, or she's got one of them on her hip, and the other one's just like adjusting the mustache.
確かに勇ましい曲だけど、こいつらが歌うと台無し。ああ、もううるさい。聴覚モジュール切っちゃいたいよ。
Equally perturbed, Kukai turns on the microphone with a scowl.
こちらハイド404、直ちに騒音行為を中止し警戒態勢を維持しなさい。ここが
Oh. Boisterous soldiers quiet down for a moment, but they soon return to their raucous ways.
そーんとはなんだ、こりゃ軍歌だぞ。
All right, this is the other guy.
この歌を聴くと力が湧いて団結力が高まるんだ。お前たちは何も感じないのか？
Has anyone actually mentioned? Has any of the other dolls mentioned anything about music aside from Suomi? I don't think anyone else aside from Suomi has mentioned anything about like a taste in music. Dayan. Oh yeah, Dayan makes sense. That's a good point. Dayan's entire group. Good point. I forgot about them for some reason. Then again, they only got that like one little event there. The doll commune ones were looking into music. Were they, or was it more the, was it more like our wishing machine girl, aka Dushevnaya, was looking for what they're like, yeah. That's Swami's affinity story. Okay. I should probably look at those affinity stories at some point. Shakri and Veple. Idols makes sense, but have they really... I don't think they've really talked about their interests specifically, have they? They both talk about like performances, but I don't think they've specifically said what they like tune-wise, or like, you know, music-wise. That's what I mean more, though. Oh, she'll actually start. Could you imagine? Swami's just in the Jeep with all of them, and they just start blasting that Russian song, and she's just like, "Well, it's time to." Swami just has like the simplest like dead inside smile on her face as she slowly racks her gun. Alright, anyway.
ええ、全く。
I imagine that they probably would at some point, though. I'm sure there's something like all these girls probably do at least enjoy to a degree. Maybe they just don't think about it much, though.
あんたたちの合唱、音程もリズムも歌詞も点でバラバラじゃない。これで団結力が高まるなんて到底思えないわ。
It's the night they all die.
おいおい、俺たちは歌手じゃない。ガラクタどもは黙ってろ。
Dimitri's cursing interrupts Larian's reply.
何を歌おうが俺たちの勝手だ。お前に何の関係がある。お前ら鉄くずの常識を人間様に当てはめんな。これが大勢で歌う醍醐味ってやつだ。バカ正直に音程を合わせりゃいいってもんじゃねえんだよ。
With you electronic speakers.
あんたね。
来るかい隊長。
I feel like that Andorus is gonna be trying to keep, he's gonna try to, keep a rope on, Kuke at this point. It's literally just gonna be, Belka's gonna be mad. Kuke is gonna be mad. Andorus is gonna be, holding both of them by the collar. And meanwhile, Mechty is just asleep behind Andorus. This is kind of how I feel this team is gonna be nowadays.
ええ、そうね。 確かに歌うのはそっちの勝手よ。だけどせめてマイクをミュートにしてもらえる？情報漏洩につながる可能性だってあるわ。
なんかありゃ俺がやめさせるさ。お前はすっ込んでろ。
それならこっちはチャンネルから出るわ。何かあったらまたつなげるから。
なんだ？もう忘れちまったのか。 最低一人はつなげたままにしろと言ったはずだぞ。これは命令だ。意味はわかるな。
わかったわ。
Dimitri does not bother to hide his smugness as he laughs.
何ボソッとしてやがる。歌え歌え。 ちゃんと歌わなかったやつは車から降ろすからな。
Walk the whole way. Tuneless singing resumes. He turns off the speakers on board in annoyance.
美容か。ヘッドホンで奴らのチャンネルの通信を監視して。
But she doesn't want to hear that.
私？やだよ。お姉ちゃんとお話ししてたいのに。
Yeah, Belka would be like that.
第一に、今は任務中よ。無駄話はしない。 第2に、
Sad Belka,
アンドレス
Belka
は情報
noises.
収集があるし、ミシティはあいつなんかに任せたらあの連中が全滅しても気づかないでしょうね。
I guess that is a fair point. Though I kind of feel like Andorus would probably look up more information about the song and then just probably start silently calmly humming it while listening to them with the classic smile on her face.
はいはいはい。だったら任せなきゃいいじゃん。
Mechty, on the other hand, is probably just gonna sit there and be like, I can't sleep, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up.
待って、お姉ちゃん。それってつまり美容家がミシティより役に立ってミシティより大事だってこと？
Belka, please.
そう捉えてもらって結構。
やったー。美容家、任務を全うしてみせます。
Do not feed alcohol to the Kluke. The first time she did, she created a parallel universe. Oh no. Sitting up rimrod straight in the passenger seat, Belka puts on the headset somberly, as if she is monitoring information of critical importance. Having regained her peace and quiet, Mechty retreats back into the comfort of her blanket. Kluke floors the gas in exasperation.
アンドリス、周辺を警戒して。何かあればすぐに報告を。
了解。ドローンの映像を見る限り、しばらくは安全かな。
Judging from the video drama, okay, yeah.
でも、 隊長。
Thus is still wearing her calm smile, but she lets out a soft sigh.
グリーンエリアと違って、ここの朝って寂しいね。
Quickly makes no answer. The jeep continues to speed across the deserted wilderness. Oh right, this was a fight stage too. Blah. And I thought I would be able to have a good nap this time. These elids are being too much. Do they not need to sleep? Better wake up, it's time for battle. Fine, fine, I get it. And Doris is the one driving. You know what, I'm gonna do, let's do full corrosion for the fun of it. So that would mean Nemesis, and you.
はいはいはいはい
Make the funny noise again.
はいはい
Hey, she's not making the funny noise, chat. Aww. Hey, wait a minute. This is exactly like that one map. The first challenge mode stage. Well, I mean, at this point, honestly, I'm gonna slide this over here.
おじけついたなオーラス。
Do it again. That's such a goofy
こうで
noise.
すか
引っ張らないでよ
Well, I mean... So if I remember, I basically want to, like... bring her over here, then use this. Right? Basically use her ult. Okay. And a prophecy of morning, but it's fine. You're probably just gonna kill him anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say, you're gonna kill him anyway.
気をつけて。 浅はかな行動を悔い改めなさい。どうってことないわ。
Honestly, I thought that was gonna fall, but it didn't. Alright. Funny bike moment, go burr. Wait, Mechty is the same as Bismarck?
今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
That is actually really funny if that's the case.
交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。
Mechty's VA is Bismarck. That is great. That is actually hilarious. Yeah, just reading something. Which Bismarck, Ale or Case? I'm pretty sure Ozerlane. I don't think most people really know much about, like... Conclave has a presence internationally, but that's because there's majority of the time it's either the people who've seen the anime, or it's the people who actually bothered to set things up to go play the game. Outside of that, you're probably going to have very little people knowing about Conclave, aside from what they see on YouTube. And even then, that's like a small, like, sect of people. Not that Conclave is, like, unpopular or anything. It has a presence. It's pretty strong. Back in, like, I think it's specifically just Japan, though. But it still has a very strong community there. But outside of Japan, I kind of feel like that reach is limited based on, like, how, like, the methods of exposure for Conclave are limited to probably the anime or those that actually bother to play the game. Exactly, yeah. KC veterans walk among it. Yeah, exactly. Like, technically, I'm one of them. I played it for a bit, and Shokaku was my initial, like, oath for that. And I kind of still feel bad for that. I think the worst thing still to this day is the friend of mine who oathed his Mutsu and then lost her, like, 3 days later or something. And that man was just not the same for 2 weeks. That man was a very broken person for 2 weeks. So that was like a very sad day. I basically told her after that, I was like, if you ever get another Mutsu, at this point, oath the girl and just keep her at your by your side at all times. Do not send her to sortie. Which is really kind of sad. But yeah, anyway. After fighting off the elites encountered on the way, 404 presses on with her journey.
隊長、予想だとあと2時間で目標の集落に到着するよ。
I mean, only KC where consequences matter, so it does. Yeah, it does. I mean, people did do. I did find it interesting that there were some people that did play AL with like a Nuzlocke mode, where it's like, I think if their character actually gets eliminated in the fights, they actually like intentionally delete them, and I'm like, man, that's painful. Like that actually would be really rough. Hey Ruka, how you doing? And then you have the people that only know Poi. Well, okay, to be honest, Poi is, well, it's Poi. Like, I don't really need to explain that. I remember when the anime came out, one of the most popular videos at the time was the Conclave anime, but it's only Yudachi saying Poi, and it was like what 5 to 8 minutes because of how many, like, she was one of the like major characters alongside Fubuki. So it's like you would like, I think the last like 4 episodes it toned it down a bit, but it was really funny how many times she would say it during an episode. Oh man. Anyway.
情報によれば住人は約60名。まあこれも2年前のデータだけど、ここの環境は。
Adoris peers outside the window and tries to ignore the conclusion her neural cloud has come to.
こんなところでずっと生きてきたなんて本当にすごいな。
I mean, it's probably not perfect, but still.
そうね、用心して。
It does kind of make me wonder if like the if it's not a green zone, like why do people stay in the yellow zones? I guess there is the problem of they may not be allowed into the green zones, and thus they are just, you know, doomed to the life out here. Because I think I remember them saying something about that, where not everybody can get into the green zones. So it does kind of feel like it's kind of saddening in a way, but I mean, at the same time, it kind of does make sense, you know? They can only have so many people, and it's kind of a really like saddening thing about like the reality of this kind of stuff, where it's like you don't resources are always going to be finite, and as much as you would love to help everybody in the world, you really can't. This is probably one of the most brutal truths about the medical field, is that as much as you want to help everybody and save their lives, sometimes you just simply don't have the resources, and you kind of have to end up triaging a bit, which, yeah, that sucks. I can't imagine anyone, like, I hear enough about that from, like, my family, especially when it came to oncology, which is, for those that don't know, that's like the cancer department. So, anyway, you know, Kane behind Paradise would make all the sense of that. Oh, God, yeah, ugh. Yeah, because don't they kind of, like, take advantage of, like the E-lids, like the E-lid stuff? And they don't necessarily, like, it's not like a symbiosis, so to speak. But, yeah, like, it's a pretty good parallel. Because, like, Nod did have, like, android and cyborgs as a part of their, like, army. Then there was the whole thing with Cabal. Gosh, actually, Parados and Nod actually have some good similarities. Holy crap, I didn't think about that. Absolutely exploit E-lids. Yeah. If it wasn't a profit incentive, would a lot of medical issues worldwide already have been eliminated? Well, so partially, because, like, you can technically still get some treatment without perfect insurance. It's just you have to pay for stuff, and at that point, like, I think somebody's talked about this in the past, where I think, like, my father has a clinic of his own, and that's just, like, his family basically was, like, immigrant doctors, so, like, that kind of followed in their throughout my entire family's history. Like, I'm the one that breaks it because I'm more tech oriented than I am, like, doctor or medical oriented. Granted, I still work in the medical field, but I work more towards technology than I do actually hands-on medical like work. But I think there was a point I remember where my dad was basically saying, like, he doesn't necessarily like it when he has to take care of somebody without insurance, because in most cases they won't be able to pay for the resources, and in most cases they have to write it off as, like, a business loss. Granted, that's when he runs his clinics on his own. He got lucky on where he is now, where his clinic is basically hired. So, but I remember that was something he was talking about in the past, was that he never really liked it, but because it usually ends up being a business, like, loss. So, I mean, a lot of medical supplies and issues. Well, hang on. I'm gonna make sure I'm reading your sentence there again. Sometimes, yes. I think in a lot of cases, possibly that is the case. But at the same time, I do think there are some that are just done for general good. Because I have to look at, like, I don't know if amputee, like, what do they call it? Crap, I forget the word, because it's like I don't think about this area. Like, someone loses an arm, they get it replaced. I forget what they call that, because I don't talk about it often. But it's like that kind of stuff. I think, yeah, people would do it even if it comes at a cost, because it does help a lot of people. And I know a lot of people do that. Prosthetics, thank you. I think the world of prosthetics does face that a lot, And there's a lot of things too, because like certain prosthetics and prostheses, those things can only handle so much weight. So if you're like a super heavy person, you more than likely aren't going to be able to get on, won't be able to have a prosthetic arm or like leg, because your body is just too heavy for the materials that are used to make it to support it. So there's like a whole bunch of things that prevent certain things from actually working out, and it sucks. Can I ask what a triage is? I live in a third-world country and our healthcare is very expensive, so either play ball with your disease or you just... Yeah. Well, okay. Let's say I know this is a lot of yapping, and I'm sorry for those that are probably more interested in story than yap. My understanding... Oh, that would be a good... I gotta think of an area, a good example for this, because sometimes it's like, I have to really think of how to really... make it make sense for a lot of people. Okay, let's say that a pandemic, much like... actually, let's say, like, orders of magnitude worse than... Actually, no, let's just compare it straight to the Black Plague. Something around the Black Plague has hit the world. Medical triage is basically, you have, let's say, 2 patients in front of you. One is a rather elderly man, and the other one is a rather young man. Let's say the elderly man is in his 60s, and the younger man is in his 20s. You only have the resources to save one person. Medical triaging is looking at the circumstances of both of the patients and choosing whose life to save over the other. It is a very painful thing it's a very painful thought for a lot of people in the medical field, because they don't want to have to be in that circumstance, but sometimes they have to be. So, in that particular case, there's a good chance that, yes, even though the elderly person, even though you have both of them, the younger person more than likely is going to be the one saved, because the elderly probably doesn't have as much life left. It's the same thing that is applied to, like, a more realistic use of this is transplants. So if you need to get a kidney transplant, a heart transplant, any of those type of transplants, there is a whole, like, review board and eligibility that has to be done first, and to see whether you qualify for it. And you might not necessarily be at the top of the list. You might be further down. I would probably say that's probably the more realistic case of triaging. And that's what kind of, like, sucks the most. Yeah, EMTs get hit with it. Yes, it sucks. It's never been the same since COVID. Yeah, I know. My sister dramatically changed when she spent about half a year in the oncology department. It was probably... I think the saddest thing about it is my sister is a very outgoing character. She's very peppy, likes to always help people if she can. She's that kind of, like, gentle and sweet person that she is. When she spent a half a year in the oncology department, I think the thing that I really remember the most is there was probably, I would say at least 2 or 3 times a week she'd come home and pretty much just in tears, because she knew what was happening. And she basically, she would basically talk about, the situation, but she wouldn't go into details because HIPAA. But it was always sad to hear those stories, because it's like, oncology department's rough. So, anyway.
ここの環境情報は更新がひどく滞ってる。何が起きてもおかしくないわ。後ろでだらけてるアホを起こしなさい。
I had a hole, and I was like, wait, what? No, I was thinking, like, is she calling someone an asshole or something? I wasn't ready for that. HIPAA No, HIPAA is it's a medical data privacy policy. Anyone who works in the medical field has to kind of abide by it, and I'm one of those people too, even if I may not necessarily be a doctor. So, like, if for example, if somebody works in if somebody has a case with a patient, they're allowed to talk about the details of the case, of the patient's case, but they can't say who the patient's name is. They can't give, like, very, very fine details. They can just generalize the heck out of that case, so that way it gives enough information, but doesn't reveal who the person is. I think the EU has their own variation of this. I forget what it's called, but over here in the States, it's called HIPAA. But never mind then. Well, I mean, not everybody necessarily knows. Like, there's a lot of different, people in the EU, I don't expect to know what HIPAA means. And the same thing for people in the US that I don't expect them to know the EU version of HIPAA. Unless you're in the medical field, that's a different story, but that's the case. Anyway, despite what she has said, Andoris does not wake Mechty and simply lets her turn to her other side and continue sleeping. Andoris' mom confirmed. Oh, she's actually... And here I was thinking Andoris was gonna do it. No, Belka's doing it. Leaning against the window and focused on the comms channel, Belka clearly has not heard Kukei's question. As the jeep rocks back and forth as it travels across the bumpy terrain, Belka's lips move softly as she hums intermittently, her bright green hair bouncing in time with the rhythm.
Belka!
ビオカはここだよ。お姉ちゃんどうかした？
どうかしたって通信の監視を任せたはずだけど、何してるの？そんなに歌うのが好きなら管理局の余興イベントにでも参加したら？
Kukei, calm down, girl. Noticing Kukei's displeasure, Belka sticks out her tongue apologetically.
だってあいつらずっと歌ってるんだもん。なんか癖になってきちゃって。
I mean, yeah, you probably hear enough times you get
あ
used
んた
to
た
it.
ち少しは真面目にやりなさい。二度も言わせないで。
I mean, she is. There's nothing else that she can do. She's just listened. Like, all she can really do is just sit there and listen to them sing the song the entire time. So it's like, I don't think she's not doing her job. It's just she's just not responding to you directly. But, I mean, what do you want? What else? She's doing what she needs to do already. Also, I just noticed she has a bullet right here. I was like, why does this look weird? And then I was like, wait, no, that's a bullet. It took me a second to, like, realize what that was.
わかりました。
はいはーい。
Bullet. Yep. Or round, whichever one you guys would prefer to call it. And Mechty is sleeping. Mechty ASMR confirmed.
当然の結果ですね。残念ですが、あなたはここまでです。
To continue. Big sis mad. Yeah, she's still mad. It's like, I know she has to be serious, and that's okay. But it's like, in Belka's defense, there's not much she could have done there. I guess the only thing that she couldn't really do was that she wasn't exactly paying attention to Kukei, but to be honest, that was really nothing to report. Anyway, with a loud rumble, the makeshift fortress, temporarily converted from an old building, shakes violently. The exposed and bent steel structure lets out a screech. The smoke and dust causes the soldiers lying on the ground to cough uncontrollably. The young soldier, firing wildly through the hole in the wall, quickly falls back and wipes the suit off of his face, revealing his features. Young Dmitri gasps frantically for breath.
Oh!
Oh! This went back in time. Or at least this is like some backstory now. Okay.
そうは言ってもな、ディミー。もう弾もほとんど残ってない。次の攻撃で俺たちは。
Uh-oh. Before the soldier can finish, more gunshots and explosions resound beyond the fortress. They immediately drop to the ground.
んなこと考えてどうする？隊長も言ってただろう。戦場では諦めた奴から死んでいくんだ。
でも隊長はもう。
Oof. soldier glances at the corner obscured in shadow. A burly man is slumped there, with a dark crimson fluid dripping from his pierced... Ooh! Man took one straight to the dome. The fluid has started to congeal, but half of his body is already soaked. His eyes are half open, but utterly devoid of light. Yeah, he just took one straight to the brain. He died in the assault when dawn was near, probably trying to determine if there were reinforcements in the distance through his binoculars. And just as the sky was tinted white, the one who was searching for hope fell before the door, leading to a brand new day.
ディミー、オイラおふくろに会いてえよ。ずっと入隊を反対されてたんだ。今日は初陣なんだ。これで帰れると思ってたのに。鹿のしが盗まれたって家を出る前に聞いてさ。ああ、最後の牛だってのに。
This man is in absolute panic. Perhaps due to fear, the young soldier's speech becomes increasingly incoherent and his gun hand is shaking violently. The weapon that is supposed to bring courage is now nothing more than a lifeless piece of scrap metal. Dmitri looks at him restlessly, then turns his attention to the other surviving soldiers, but most of them simply stare back at him with despair in their eyes. The incessant gunfire from beyond the fortress is generating thick, choking smoke. They've been defending this position for a week, but there is no sign of any reinforcements. The soldiers no longer harbor any hope of survival.
ならボーナスもらって新しい牛を買わないとね。
ニコライ
Not faring much better than the others, the soldier named Nikolai seizes an opening in the enemy's fire and dives behind a heavy machine gun mounted by the wall. He probably pulls out an ammo belt from a nearby box.
外の銃声は聞こえた？
After securing a few loose bullets on the belt, he feeds it into the machine gun and confirms that the weapon is in order. Nobody answers him. Explosions erupt continuously in the distance. Bomber planes whiz past them overhead, and the air raid siren is deafeningly loud. The intensity of the dense gunfire pales in comparison to the cacophony around them. Which backstory is even further back. He was like, yeah, I mean, he looks really young here. Like, I would definitely see, yeah, 10 years feels about right.
あれは戦友たちの新ソ連進撃の行使だ。
Wait, the music is playing again. The fanfare.
新ソ連はこんなところで終わりはしない。それに僕だって。
So is this like, this is like the girls' frontline, like World War III or whatever it is, right? Before like the whole things with dolls and everything? Or at least maybe, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out when this would be.
僕たちの後ろにあるのは新ソ連の大地だ。あれがある限り、僕は引き下がらない。
Nikolai speaks softly, but the resoluteness in his voice pierces through the miasma of hopelessness in the fortress. During the reload break, Nikolai slings the rifle off his shoulder and tosses it over to Dmitri. In this case, it should be 30 years ago. Okay, so this might be some other firefight then.
なんだこりゃ。銃ならあるぞ。
I would assume it's just a regular weekend for them. Oof.
親父からもらったやつだよ。軍の支給品なんかよりずっといい。君が扱って。
I mean, if he's behind the big gun, you might as well use it. Yeah, while he's using that.
へえ。いいもん持ってんじゃねえか。やるな、お前の親父さん。
ああ。無駄話は後だ。敵がまた仕掛けてくる。
Dmitri weighs the rifle in his hands, then shakes the nerves off himself and turns to his other comrades.
みんな聞け！隊長が言っていた。増援が来るまで持ちこたえれば俺たちの勝ちだ。銃を構えろ。敵をここに近づかせるな。お前たちならやれる。
Yeah, if it's if the World War III in this case was 30 years ago for this story, then yeah, it's probably just. This is still neo-Soviet. I wonder what they're fighting against then. Under Dmitry and Nikolai's leadership, the young soldiers once again mustered their resolve and start preparing for another round of defense and counterattack.
いいぞドッグタグを墓標にすんじゃねえぞ戻って勲章と一緒に身につけるんだ
The impassioned cries in his memory blend into the alarm sounding in the present. Dmitry hurriedly stuffs the dog tag back into his pocket.
総長生き向けろの群れですすでに404と交戦中
すが次から次へとキリがね
I mean, you guys are following a Bojum, or at least trying to tail one. I'm pretty sure Elids are attracted to the Bojum, aren't they?
え遠距離しねえ
They did, yeah, they didn't use the looter out. That would have been pretty decent for that. It's like, I'm pretty sure Bojums, like, attract other Elids to them, if I remember. Starting assist mode. Beep, boop, beep. Dead. Hey, over there. Something feels off about them. Beep, beep, boop. Received now establishing new combat zone. Is he just this neutral boy that we have on our team? It's just the same map again. It's just that, like, if I do this, it's literally the same map. Actually, no, it's kind of inverted. This was on the left side last time. No, it literally is, they just took this tower and put it over here. Because the Rushbat is where the tower was last time. So this is literally just the same map. That's funny. Okay, well, deploy support, sure, why not? Why don't we just put down a bunch of turrets? Because those are totally going to be useful and I don't want to hear them screaming at me. Yeah, that's kind of a bit of a bummer. I don't really like the fact that they're reusing the same map again, but I don't know what they plan to do. Girl was put herself into turbo mode. I bet you kind of want to see this. Oh no, Nemesis isn't going to support. I guess that kind of makes sense. Well, I'm going to take you out instead, because I do not want you shooting anybody. Not that I really need to worry about using skills here, because I'm probably just going to one-shot everything anyway. Not to mention, Bike Go Burr. It probably is right here, right? That would work, and then I can do this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I know the supply mission had it, so I was like, this is just the supply mission. Then I was like, oh, it's the first two maps. Yeah, I don't like that. Granted, this is the story, so it's like one of those things that's just like, whatever. As long as they're not doing it for the challenge mode where it's just the same map over and over again, I'm okay with it. Oh, hi, big story node. Let me grab some water real quick. Before I get too sidetracked here, I need to grab a water bottle. Alright, I'm back. Had to grab a... Oh, wait. Well, hang on. It's over here. There we go. Go through so much water on a daily basis now, I'm just kind of like, I need to get more. Do I like mint chocolate? It's alright. I kind of like the mint chocolate mints, or like the little... It's like a candy, I think called Andes mints or whatever. A-N-D-E-S. I like those. So yeah, I guess I do. How many story modes are there? There are 6. Wow. On top of what, 12 stages? 11 stages, okay. Hide 404 arrives at the target settlement. The old dilapidated walls are eroded from years of exposure to wind and sand, and the smell of decay permeates this moderately sized settlement.
多分引っ越したんだと思う。
調査隊に確認した。集落は奴らの担当よ。私たちは周辺、半径500メートルの調査に向かうわ。
I mean, it's alright. Like, yeah, no. I actually do. I think mint chocolate actually is a pretty nice combination. I'm not a super huge fan of it, because, like, I don't have that much, but I don't mind having it every now and then. But it definitely is a pretty nice, flavor.
効率を上げるために二手に分かれるわよ。私と
What happens if you give Mechty the drink that makes you fall asleep? Like chamomile? Isn't it chamomile that makes you, like, sleepy? I don't know. I think I think they've mentioned that, like, dolls have a very different way of breaking down any kind of, like, food. I'm assuming drink is roughly the same. So, I don't know. I don't know that. I don't have that much lore for the dolls as probably some of the GFL 1 players.
美容家が一緒なんだよね。
Without waiting for Kukai to finish, Belk quickly slithers over to her side.
今回はいいけど、次からはちゃんと命令を聞きなさい。
I don't think she cares. She's just happy to even have the chance.
来るかいお姉ちゃん。よかった。アンドリストなら。
サボったら殺す。
I feel like that sounded like that basically said that no slacking off or I'm gonna kill you.
アンドリス、ちゃんと見張ってなさいよ。じゃなきゃ二人とも特訓追加だから。
That kind of sounded like do your job or else I'll kill you or something like that.
はーい。
私と美容家は東、あんたたちは西。何かあればすぐに連絡して。出発するわ。
So just doing some daily patrols. Kukai and Belka begin their search near the settlement.
お姉ちゃん、大発見しちゃった。こっちこっち、早く早く。
Kukai frowns as she peers over at Belka, who is bouncing up and down and waving at her, but she still circles around a boulder and heads towards her.
今は宝探しなんかしてる場合じゃないのよ。
だって重要
We
な手
didn't
がかり
end
かも
Toto's
しれな
high
いんだもん。
compilation.
お姉ちゃんに知らせたくて。
But it wouldn't be that bad. I don't think she's... I mean, she said it a good number of times. I wonder how many times she said Ara, because I feel like she would say Ara too. Anyway.
そうだといいけど。もし、池袋にかじられたバッグとか、バーチャルアイドルの抱き枕とか、賞金ハンターが埋めた地雷とかだったら、どうなるか分かってるのよね。
Body pillow of some virtual idol? Oh, okay.
本当に違うから。ほら、見て。あそこにほら、怪しげな。 なんていうかアートオブジェ的な。
Belka leads quickly over to where several strange rock piles lie exposed on the ground. The dark rocks are scattered all over, but their unnatural edges and jutting corners give them an ominous air.
外部から破壊された痕跡がある。本来はこうじゃなかったんだわ。
100 years in the future, we still have VTubers. Well, yeah, they could be idols too.
そうそう、それでね、
Like
気
actual
づ
idols.
いたことがあるんだ。ほらここ。
Belka walks through the scattered rocks and stops by another pile.
お姉ちゃん見て、この辺の石半分くらい土に埋まってる。まるで何かの台座みたいじゃない？
We have Vepley idol brain rot.
確かに。
And Sharkery.
この密集具合は人為的なものね。イエローエリアじゃ珍しくもない石だけど、高度が高い割に割れやすいから材料には不向きのはず。この密度からして誰かに積み上げられたものでしょうね。
パラデウスの仕業かな。それともここの住民が何か特殊な使い方をしてたとか？
わからない。写真を撮ってリバに送ってちょうだい。彼女に調べさせるわ。
Okay, chat, hang on. Vepley or Sharkery? I think this is the big debate in the girls Frontline 2 like groups right now, is the Vepley versus Sharkery, but I think it's only because Sharkery has the skin right now. Seems very one-sided towards Vepley. Mr. Pizza Buddy Pillow, what is that? Seems very one-sided towards it. It's like that QZ Tololo question, right? I guess, kinda. But this is, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, I feel like the idol one is a lot more involved. Mr. Pizza. You know what? Here, let's let it work a bit differently then. Here, let me do this. We'll do this. We'll make it funny. I'll just leave it at whomst. We're gonna say... There. Take this not so serious poll. Have fun. And the fact is it's anonymous, so we'll leave it that way. Of course, it's probably going to be a Mr. Pepsi, what? Mr. Pizza wins. Mr. Pizza is just dominating. 76%. Wait, how many votes is this now? 21. His percentage is growing. What? Well, clearly, the idols are losing to the pizza god. Pizzasaurus is clearly unrivaled. Oh man, I actually kind of like slightly wish that there was a way that you could actually have like, you could reskin like the allied version of a dinner gate to Mr. Pizza or something goofy like that.
わかった。それと、来るかいお姉ちゃん。
Or like some kind of, make it to where it's like some giant, like some April Fool's joke event where it's like you have to fight a boss. And it's just this gigantic Mr. Pizza. And ends up turning into BP versus Mr. Pizza.
まあ、目の付けどころは悪くないわね。
This useless this time. Okay, please.
褒められちゃった。
That was like a half praise, though.
調子に乗るな。写真送ったら調査を続けなさい。
1分、あ、いや30秒もあれば OK。
Kukai and Belka continue the investigation along their planned route, but they find nothing else noteworthy.
お姉ちゃん、この辺もう何もなさそうだし、そろそろ戻ろうよ。お、調査隊から連絡だ。集落に到着して調査を開始したって。
そう。404は間もなく任務完了。集落にて合流後、次の行動について確認願う。そう返しておいて。
ガッテン。
Bocchi the pizza.
あれお姉ちゃん、あの岩の上にいる白いのミシティじゃない？もうここまで調べたの？
Oh, okay, interesting. White smidge on the rock over there. Hang on. I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll. So that way the chat isn't like half covered by the poll. Also, I love the fact that you guys, like, 80% of you voted for Mr. Pizza, and it was a 9% split between Sharkery and Family. So, like, the whole poll went, like, basically just, didn't answer any question. Oh man, it is what it is. Yeah, it really do be, huh? Also, 2% of the vote did vanish. I'm looking at that math, and like the math ain't mathin'. Needs to stop rounding to the floor. Well, computer science, like integers and stuff, always round down, which is kind of dumb, but it is that way.
あいつ、ほんとどこでも寝れるわね。
Belka grins wildly as she watches Kukui march angrily ahead.
うぷぷぷぷ。お姉ちゃん本気で怒ってるよ。ミシティ、今回ばかりはアンドリスに泣きついたって無駄なんだから。
Belka, please.
あとはこの卓越した能力でお姉ちゃんの心をわしづかみにしちゃえば。クフフフフフ。
Belka, please. As quickly approaches the large rock, she realizes that Mechty isn't actually dozing on it as she initially thought. In fact, Mechty is perched on top of it to study a jeep covered in sand that's behind the rock. And Doris is also peering inside the vehicle through the window.
アンドリス、上からもよく見えないよ。
Yes, she literally did just kufu-fufu. And here, you can listen to it again.
うぷぷぷぷ。
No, that's
お姉ちゃん
upupupu.
本気で怒ってるよ。ミシティ、今回ばかりはアンドリスに泣きついたって無駄なんだから。うぷぷぷぷ、うぷぷぷぷ、うぷぷぷぷ。
The fact that you can just replay it like that is great.
隊長に連絡するしかないね。降りてきていいよ。
Kufufu on the next line. Wait, what, really? Hang on, I don't remember.
あとはこの卓越した能力でお姉ちゃんの心をわしづかみにしちゃえば。クフフフフフ。うぷぷぷぷ。
Welcome to the many noises of Belka. Anyway.
あんたたち、何してるの？
Startled by Kuklei's voice, Mechty, who is climbing off the rock, loses her footing and slides right off, landing on her backside.
いきなり話しかけないでよ。びっくりした。
Close enough.
今時ホラーゲームでもジャンプスケアなんて流行らないよ。
Oh, they actually say that in katakana? Okay. Jump a scare. Okay, I actually did not know they would actually use that word in katakana. Funny. Also, what is this line?
口答えは結構。そこで何をコソコソしてるの？
遺棄された車両を見つけたから気になって調べてたの。砂の厚みからしてここに止めて半月以上は経ってるみたい。
Well, that seems odd.
それと車にこんなものが。
Guy circles over to the Andor's side and spots a familiar logo on the wiped down front door. The Jeep is covered in bullet holes and scratches.
これは浄化事業調査隊のマーク。
うん。ドアを開けようとしたんだけど衝撃と爆発で変形しちゃってる。ディミトリーさんたちの任務に関係あるといけないから壊すのはやめたの。それで窓から中の様子が見えないかなと思って。
Oh yeah, because some people did go missing, didn't they say that?
窓にはフィルムが貼られてて結局覗けなかったけど。
そう、わかったわ。美容家、ぼーっとしてないで調査隊に人をよこすよう連絡しなさい。
Disappointed by the way things have turned out, Blanca contacts the survey corps, I'm just gonna call him Corps, and informs them of 404's discovery.
座標を送ったよ。すぐに来るって。
了解。ミシティ、ドアをこじ開けて。アンドリスは動画で記録。後で揉めると面倒だから。
They're not gonna get mad at you and blame you for tampering, are they?
また力仕事を。
Despite her complaints, Mechty still walks up to the vehicle door and takes aim at the lock.
バール、車に置いてきちゃった。
Can I just shoot it?
直接撃ってもいい？
ええ。二人は下がって。怪我するから。
じゃあ撃つよ。
With a burst of gunfire, the lock is penetrated by the bullets.
終わり。後のことは知らないと。出発するときに起こして。
Kukai pulls the door open and something dark immediately tumbles out. It is the corpse of a man. The hands are clutching a gun tightly. His army uniform is covered in a large patch of dark brown, especially around the abdominal area.
調査隊の制服だ。
Uh-oh.
中にもう二人いる。
傷口のコーラプスクリスタルの凝縮具合からして死後半月以上は経ってるね。
Well, you did say the Jeep was there for around a month, judging by the stuff, so that would make sense. Mechty make you yawn again. That's great. Adonis tries her best to steal her neural cloud as she takes in the pockmarked vehicle and the stains in the interior. She's never seen such a grisly sight in the green zone.
血痕を見るに何者かに襲われてここに隠れている間に失血死したんだと思う。
There were bullet holes on the car.
手に銃を握ったまま最後まで警戒を。それから車の使用形跡は。
Andorra scrambles to gather all the information available, but she cannot stop her voice from wavering.
アンドリス、ミシティを起こしてきて。
ごめんね。ありがとう、隊長。
Boko watches Andorris with some concern.
アンドリス、大丈夫かな？またフリーズしたりしないよね？
大丈夫。元は民生用人形だもの。404の世界になれるのに時間がかかって当然よ。
Any of our Yakers today? Not yet.
うん。
I don't think there's
グ
gonna
リ
be
ーン
any
エリア
involved
と
really
イエロ
here.
ーエリアって全然違うから。たまに本当に同じ世界なのか疑うもん。
That actually does make me wonder, like, how dramatically different is a yellow zone from a red zone and a red zone from a black zone? Like, radiation aside, is this kind of gonna look like, complete barren wasteland, and then, like, something even worse than that for, like, a black zone or something? You only hear the voice of Jaeger's. What? Remember, sorry, catch you around, Ozzy.
昔の人間ってみんなグリーンエリアやホワイトエリアみたいな場所で暮らしてたんでしょ？
What are the text files describing the zones and how they differ? Oh, okay. Okay. Probably should look for those, because I mostly just unlocked them and was going to read them at some point. Hey, Pandemonium, how you doing? Taking in Belka's unease, Kuke ponders for a moment, and then simply gives out a piece of advice.
アンドレスの感性に影響されちゃダメよ。過去のことも今の人間の境遇も私たちには関係ない。
うん、わかった。
残りの死体を引きずり出して何か見つかるかもしれない。
待て。
The soldiers of the Survey Corps have arrived at the scene. Dimitri walks up to the jeep and takes a look. Kuke backs up 2 paces to keep some distance between Dimitri and herself.
あとは俺たちがやる。お前ら、車内の遺体を下ろせ。丁寧にだ。
After giving the order, Dimitri circles around the jeep and studies it closely with another subordinate in tow.
車体は弾痕まみれ。片面は派手にへこんでやがる。大方、環境との接触によるものだろう。
So basically, seeing like green zones. I think isn't it called blue zones though? This isn't. I thought Kane said something like that. This isn't your normal blue zone. This is a yellow zone or something like that. I think I had to double check. I don't remember what the exact categorization of area was in CNC. But I remember like yellow zones just kind of looked a bit like you know, kind of like a wasteland, and then the red zones just looked. I don't think they had a green. I think it was a blue. I think it was blue, yellow, red. Red zone, like it was very simple categorization. Like red was really bad, like complete, like the entire landscape was mutated. Tiberium was everywhere. It was just not a place that was viable for most human life. Granted, I think yellow zones, I think, were kind of in between blue and red. Blue is like completely clean. There's no Tiberium, or if there is, it's incredibly controlled. And like yellow zone was like in the middle, where it's like kind of wastelandy with some Tiberium, but it wasn't like completely inhabitable. I think the loading screen looked like a black zone. I'd have to remember which one we're referring to. Anyway.
ナンバーは MIA 部隊のものと一致。車内の遺体は腐敗が進み、ドッグタグも見つからない。
The dog tags are
身元は確認できず。
Dimitri calmly voices all of his observations, while the soldier next to him jots them down one by one. At this moment, there was no sign of Dimitri's former temper or surliness. His features are marked by the composure and maturity of a veteran on the battlefield. Finally, he returns to the front of the vehicle and watches as his subordinates extract the corpse trapped in the back seat.
何か発見は？
ある。死人だ。エリットに感染した上に、生き袋に食い荒らされてやがる。
あんたたちの仲間？
いや、地元の住民だ。知らねえ服を着てる。
Dressed in weird robes. Uh-oh.
映像記録は？
いい加減にしろ。お前に報告する義務はない。
Well, I mean, it helps their investigation. Doji has not raised his voice, but his impatience is apparent. Paying no more attention to Kukai, he walks off and calls his superior on his communicator.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊3762小隊のディミトリー総長です。
He does say only weird robes, but it does kind of imply the possibility that could be Parados. So.
ああ、状況はどうだ？獣医の指示に従い調査任務を遂行中です。 MIA とされていた第7環境調査隊1364小隊の車両および兵士3名の遺体を発見しました。
Would have pushed more on it. Maybe. I don't... it depends on how much information she'd be willing to give him about her goal being here. Because I don't know how much he knows about their role. Like, obviously they're here to help him, sure, but that's part of... That's only, like, half of the reason they're here in the first place. I don't know how much he knows, I guess is the better question.
丁重に弔ってやれ。ロクサット主義の未来のために犠牲となった英雄たちだ。ええ、それとですが、順位改めて進言します。やはり今は部隊を撤退させ、増援の到着とともに任務を再開すべきです。理由は？九段の兵士たちはいずれも銃撃による致命傷が死因です。彼らの車両には調査隊のマークがついており、3名とも軍服でした。賞金ハンターやバレアグが彼らに対峙するとは思えません。
Yeah, so that hints to something else.
記録にはない敵性勢力がこのエリアに存在し、意図的な襲撃を仕掛けたものだと推測します。
The silence on the other end of the line makes Dimitri restless.
順位、私は命が惜しくてデタラメを言ってるんじゃありません。今回の任務は予想よりはるかに複雑。ディミトリー総長、イエローエリアに銃規制はない。たかが3人襲われただけでは何の証拠にもならん。それにだ、君のいるエリアは物資に乏しい。孤立した調査隊にバリアーグが略奪を働いても何ら不思議ではない。順位、自分が何を言ってるか分かってるんですか？
I mean, I feel like the Bojum already is, or Bujum, I don't know how you say it. The Bujum is already a big concern. Like, there's already been enough, like, weird oddities here that, you know, he's definitely got some concern.
ディミトリー総長、任務を続行しろ。これは命令だ。闇雲な命令は任務の足を引っ張るだけです。1364小隊は全員が MIA。 こちらも戦死率は3割を超えている。増援なしでは任務遂行など不可能です。ここで立ち止まるわけにはいかないのだ。死ぬ覚悟ならとっくにできてる。だが部下をクソみたいな計画のために犬死にさせるのはごめんだ。今の発言は反逆罪とも取れるぞ。言葉を慎みたまえ。このエリアの調査は他と比べて随分と遅れをとっている。しかも我々の大半は元新ソ連軍の武闘派だ。調査隊、路線防衛軍、それが立場の危うい我々に残された最後の居場所なのだ。武闘派の失脚は何も戦争だけが原因ではない。そして戦争そのものが残した爪痕も深い。物資と人員配置の不自由さが その最たる例だ。
Dimitri falls silent. The URNC insignias on his teammates' uniforms around them are suddenly quite an eyesore. And here he thought he had already gotten used to the change.
今回はこの辺にしておこう。任務を全うしてくれ。
Man really was dealt the 2 and 7 of offsuits.
一番近い増援を呼んである。予定よりも早く到着するはずだ。
After a brief pause, the warrant officer adds,
安全にはくれぐれも気をつけろ。無事帰還できることを祈る。
After the call ends, Dimitri stows his communicator away in silence. The bulky and stuffy protective suit is getting suffocating. A soldier who has been waiting for him to finish the call walks up to him.
総長、遺体はすべて回収しました。
Speaker tag has a type. Oh wait, what? It did? Wait, is this supposed to be survey, not survey? Yeah, it's survey. Whoops.
検視はまだですが。
わかった。今行く。
They gotta find the dog tags? By the time Dimitri returns to the jeep, he has already regained his composure. The dolls of Hyde 404 and the soldiers of the Survey Corps are standing around the corpses.
総長、必要な撮影は終わりやした。検視始めますか。
Well, it's more common than you think. Like it happens. I don't blame them for like 1 or 2 misspelled words. It's when you have like a word like a sentence that's poorly worded and could have been done substantially better. That it becomes kind of an issue, but it's more towards, I would probably say when it becomes a real problem is like what goes on in AL. Yeah, like right now it's fine. This is fine.
俺がやる。
The soldiers move aside to make space for Dimitri. He solemnly approaches and squats down by the bodies. He rummages through their clothing thoroughly, taking great care to also scrape away the collapsed crystals formed on the wounds. His hands move efficiently, but with gentle respect.
タグはどこだ？
After a lengthy search, he finally fishes out 3 pieces of paper covered in stains on their pockets.
使えるものは回収して遺体を埋めろ。
This is just typos and some weird translations, but over in AL, yeah, over in AL, it's ooh, oh boy, it's bad. Well, it's hit or miss. Like most of the events are fine. There's 4 events in AL that honestly need complete rewrites because they were that bad on EN, and they might be equally as bad in JP because I don't know if I've mentioned this directly before, but it is literally Ozalane's like localization between JP, CN, and EN is a game of telephone. So EN gets from JP, JP gets from CN. So if JP makes a mistake, EN also gets it too, which shows a lot.
それから身につけてる小物も回収しておけ。持ち運べるようなやつだ。遺族に渡しておかないとな。
Dimitri falls back several paces and moves over to the jeep, then lays all the scrunched up pieces of paper that he just found on the hood of the vehicle. Kukai and Andoris huddle in for a closer look. Dimitri shoots them a glare but doesn't stop them.
3枚とも同じ内容?
Mika's doing the translation to English from Chinese, but their spell check is broken half the time. Yeah, and that's okay. See, that's kind of the way I would hope for AL would do it too, is rather than playing a game of telephone, they're all kind of working out the same source rather than going from, you know, one to the other to the other. So, it's okay. It's not, like, it could have been way worse.
なあ、
ところどころマーキングがしてある。地図？地図に必要な要素はないね。
I do kind of find it weird how they can't find the dog tags to ID these people. It's clear that the vehicle belongs to the missing people, but they can't ID the people that these corpses are belonging to.
それにこの数字の羅列とオリジンって単語。
And Doris studies the numbers next to the markings on the piece of paper.
座標でもなさそうだね。
軍の暗号が一発で解けてたまるかよ。
Good on the part. Yeah, it is pretty decent. Seiya stream. At least this event made a good job of assortment of Russian curses, even old Russian memes. That one, the ones that Seiya doesn't seem to have. That's good. I can at least appreciate that. Summer Garden of Forking Paths. I'm going to assume it's a GFL 1 thing. That's good though. If like the translation is roughly close to CN, then that's already a good step in that's a step in the right direction. So like that's what really like as long as they're going off of the like the source material, which in this case is more than likely always going to be the Chinese language, that should be okay. Like that, it'll always be better in that case to play off of like the source material than it is to do, you know, oh well, it's easier for us to translate from Japanese to English, so we'll do it this way, and you know, telephone off. But then again, the Japanese translation team for Azulain likes to kind of put in their own stuff, which is always weird. So I don't know why it's like almost like they want to do some creative writing in it, which I don't understand sometimes. Then again, Ian also does it too, where they will sometimes be like, yeah, I don't like this entire portion of the story, so let's just get rid of it. Like, that's not a good idea.
あんたは何か分かったの?
Kukai's question has obviously touched a raw nerve, as Dimitri immediately flies into a flustered rage.
何見てやがる。隊ごとに暗号の規則が違えんだよ。情報漏洩を防ぐためだ。
Naval HQ, reenactments, mentioning the commander so many times. Yeah, it's not that great.
俺たちは単なる臨時編成だからな。環境調査隊のルールなぞ知らなくて当然だ。
Unable to make heads or tails of the notes, Dimitri puts them away for now.
3人が1枚ずつ持ってたってことはかなり重要な内容であるはずよ。
んなことは分かってる。
Dimitri dismisses Kukei's observations. He checks the time and looks up at the sky, then turns to address his subordinates. もう日が暮れる。さっさと片付けて集落でキャンプを張るぞ。この辺は物騒だ。今夜から見張りを倍に増やせ。順位の話じゃ増援はもう出発したそうだ。野郎ども、あと少しだ。援軍と合流できりゃこんな任務をとっとと終わらせてクソみてえな生活とおさらばできる。Oh. I clicked that too early by accident. Dimitri is relieved to see that his subordinates' morale has not suffered too much. Just as he is about to leave, Kukei speaks up.
ディミトリ
ー。なんだ。用もないのにフラフラするな。
Kukei jabs a thumb to the side.
何が言いたい？話があるならここでしろ。
どの死体にもドッグタグがなかった。本当にここで話すつもり？
Dimitri raises an eyebrow. He walks off to the side and gestures for Kukei to follow him.
ブージャムの体内から発見されたドッグタグは彼らのものね。でも死体には生き袋に荒らされた形跡がなかった。
おい、ここはイエローエリアだぞ。タグをなくしてたっておかしくはねえさ。
私の知る限り軍人は何があってもドッグタグを手放したりしないはずだけど。
お前みてえなガラクタに何がわかる。黙って働け。余計な詮索はするな。
Clearly, I wanted to continue the conversation. Dimitri storms off.
ディミトリーさん、現実を受け入れられないんだね。
明らかに不自然な点を見て見ぬふりするなんてただの怠慢よ。
I don't know necessarily that he's shirking his duties. I just don't think he really wants to talk to them about it.
厳しいね、クルカイ隊長は。こっちはどうする？近くでキャンプを張ろうか。
そうして私は集落に戻ってリバに連絡する。ミシティと美容家にはパラデウスのこと口外しないよう言っといて。
It's kind of this weird situation where it's like both sides really don't want to talk about stuff, so it leaves them both kind of in this state of secrecy where neither of them really wants to reveal more about why they're here to each other, which is fine. It makes sense. I mean, it especially makes sense for Dimitri, who doesn't really, I don't think, like or trust dolls.
はーい。
Did you happen to read the text logs from the first part? I don't think so. I probably should have grabbed those. At night, most of the Survey Corps soldiers have already turned in. The few who were on sentry duty and the dolls of Hyde 404 worked together to patrol the area surrounding the settlement. Unable to go to sleep, Dimitri takes out the dog tags again. Oh, more story.
Nikolai! 俺だ! 開けろ!
Dimitri knocks on the door to a room in the dorms. His grin widens as he sees his friend. Nikolai freezes for a second before letting him in.
静かに。規則を忘れたのか。
Oh, yeah, I remember we were talking about that.
別にいいだろう、そんなもん。
Dimitri plunks himself down on an empty bed while Nikolai sits down by the desk in the center of the room and picks up the book he was in the middle of reading.
情報学原理。相変わらず頭でっかしたな、お前は。今時紙の本か。ま、頼りにならない機械よりはマシだけどな。
Discounting explains a hell of a lot more. Okay, we'll see.
前に一緒に戦った機械兵器がいてさ、ロレン軍に接収されて権限を書き換えられた途端、俺のことなんざ忘れちまいやがった。
That doesn't sound like a good thing.
こっちはペットみたいに可愛がってたんだぜ、あのちっこい偵察機を。
ディミー、声が大きいよ。
あったよ、大声出さなきゃいいんだろ。
Dimitri takes in the empty dorm room and slaps the wooden bed frame absent-mindedly.
この量ももうお前だけが。
うん。昨夜除隊して帰ったやつが最後だったよ。
お前は？
やるべきことをやるだけだ。
Nikolai scribbles a mark on his book.
のんきなもんだな。カーター将軍が失脚してお前の実家にも影響があったはずだろ
う。まあね。でも年寄りが一線を引くのは当然のことだ。何しに来たんだ？僕の家を心配しに来たのか？
実はだな。
Dimitri pulls a piece of paper out of his pocket and gives it a wave. Nikolai grows still.
辞令だ。今朝判を押された。こっから数年は辺境だ。その後もどこに飛ばされるか知らね
え。どうして？君の階級ならここに残れたはずだ。
He probably doesn't want that easy life.
残るのがいいとは限らないだろう。 昔からの腐れ縁どもと島流しされんのも悪くない。近い将来頂上列車ってのが建造されるらしい。で俺たちはそれを守る防衛軍の予備部隊ってわけだ。楽な仕事じゃなさそうだが、よく考えてみろ。がっぽり稼ぐチャンスだぜ。
Kind of makes me wonder if Nikolai was part of the team that went missing.
人儲けしたら仲間と軍を抜けてビジネスでもやろうと思ってる。
Start a business, okay.
軍を辞めるのか。
まあな、残る理由もない。今までは戦う目的があった。今はカーター将軍も将軍についてた KCCO の連中もいない。みんな辞めちまった。軍に至って何をしていいかわからねえ。
軍にいることだけが戦いじゃない。
何言ってんだ。軍がなけりゃ俺たちは誰のために戦えってんだ。
守るべきものさえいれば軍人は軍人であり続ける。たとえどこにいようとね。
Super based men. Screw that man, though.
ディミ、辺境防衛もいいけど、あんまり自分を甘やかすな。
Hearing the disapproval of Nikolai's words, Dimitri's jaunty smile slowly disappears.
ニコライ、俺は喧嘩しに来たんじゃない。別れを言いに来たんだ。
別に喧嘩するつもりはないよ。事実を言ったまでさ。
Okay.
事実？寝ぼけてんのかお前。死んでいった連中を切りかける人間はいねえ。生き残った連中も左遷か除隊だ。軍事法廷にかけられた奴もいた。
Oh, jeez.
俺たちみてえな鉄砲玉はな、ありがたく辺境防衛を拝命すんのがお似合いなんだよ。
In a rage, Dmitri marches up to Nikolai, tears off his dog tag, and throws it down on the desk in front of his friend.
これを見ろ。ドッグタグは戦場で俺たちの存在を唯一証明できるものだ。それがどうだ。エンブレム、部隊番号、コールサイン、何もかも変わっちまった。お前はこのタグに書かれてるのが俺だと言えるのか。え？
そんなの身分の証明でしかない。君は君だ。ディミトリー准尉。
Warrant officer, okay.
バカ言うな。俺は身も心も新ソ連人だ。だが新ソ連はもう新ソ連じゃなくなる。これからはロクサット主義合衆国連盟新ソ連大工だ。カーター将軍は死んだ。新ソ連は死んだ。俺たちの理想も何もかも死んだ。
Dmitri pants heavily as he glares at his friend, but Nikolai simply gazes earnestly back at him, his face still utterly calm.
とにかく俺はもう夢を見るのはやめたのさ。周りにいる連中と俺自身を守ってこのクソったれな世の中を生き抜いてやる。
Weird to see he was a warrant officer, but he's a first sergeant in the future. I don't know the promotion scheme there, but him talking about people getting demoted and stuff and reassigned is kind of concerning.
お前も後のことを考えた方がいい。カーター将軍の隊はほとんど粛清されたんだ。残ってもいいことはねえ。叶うあてもない理想と心中するな。
I mean, he must have been demoted then, probably. Unless warrant officer is lower than First sergeant. I don't know the ranking schemes in this one.
いざ
I'm also not
俺が言いたいの
familiar
は
with
それだけ
like
だ。
with like military ranks either, so I don't necessarily know. When Dmitri reaches the door, Nikolai, who had been silent the whole time, calls out to him.
ディミ
どうした？
Thinking that his friend wants to make peace with him, Dmitri's voice softens. But when he looks back, he sees Nikolai standing ramrod straight, pointing at his chest.
それは本当に君の本心なのか？
Dmitri finds himself back in the present. He looks down at the dog tag that used to belong to Nikolai. Oh, okay. Then at the soldiers, sleeping deeply not far from him. Some of them are comrades in arms who served the Neo-Soviet Union alongside him on the battlefield, while others are rookies who enlisted with lofty ideals. Yet here they are, all huddled together in the ruins of an abandoned settlement on this night. He lets out another sigh and stows the dog tag away.
ああ、そうだ。
Oh dang, Nikolai didn't make it then.
俺は
I didn't mean to click that. That is unfortunate though. Holy crap. We're only a third of the way done and we're already in 3 hours in. Uh-oh. That's gonna be one of these streams, ain't it? Unless we go straight to combat, and it's just the story nodes that are the hard stops here. I hope it's not too super long, but we'll see. I mean, this gun's kind of useless, not gonna lie. I think right here works, and then we do this. Man, the fact that this is just clouquet at this point. Fair and balanced clouquet. Whee! Really don't need anybody else here, to be honest. My goodness. Target eliminated, moving forward. Yeah, I can finally go back and lie down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. After fending off the Elas that attacked them along the way, Kukai walks aside while the team is resting up and answers a call from Leva with obvious displeasure.
予定した定時連絡時刻より10時間も遅れてる。
Something something, well you're actually 10 hours late.
管理局にいる割に時間の管理はできてないよね。
まあまあ、そうしょっぱなから怒らないで。私にだってれっきとした仕事があるの。連絡が遅れたって変じゃないわ。
ハイド404メンバー規則通信と会議について第24条。
She's not really Hyde anymore though, is she?
事情により会議の参加や通信が困難な場合、他の参加者や通信相手に理由を説明の上、会議もしくは通信の代替時間を明確に提示すること。もう一度繰り返そうか。
来る会はルールが多すぎるのよ。覚えられっこないわ。
あんたたち一人一人がエリート人形としての自覚を持っていれば、おのずとそんなルールも必要なくなる。
半ページくらいしか規則がなかった時もうまくやってたじゃない。
それは昔の話。今は私が隊長よ。
へえ、その隊長様が 私程度に連絡がつかないからって不安になってたんだ。
誰が不安よ。
The back and forth between these two is hilarious.
もういいわ。本題に入って。
Leva chuckles at Kukai's huffiness. Having succeeded in riling her up, she decides to call it a day.
映像記録は全部見させてもらったわ。レナが集めた情報によれば、その石はパラデウスが残したものに間違いないわね。集落の死者の服装も構成員のものと一致する。おめでとう。ようやく進展があったわね。
That's good.
これのどこがめでたいのよ。
進展がなくてもしかめっ面、あってもしかめっ面。まったく世話が焼けるわね、来るかい隊長様は。
口の利き方がなってないわよ、リバ隊員。それでパラデウスは一体何を？ネートが建築学でも始めたとか？
まだ調査中だけど、パラデウスが人間の構成員を洗脳してるのは確かよ。洗脳された人間は自身のことをユナイタスと呼んでるわ。あの石の山だけど、壊される前はおそらくこんな感じね。
Leva sent an image to Kukai.
これは石の塔？
彼らの何らかのシンボルよ。パラデウスはこれでユナイタスを従わせて自分たちの実験に利用しようとしてる。そしてその目的は達成された。
I wonder if it actually is because they do these things, or if it's more of just the fact that it's like these people are already suffering and they want a way out, and the Paradeos is just supposedly offering it to them, and they're just believing them at this point. Anything to alleviate their pain. I actually wonder how much of that is actually true compared to, because it's like I definitely know Paradeos is definitely not good, but I do wonder if people aren't necessarily just blindly following them. Like, not like, it's probably maybe like a 90-10 situation, but still. Or maybe like a 95-5, but still.
何のために？従わせるだけならネートの武力制圧で十分じゃない。
来るかいって人間のことちっとも分かってないのね。私たちは理性に従って行動するけど、人間は精神や感情に影響されがちなの。
Yeah.
それに無理やり協力させて突発的状況を警戒するよりも精神的に制御した方が簡単で確実でしょ。
It does, yeah. Yeah, that is true, Quinn. That is very true. There is some substance to their claims. Or at least there is some, there is the chance with what they do.
人形で例えるなら権限の書き換えかしらね。通常の世界からパラデウス名義に書き換えるの。
人間の学者にでもなったつもり？
来る会よりは詳しいかな。ほんの少しだけど。
つまりパラデウスは以前にも増して厄介になったってことね。
そうね。組織としては極めてたちが悪くなってきてる。ネイトの戦闘力は上がる一方、さらに理性を失ったユナイタスときた。
Comparing these dolls to humans, so far what drives humans in GFL is hope, which if I were to live in this world I might blindly join Paradeos because of that hope. It would probably depend on the situation, I guess, because it's like, if you look at the people that were being cured, they were definitely suffering, and not having that kind of hope is kind of big for them. But in some cases, I have a feeling that there are still people that would rather bank it out on other reasons. Like there are definitely like there are a lot of more people in the like hopeless state of mind when it comes to like environments like these where it's like apocalyptic. But at the same time, I bet there's also like still a good number of people that are equally as like, you know, singularly minded who may not necessarily want, you know, they don't necessarily care for the belief. It's just like, oh yeah, this thing works, I'm just gonna do it. I don't care. Like, don't get me wrong, there's definitely the devout, but I don't think everyone is 100% a devout person when it comes to it. And people experimented and won't care. Yeah. And yeah, that could, like, that was very much like it's the best option they have. It's definitely something that was showcased in like the whole thing with Confronting and whatnot. People are only devout to Cain. Well, they say that, but like Command & Conquer 3 had like 2 or 3 different people betraying Cain. I still remember the classic case of where he's basically like sitting there. I did not expect to be attacked by my own forces. So like, yeah. There are definitely people that have other ulterior motives that probably are a part of it, but they don't necessarily have as much say or do much there. I'm curious to see if there's anything else in that part.
レナとカリンは別の調査で手が回らないの。私もヘルプに出てるからもう忙しくて。来る会がいてくれて助かったわ。
そんなに危険なら前に言ってたもう一組の増援はどうなってるのよ。
もうすぐ。多分来る会なら気に入ると思うよ。
Uh-oh.
え？
Scream! With an ear-splitting burst of static, the comms line breaks down.
よりによってこんな時に。
Lily recalls what Leva just said. Well pleased. What kind of reinforcement will make her well pleased? 404 has always preferred to work on their own, though Ikuklei sees it, seeking external help as a show of weakness, so she will never consider it an option unless absolutely necessary. And then she sees the commander, and her mind completely changes. Because it's the commander. I say that as a joke, but I'm pretty sure that is the truth. 404 are extremely unlikely to accept aid from an outsider to begin with, and with the chances of Kuklai appreciating the aid are even more minuscule, unless... Oh, here we go. A figure appears in Kuklai's neural cloud, but she soon dismisses the idea. No, it couldn't be him, or he would have responded with feigned nonchalance. But even as Kuklai refuses to entertain the possibility, she deliberately reduces her processing speed so that the figure can linger just a little longer in her neural cloud. Oh, yep. No, nothing is necessary. He shows up and she'll be like, yes, I am fine with this. In any case, she better ask for more clarification from Leva, so that she won't be distracted from her mission because of any unnecessary expectations. Just as Kuklai is about to send another comms request, Andoris walks over to her.
隊長、サーバーに繋がらなくなっちゃったみたい。信号がすごく弱くなってる。しばらく遠隔通信とメンタルバックアップに影響が出そうだね。多分、コーラプスストームのせいだと思う。
So far, she's just what we need, that and her bike. I think that's what she wants us to say, though. And Doris looks over at the survey corps nearby. Dimitri is talking to his subordinates.
よかったら聞いてこようか。今は調査隊の軍用回線を使ってるけど、向こうも同じ状況なら あまり本体から離れない方が良さそうだし。
私が行くわ。ミシティと美容家に勝手に行動しないよう伝えて。
はーい。
Another high. Quickly approaches the survey corps and notices that the few soldiers that Dimitri was talking to have split into two groups, and they started loading their equipment onto their assigned vehicles. Meanwhile, Dimitri is giving more orders to another subordinate.
隊の人数が減ると危険性が増す。警戒を怠らせるな。受信増幅装置は最大出力。それと兵たちと404に伝えろ。臨時基地局を建設し終わるまで通信指示範囲から出るなとな。
はっ、総長。
よし行け。
Until Valerian is gone, Kuke walks over to Dimitri.
受信増幅装置は限界みたいね。
じゃなきゃこんな時に部隊を分散させるか。ここはもともと電波が悪い上にコーラップスストームが頻発するエリアだ。上との連絡もつきやしねえ。臨時基地局を建てなけりゃ MIA の仲間入りだ。
Ah, shoot, I'm too late, but what the older details into. We had a very misfortunate time with him back in GFL1. Oh, okay.
数万戦は危険よ。
Gotcha.
この状況だと4人チームが妥当だと思うけど。
当たり前だ。だがこの人数でどうしろってんだ。
Interesting that they say that in Russian. Okay.
部隊にある良さそうな装備は全部持たせた。それにな、あいつらは俺が鍛えたんだぜ。兵士一人で3人力だ。
He speaks a lot of Russian. Yeah, it's just I wasn't expecting him to say Altarimaida and then that gets translated into Russian.
ここはレッドエリアにかなり近い。今までとは比べ物にならないほど複雑な環境なのよ。慎重になるべきだわ。
ガラクタに何がわかる。戦場に出るってろに指揮がなけりゃどんないい装備を持ってようがいい的だ。無駄口叩いてる暇があったら生き袋でもぶちのめしてきたらどうだ。機械がいちいちうるせえんだよ。
Once the preparations are complete, the soldiers tasked with constructing the temporary base station split off from the main force and head out to carry out their mission. Meanwhile, a small surveillance drone is hidden behind a piece of cover not far away. Its indicator light blinks as it records everything that's transpiring. The clear visual feed is displayed on Blue Spear's monitor.
分散した部隊の追跡を。
I think I see how we're... Okay.
やっと終わった。帰ったら
I
一
see.
日寝てもいい？やばい。もう我慢が。
Her voice line, though. She sleep, chat. She sleep. Ah, the fanfare has returned! Even though their GPS is severely hindered by the terrible signal reception, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404, almost said 44, are still painstakingly conducting the environmental survey.
総長、両チームからの信号をキャッチしました。無事臨時基地局を建設できたようです。信号の強度も回復しました。外界と通信可能です。建設地にたどり着いてないチームもいますが、彼らとも連絡が取れています。
よし、上出来だ。完了したチームにはその場で待機させろ。
So this is why one of the base stations is damaged. This might be like why we get to one of the base stations, they're damaged and what is it? they find a bunch of wounded people from this group.
ありゃあくまで臨時だ。息袋に破壊されないよう気をつけろ。ブージャム系の対応不可能な事態に遭遇したら自身の安全を最優先し本体に連絡させろ。
はっ、総長。
On the cold digital monitor, two specks of light flicker steadily like stars in the night sky. They may be faint, but their presence is unmistakable. Dimitri wishes sincerely that the stars obscured by the gloom will get to light up the night sky again one day.
また順位に連絡しねえと。クソ誰が。
Oh! The jeep is hit by a strong impact. Even the communicator is knocked out of Dimitri's hand, falling underneath the seat. Through the window, he sees that the vehicle has collided with his is also part of a pile-up collision. The actual vehicle that came under attack has skidded to a halt with blown-out tires and heavy smoke.
なんだ何があった
Beasties. Well, I didn't expect to see that word. What? A group of vehicles have appeared in the distance, followed by a vicious fire assault. The dolls of High 404 have already leapt into action, diving behind cover and exchanging fire with their attackers.
レーダーが回復しないうちに接近していた模様。敵の所属は不明。
全員に捨てろ。遮蔽物を探して相手の隙を伺え。反撃に備えろ。
Oh. Ambush, quick, hide! Why do we not have Mech Boy on our side? Where is Mech Boy? Why does he disappear? Why are you like this? Why do I have a feeling that this is just gonna be the same situation where I place just place these here. Well, I place these here for no reason, hit this button, and then laugh because Luke just kills everything anyway. And it's gonna go this way. We gotta do this, and goodbye. Bro. It's almost as if they really decided to put them all grouped up like this. Would be a real shame if somebody were to do that again. This is so stupid. I almost feel like I shouldn't be using Kluke, but they're level 15, so why does it matter? Oh boy, anyway, having repelled the assault for the time being, Dimitri directs his subordinates and the dolls of 404 to clean up the battlefield. After some thought, he walks over to Kluke.
おいお前来るかいくそ呼びづらい名前つけやがって
Soap, what kind of name is Soap? Kluke and Doris, focused on inspecting the wreckage of an enemy mechanical unit, do not bother to look up.
何
前に不明勢力に襲われたと言ったなこいつらが
待って。
あ
アンドリス、結果は？
もう少し部品と仕様の確認中。
I mean, it's probably the same group.
ミシティと美容家が他の残骸を調べに行ったの。あの子たちからのデータも加味しないと。
了解。なるべく早くね。
Leaving Doris to work in peace, quickly raises to her full height.
検査したけど、機械に明確なマークはないわね。一般的な PMC の機械を改造したんでしょう。改造手法と部品データが高確率で一致すれば、同一勢力と見て間違いないはずよ。
That's what everyone was asking when her name was first revealed in PNC.
さっきは人間兵もいたぞ死んだか逃げたかのどっちかだがお前らの時は 人間はいたのか？
How many people call her Clucky? Well, I mean, I look at her name and I'm more tempted to say Klukai than Kluke. I just say that because I know a lot of people do it, but my mind immediately looks at this and says Klukai instead. Which, that does match, what is it? Right
Oi,
here.
omae! Kuru kai?
Klukai. Real GFL peeps just I mean, I'm pretty sure most of you are probably just going to refer to them as their actual gun names. So, like, for example, Mechty is just G11. So it's like, it doesn't surprise me, but I'm not, like, unfortunately, I'm not a GFL 1 player, so if you were to say the weapon name, I would not be able to directly get it until a little bit of time. Granted, it's easy to know 9 and 45 at this point.
いなかったわ。改造された機械兵器だけよ。明らかに火力が強化されてる。それに人間兵の武器も高性能だった。
Mechty, yeah, Mechty, that makes sense. Mechty, yeah, I could see that. I've heard it a few times. I'm just kind of like Mechty because it's like I think like mech. Yeah, that's just the way that we're looking at the word and pronunciating it, though. We call her EB. Anyway, Huke peers down at the dent left by the bullet that hit her on the arm.
経験上、バリア具や賞金ハンター程度じゃ、あんな装備は無理ね。
It's just 36. Well, isn't it like G36 or something? In my experience, oh yeah.
ああ。
総長、報告します。敵兵の遺体をくまなく調べましたが、所属を示すものはありませんでした。
わかった。武器、資源、防護装備、何でもいい。使えるものは回収しておけ。
We won the fight. Loot the body.
しかし、非正規は暴発する危険性もあります。規則に違反するのでは。
You want to know what else causes injuries or death to the user? Not having ammo for the gun that you use. And completely ignoring a perfectly good gun that is on the floor that no one was going to use. You might as well run at them with a stick. And considering how melee is supposedly in this game, yeah, I don't think that's gonna go well, Chief.
こんな時に規則もクソもあるか。使えるもんは片っ端から使え。だがそうだな。電子発信機能のついたものは捨てておけ。
はっ。
隊長、ディミトリーさん、照合結果が出ましたよ。同系統の機体はだいたい同じコネクターで射撃管制コアに接続されています。パーツはよく見る軍用ブランドなので、ネットで製造ロットを確認しようと思ったんですが。
どうしたの？
信号が途切れちゃいました。
Huh.
なんだと？
Mechi rummages through his pocket for his communicator, but then remembers it had fallen under the seat in the previous battle. Huki confirms Andor's observation after checking the connection herself.
確かに途切れてる。
バカな。電磁基地局を建てたばかりだぞ。
Now they got
信
hit.
号が弱まるわけが。
Mechi rushes back to the jeep in disbelief. After searching for a moment, he finds his communicator and accesses the signal interface. The digital screen is now pitch black. There are no sign of the blinking lights. So both of the ports got hit now, or the stations got hit 2 hours ago.
どう？計画は順調？
はい。一部変化はございましたが。
変化？新しい増援でも呼ばれたの？
They're just working together.
いいえ。調査隊は信号が弱まったと知ると、
いくつかのチームに分かれて臨時基地局を建設し始めました。彼らは予想以上に慎重なようです。
いいニュースとは言えないわね。分散した部隊も一人残らず片付けるのよ。
承知しました。マグニセキュリティについてですが、この地でパラデウスと行動した経験はあるものの、複雑な気候と活発な息袋の影響で地形を把握しきれていません。
Which one is this supposed to be? It's supposed to be Magni. Is that right? Magni. Mango. At this point, we're gonna just start calling them mangoes.
It sounds like Magni. Supposed to be that, pretty sure. I guess it would depend on how the Japanese writing of this word is. Because, like, I'd have to see how they've written it. I guess we could just listen to it again.
承知しました。マグニセキュリティについてですが、この地でパラデウスとこう。
Interesting, they have a good there. Magni.
今はブージャムの追跡にも人員を割いています。調査隊のすべての動きを監視するのは困難です。
The Magni makes sense though. Because it'd be Magni. Magni would be Magni. And they don't have G and I in their library for Japanese, so they'd have to use the things that sound the closest, which would be Guni. Because the gu is rather quiet to make it sound close. So yeah, it probably is supposed to be Magni.
罠をすり抜けた魚のリスク。私が言わなくてもわかるわよね。調査隊が引き起こしたトラブルのこと忘れちゃったの？
いいえ、すでにあなた様のご命令通りマグニセキュリティに攻撃を命じております。エリアに信号管制を施しました。軍用回線を用いても外部との連絡は不可能でしょう。
Magni, I think. Okay.
まずまずってとこかしら。確実な方法とは言い難いわ。ビーコンや臨時基地局がある限り突破される可能性は残るわけでしょ。ブルースフィア。
Cocoon's demeanor shifts ambiguously. Every word seems to be a warning, thinly veiled in humor.
まさか対策を用意してないわけないわよね。
あくまで応急手段です。ご指示通り分散した調査隊員の捜索、殲滅および通信妨害は継続してまいります。
そう、それならよかった。そうだわ、ちょっとしたアドバイスがあるんだけど聞きたい？
何でしょう？
セシト&ファルベンからの命令だけど、必要時には保険を使えですって。使うか否か、使うタイミングは任せるわ。最後まで手際よくお願いね。保険といえどかなりリスキーだから。同じ命令をマグニセキュリティにも伝えてあるわ。
かしこまりました。
それじゃ頑張ってね。
Before the comms line is terminated, Cocoon suddenly taps the screen.
あ、そうそう。上が調査隊にまた増援を派遣したわ。1日か2日もあればそちらに着くはずよ。もう随分と近づいてるみたい。絶対に気づかれないようにね。
Uh-oh. That's ominous.
404を敵に回したのが運の尽きよ。
Well, going into a large story node. Yep, okay. Oh boy. Having evaded the insistent pursuit of an unknown force, the Survey Corps and Hyde 404 are now taking temporary refuge in an abandoned settlement they had chanced upon. The settlement is shielded by the hills in the southeast, so the Dolls of Hyde are currently monitoring the surrounding areas from their respective hiding spots on the other 3 sides. Considering the extent of damage that Mechty has suffered, Kuki has paired herself up with her.
うわ、ますますおっかないよ。一体どこの誰なんだろう。来るかい。またどこかで恨みでも買ったの？ポートの問題で集落でも充電できなかったし、高出力モードあと3回も使えないんじゃない？
使えるよ。
え、本当に？
一度の戦闘を1分以内に抑えればね。
Under a minute, oof.
それもうバッテリーが枯渇してるじゃん。
Kuki connects to the regional comms channel.
次の作戦は計画してるの？相手の敵意は明白よ。今も近くでこちらを捜索してるでしょうね。もし囲まれでもしたら。
考え中だ。
うわ、このおじさんすごい。こっちはヘトヘトなのにまだ怒る体力があるなんて。もうどっちが人形かわからないよ。
あんたが救いようのないポンコツなだけよ。ミシティ、あんたはここで警戒してなさい。あいつの様子を見てくるわ。
Uh-oh. Kukai heads over to the building in which Dimitri is taking cover and finds him checking and rechecking a slip of paper with an unknown sequence of numbers against a map.
何してるの？あんたね。
静かにしてろ。総長は手がかりを見つけてる最中だ。
いつからああなの？
この集落の看板を見つけてからずっとさ。ここじゃない。ここも違う。
Dimitri seems to be measuring some kind of distance on the map, using his own rugged fingers. However, he eventually gives up and puts the paper away in annoyance.
これが平面ベクトルなら原点がわからないと始まらないわよ。
うるせえ、んなことは分かってる。
Shut up.
あんたが次の命令を出してれば声をかけずに済んだわ。物資にも限りがある。こんな風に当てもなく逃げてたらいずれ敵に追いつかれて全滅する。
少しは頭が回るじゃねえか。
Just then, a young soldier of the Survey Corps enters through the door.
総長、総員配置につきました。ご指示を。
待機だ。
防備を配置したの？
当たり前だ。数字ゲームにほうけてるとでも思ったが。
Why Sudoku?
ぼさっとしてねえで、お前らも協力しろ。指示が欲しかったんだろう。これを。
Dimitri beckons at Kukai and gestures for her to take a closer look at the map.
南東にある高台が見えるか。機械兵器の7割をあそこに配置した。同時に兵も5人向かわせている。陽動を仕掛けるぞ。
陽動？
そうだ。敵は鋭い。3時間もすればここは見つかっちまう。一番近い集落まで6時間はかかる。隠れて行動できる距離じゃない。一気に距離を離せないんなら追っ手の大半を叩くしかない。でなけりゃ次の集落にたどり着く前に全員おだぶつだ。
ここで追っ手を弱らせるつもりね。
そうだ。奴らからしたら俺たちは無勢な上に装備も貧弱だ。反撃するとしても待ち伏せやゲリラ戦を仕掛けてくると考えてるはずだ。それ次の集落に向かうのにこの道は避けて通れない。しかも片側は高台に隣接してる。ここが絶好の待ち伏せポイントだってのは猿でもわかる。俺たちが次の集落へ移動したと知れば敵はまずあの高台に目をつけるだろう。
そんなところに人を配置したら敵の思うツボじゃない。
They probably don't have much of a choice, though.
まだわからねえか、このガラクタが。こっちの機械兵器は大半が中破してる。正面からじゃ勝ち目はねえ。今や無駄に資源を消耗するだけのお荷物だ。だったらここで価値を発揮させた方が賢明だろうが。この作戦の要はお前ら404だ。敵が高台からの銃撃に気を取られてる隙に西側から背後を攻めれば追っ手を一気に壊滅できる。
言っておくけど、そのルートからだと高台にいる味方に配慮はできないわよ。
あの5人は俺が最も信頼する戦友だ。お前なんかよりよっぽど使える。
Oof.
お前らの行動開始とともに陽動部隊が機械兵器の自動迎撃モードを起動する。その後高台の裏から降りて本体と合流する寸法だ。
Trying to make it look like they are surrounded instead.
理想ではね。成功率は4割もないわ。本体と合流する前に包囲される可能性の方が高い。それに敵兵力の概算は前回の戦いに基づいたものよ。もし前回の 130% 以上、つまり敵の数が20人と25機多かった場合、本作戦の成功率は 25% を下回る。
軍人を何だと思ってやがる。成功が保証できなきゃ動けない腰抜けか。
I mean, you would never fight at that point. Literally, and never tell me the odds
あらゆる
situation.
チャンスを掴んで勝利を現実のものにする。それだけだ。
To be fair, though, they don't really have much of a choice, so they have to do what they can.
こんな状況で勝算があるだけマシなんだよ。わかったか。
We're lucky to stand even have a chance. These are the guys that are sitting there being told there's a 99% chance that this operation is going to fail, and this guy's looking at it and saying, "So you're telling me there's a chance?"
覚悟ができてるならそれでいいわ。本体はどうするの？
軽装備だけ持って脱出だ。戦力を保全する。
目的地は？
候補は2つ。1つは最寄りの集落だが、住民がいるか物資を補給できるかはわからない。もう1つは同じ方向にある基地局だ。見つけ出して直せれば通信が回復して援軍との連絡が取れる。
I'm all in for that 0.0000%, 1% all in. Let's go gambling. Aw, dang it.
基地局までの距離は？
Aw, dang it.
集落と同じだな。徒歩で6時間だ。
6 hours on foot.
徒歩？軍用車はどうしたの？
軍用車だと？こっから先は徒歩のみだ。
どういうこと？
お前らの車両を除けば調査隊に残されたのは大型が1台と小型の軍用トラックだけだ。この作戦を成功させるには1体を敵が現れる可能性が最も高い北東において注意を引きつける必要がある。その周りに騒がしい小型偵察機を数台配置しておく。
Oh, using the Jeep as bait.
大した戦闘力はねえが音だけはでかいからな。敵を引きつけるにも味方に注意を促すにももってこいだ。ま、 そうなると車と偵察機の回収は無理だろうがな。
もう一台はどうするの？
陽動部隊の脱出用だ。あれで本体に追いつかせる。
賢明な判断だとは思えないわね。本体と合流するのが困難なことはあんたも承知のはずよ。なぜ
ガラクタに何がわかる。困難と知りながら前へ進むのが英雄だ。英雄の退路を断とうとする奴は人間のクズだ。あいつらは陽動部隊だ。特攻部隊じゃない。
作戦の成功が最優先よ。
Dmitry takes a deep breath.
俺が指揮を取る。お前らは黙って指示に従え。いいな。機械ごときに世話を焼かれてたまるか。
Yuki decides not to argue with the stubborn Dmitry.
作戦内容は把握した。各自行動を始めるわ。それじゃ。
30分後、集落の南西で集合だ。
了解。
This sounds like it's gonna be really intense of a fight, but it makes sense because I think that's what they were going right now. I mean, he pretty much, yeah, he's exactly in one of those situations where he doesn't really, he's got no easy way out of this. He has to try something. And in this kid's situation, you know, he does have the dolls, sure, but they're not exactly, they're not truly his soldiers, which is one thing. The other thing, too, is, you know, as they said, they don't necessarily have a lot of battery reserve. So, you know, he needs to preserve the men he has a lot more, as much as possible, because he's going to need them more than anything else. Which is rough, but that's the situation they're in. Anyway, Kuke fills in the other 404 members on the operation plan. After confirming the basic terrain around the settlement, they join the Survey Corps in hiding within an abandoned building in the southwestern part of the settlement.
この時間、普段ならもう寝てるはずなのに。
Well, yeah, that's gonna be the, like, it's a situation that machine, like, AI versus, because the dolls are technically AI, you know, anything that thinks heavily in logic is automatically going to want to choose the most effective means of survival and try to maximize that. Whereas, you know, humans may have very different viewpoints from it, which is why, like, one of the interesting things about about artificial intelligence is that it's actually like the entirety of the field itself is like a study on human psychology as well. And one of the 4 pillars I remember was basically acting and thinking like a human. And that was one of the 4 pillars for an AI to have to figure out. So it doesn't surprise me that they're still kind of like that something that's so heavily logic driven is struggling to understand the sentimentality or like other things like that. Man doesn't want to lose his people, but at the same time, you know, what's he going to be able to do?
ディミトリーが言うように、うまくいくのかな。
The problem is, his enemies probably are all like, well, I mean, Blue Spear we already know of, but, you know, if the enemy is using logic, then they're probably going to have their own approach to this too.
どうだろう。敵戦力が変わらないことが前提になってるけど、そうじゃなかったら大変かもね。
ああ、なるほど。お姉ちゃん、あいつら大丈夫かな。
人間たちに期待するより、私たちで何ができるかを考えた方が賢明よ。それに、ここで敵との距離を引き離すことは大事よ。
わかった。美容家頑張る。
アンドリス、作戦中は車から離れないで。物資の安全が最優先よ。撤退が早まったら連絡するから。
はい、来るかい隊長。
4 dolls lapse into silence as they remain at their station. Soon after that, an ear-splitting alarm goes off in the northeast, followed by a vicious burst of gunfire. At the same time, the vehicle deployed beforehand explodes, and Dimitri's voice can be heard through the regional comms channel. With the first gunshot fired from up on the hill, the battle has officially begun. So 15 and 17, which is lower than what they were saying, which I think was 20 men and 25 automatons. But granted, that's just this force.
ビオカ、ミシティ。敵が南東に50メートル前進したら仕掛けるわよ。敵を後ろから包囲したら、ビオカは空中ユニットを優先的に処理。相手の偵察範囲を縮めて。
The anti-air automatons are a mistranslation. Oh, maybe.
ミシティは私と重装および地上ユニットを南西にいる本体に気づかれないよう注意しなさい。
了解。分かった。
I'm gonna stay on the benefit of the doubt.
アンドリスは
It
ここ
doesn't
で
seem
待
like
機。
it doesn't seem
も
odd.
し敵が来たら付近に設置した爆薬とスモークを起爆して本体の場所がバレないよう引きつけるのよ。
了解。フルカイ隊長。
Even though the enemy force is thrown in disarray at first, they soon regain their footing and launch an attack on the hills using cover and their anti-air units. Kuki keeps gauging the distance between them and the enemy force. Finally, she gives the order.
404行動開始。
As the dolls enter the fray, the enemy attack becomes noticeably hamstrung. Meanwhile, Dimitri starts directing the main force in retreating toward the target settlement.
お姉ちゃん、空中ユニットは全部撃破したよ。
上出来ね。
やっか。だったらこっち手伝ってよ。このデカブツめちゃくちゃいっぱいなんだけど。
ビオカ、ミシティのサポート。重装ユニットを近づけさせないで。他は私がやるわ。
分かった。お姉さんも気をつけてね。
Timing a move carefully, Kuki detonates another set of explosives, successfully impeding the enemy's attempt to regroup.
本体、こちらハイド404。追撃部隊の制圧態勢に入ったわ。
よし、わかった。イヴァン、そっちはあと何人残ってる？
残り3人だ。だが1人は重傷で動け。
敵がこっちに気づいた様子は？
まだだ。今はこっちを集中的に狙ってるが、404のおかげでなんとか持ちこたえてる。それどころか奴ら10分前に404の方へ兵を割いてる。
They might be thinking that or something. I
ド
don't
ロ
know.
ーンを優先的に撃墜した。地形に小変、砂塵の影響で奴らの視界は最悪のはずだ。本体の存在には気づいてないだろう。さすがだな、リミー。こんな作戦を思いつくとは。
おめ言葉は後でじっくり聞くさ。
Like you can see that part of his chin moving.
任務終了だ。高台の裏を回ってそこから撤退しろ。
了解。
404はあと15分持ちこたえろ。イヴァンたちが撤退した後、全機械兵器を爆破して敵の追撃ルートを塞げ。その後はできるだけ敵を撃破しながら撤退しろ。本体と合流できるよう急げ。通信を怠るな。
了解。 すごい、こんなにうまくいくなんて。
Everyone in the regional comms channel breathes a sigh of relief and starts to relax a little. Still staying close to the jeep, and Doris suddenly looks to the side in alarm.
みんな、西から熱源反応。敵の増援かもしれない。
Yeah, they literally just jinxed it.
敵が救援信号を受け取ったんだ。
Whoops!
こちらへと高速接近中。本体と接触する可能性大。
なんだと。
近くに遮蔽物はない。その場で隠れて。
間に合われ。
The wave of dust kicked up by the enemy reinforcements' march is already within Dimitri's view.
熱源反応から空中ユニット10機、重装ユニット5機と推測。兵士の数は不明。
Even though everyone has prepared for the worst, the moment enemy reinforcements actually show up, their despair is still palpable through the comms channel.
総員、すべての照明装備を落とし、その場に伏せろ。指示するまでは絶対に動くな。音も立てるな。来たぞ。敵は目視距離まで接近。規模は404が予想した倍以上だ。
The comms channel lapses into silence. As the seconds tick by, the enemy's anti-air units are fast approaching the survey corps, and will soon spot the barely hidden soldiers. No tricks or tactics will save them from the enemy's superior firepower. All the soldiers press themselves to the ground with bated breath, doing everything they can to produce their biosigns.
そのルートだとティミーのいる本体と接触するんだな。どうにかして引き離すしかないな。
Hearing Ivan's voice of the communicator, Dimitri is compelled to respond, even though he just gave the order to prevent anyone from making a sound.
勝手に動くな。何するつもりだ。
助けを呼ぶ。俺たちの任務まだ終わりじゃなかったようだ。
Oh,
何をふざけてやがる。援軍なんざどこでもたついてるかもしれない。
this sounds like a prepare to salute, boys. Dimitri stops abruptly mid-sentence when he realizes what his comrade is getting at.
敵がなぜ我々に固執するかは分からんが、俺たちが援軍を呼ぼうとすれば何が何でも阻止しに来るだろう。
余計なことは考えるな。お前たちの任務は本体と合流することだ。
Dimitri, sometimes you're gonna have to play with the sacrifice.
ディミ、落ち着いて聞くんだ。
You can barely hear the sad tone, or the sad music playing.
俺たちは援軍との連絡に成功し合流するよう見せかける。ディミ、お前はその隙にみんなを連れて逃げろ。だが長くは持たない。奴らがフェイクに気づけばすぐに折り返すだろう。
俺の命令が聞けねえってのか。
Yeah, he's definitely got one problem here.
俺たちの任務は陽動を仕掛け本体の撤退を援護することだ。
言葉遊びはいい。今すぐ撤退しろ。聞こえたか。
Then if he rejoins with you guys, what are you guys gonna do then? He's not thinking rationally here at this point. Ivan says nothing in response to Dimitri's fury. The winds and gunfire in the yellow zone resound in the comms channel.
ディミ、ことが済んだら俺たちをモスクワに連れ戻してくれ。
Get out your F's and salutes in the chat, boys.
すべての夢が始まった場所だ。俺は死んでもそこに帰る。
Amid the silence, Ivan's voice sounds ghostly, almost unreal.
今やめろ。やめるんだ。
Ivan makes no answer. The mechanical units on the hills to the southeast of the settlement suddenly stop firing and start following a jeep that is speeding in the completely opposite direction. A signal flare, with a bright trailing tail, soars into the night sky with no second thoughts. The amber flare flashes several times in the sky at a certain frequency, then falls into the vast desert. This sudden deployment has drawn the attention of both the enemy force fighting within the settlement and the reinforcements currently en route to the settlement. The Survey Corps is exposing their own route, as making them doubt the authenticity of their intelligence.
Daicho! この信号は援軍と合流する気か。しかし情報では援軍の到着までまだ時間があったはず。
上からの情報はいつもこうだ。派手に動いたからな。ロレンが気づいて援軍を複数派遣した可能性もある。
Bruh, it's the mangoes.
ではどうすれば。撤退しますか。上には気づかれるなと言われてますし。
バカが。増援が来た時点でこっちの存在はバレてる。目標も回収できていない。撤退して増援の到着を待つつもりか。集落で待機しているご飯を呼べ。速やかに人形どもを撃破し、援軍との合流を阻止しろ。7班を援護しろ。方向転換だ。全力で追え。
Having received their instructions, the anti-air units pivot swiftly, ignoring the group of soldiers lying on their stomachs under the cover of the night, just a short distance away. They instead head in Ivan's direction to give pursuit. To give soup. What? Oh, that is actually sad. I am not even gonna. Okay, it's done. Familiar military song accompanied by the sound of artillery fire can be heard through the Survey Corps regional comms channel. It is a chorus of only 3 voices, but it resounds more sonorously than ever. Mechi clenches his fist. His voice grows hoarse and hollow. Kukai briefly assesses the number of remaining armed units within the settlement and their distance from the main force.
アンドリス、ミシティ、ビオカ。軽装備とアンドリスの外付け装備だけ持って撤退しなさい。
まさか来るかい。あの人数と一人で戦う気なの？無茶だよ。重装ユニットも1機残ってるんだよ。少なくとも2人がかりじゃないと。私が残ってお姉ちゃんをサポートする。ミシティとアンドリスは先に行って。命令を聞きなさい。同じことを何度も言わせないで。敵はすぐ近くにいる。こんな時に車で動けば確実に見つかるし、本体の居場所までバレてしまう。徒歩で撤退するしかない。アンドリスの外付け装備は重いから2人で運んで1人が護衛するの。そのせいで移動速度は落ちる。今すぐ出発しなさい。
外付け装備を置いていったら、そうすれば一緒に逃げられる。
I love how they just refer to it as the big gun.
任務はまだ終わってない。あんたの外付け装備は必須よ。出発しなさい。今。
Seeing that Kukai has already made up her mind, the 3 dolls know better than to argue. They nod at each other and begin their withdrawal.
エリート人形の実力をとくと見せてあげるわ。
Having detected Hyde 404's hideout, the enemy units start gathering towards the area. After confirming that her 3 teammates have successfully departed, Kukai double-checks her physical condition and gear, and then calmly steps into the night filled with smoke and flames. I will make it back. I will not fall. Kukai pulls her thoughts away from the figure that has surfaced in her neurocloud for now, and pulls her trigger resolutely. The battle begins anew. Cowabunga it is! On Dimitri's end. The enemy reinforcements have gone off after Ivan. At Dimitri's command, the soldiers cautiously scan their surrounding area.
このエリアに敵はいませんね。総長、イバンの方に捜索隊を送る必要は。
Mechi knows full well what the soldier is hinting at. He gazes silently at the horizon, where the sky is aglow with the flames of battle. Little by little, the flying sparks devour the wrath and despair in his eyes. There is no more singing through the comms channel. It got cut off abruptly, along with the sound of artillery and the howling wind. Ooh. Ouch.
いや、いい。
Dimitri closes his eyes. His gaunt figures betray the vicissitudes of life.
もし通信が届かないだけだったら。
The picture reminded me of the 1/4/16 animation by the guy who's making Last Resort. Oof. I have not seen that.
二度も言わせるな。総員、音を立てずに支度しろ。ここを出る。
でも
命令を聞け。
The young soldier still wants to say something, but Larian smacks him upside the head.
総長はここにいる誰よりもイバンを助けたいんだ。一人だったら真っ先に飛び出してるだろうさ。
Look, it's big words. They have to sound smart. It just has to be that way.
だが、俺たちの命を預かってる以上、イバンたちの犠牲を無駄にするわけにはいかない。
Yep.
すいません、伍長。俺、何も知らないで。
Dimitri waves it off. Then he opens the map and checks it again. Checks it against the paper slip again. A brief moment later, he slaps himself hard on the face.
そうか。そういうことか。ちくしょう。なぜもっと早く気づかない。
He picks up his communicator and tunes into the regional comms channel.
総員、目的地を北西 1.5 キロのヤホドナ山に変更。直ちに出発するぞ。404、状況報告しろ。
こちら3名の素体損傷率は約 25%。 現在装備を携行しながら本体方面へ移動中。ご了承であと20分くらい。
10分くらい、okay.
ただ古川お姉ちゃんがたった一人で集落の敵の足止めを。
どいつもこいつも英雄気取りか。クソが。
Mechi understands the reason behind 404's course of action, but he still can't help him but let out a curse.
あんたね。
Just as Belka is about to talk back, Kuklai's impassive voice speaks through the comms channel.
勝手に殺さないでくれる？お姉ちゃん！集落内に残存した敵は全て撃破したわ。弾薬の消耗率は予想以上。素体の一部が損耗。更新速度が 78% まで低下。隊長、よかった。ディミトリーのおじさんがおっかないのは知ってたけど、こんな作戦はもうゴリゴリだよ。
Are you guys really wanting to say all this over the comms when he's listening right now?
運が良かったな。お前の損耗なんざ知ったこっちゃねえ。さっさとついてこい。目的地はヤホドラ山だ。
Oh yeah, he sucks. He's stupid. Yeah, he made a stupid. He's telling us those stupid things, and they're just like, shut up. Man's about to like punch the next doll he sees. Yeah.
At long last, under Dimitri's leadership, the surviving soldiers of the Survey Corps and the Dulls of Hyde 404 file into a cave under the cover of the night. With no further directives from their commander, the soldiers who had just had a close brush with death all slumped to the ground with their backs against the rocky walls, the fierce battle that they had just experienced still fresh in their minds. Nobody turns on any light source. Nobody says a word. The Dulls of Hyde 404 are also sitting quietly in the cave, keeping some distance from the Survey Corps. They each inspect their own physical condition.
隊長、私たちの平均素体損傷率 35% になってる。さっきの戦いで車両と中の修理用部品は全て紛失。
Oof.
たかが 35% でしょ。大したことないわ。
I mean, that could be pretty bad for some.
アンドリスが言ったのは平均値。お姉ちゃんの損傷率が一番高いんだよ。
私は平気よ。
As weird as it kinda is, I would have actually liked to see some of the damage. So we saw in the CG earlier that like some of their clothing was like messed up and stuff. So like, I think the jacket was a little bit messed up. I think like hers was also. I think part of her pants were messed up. I think Mechty's like collar was also slightly damaged. It would be actually really neat to see that a bit more. But I mean, it would have added to like this whole story. Granted, it wouldn't have been much, but it would have still been a nice little detail.
本当に左目とか結構やばそうだけど。
Your left eye looks horrific. Oof.
銃弾がかすっただけ。見た目ほど影響はないわ。
でも
Kukai shakes her head softly at Andoris, telling her to drop the subject. But she receives no visual feedback on Andoris' concerned expression through her left visual module. Her left eye is utterly ruined.
アンドリス、現在地の詳しい情報はつかめる？
I thought it was her, wasn't it her, it was her leg, wasn't it? Like I think her thigh was just had a hole in it. No, they never show any of that on the sprites. Yeah, that probably would be horrific. I mean, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't need to be like, you know, there's just like their eyeball is missing. Like, that's fine if they don't want to make it that gruesome, but it could just be like their clothing is a little tattered. Like, it doesn't have to be that far. They don't have to be like that hyper realistic. I'm not asking for that. Like, it's fine. I'm just saying it would have added a lot more to the immersion of the story if they were a little bit banged up. Not necessarily like missing parts or anything. Just straight up like clothing damage is fine.
なんとか静的マップとさっきの集落の位置情報を照らし合わせた結果だけど、今ヤホドナ山の岩塩港にいるみたいね。この岩塩港放棄されて結構経つよ。中は無人になってる。
なるほど。ビオカ、ミシティ、あんたたちは体力の温存を優先。低電力モードで待機。アンドリスは暗視機能で周囲を警戒。レーダーもドローンも使えない。今はあんたが私たちの目になるの。
任せて。来るかい隊長。
Yeah, already on it, passes out.
了解、お姉ちゃん。
Despite her injuries and exhaustion, Mechty does not zonk out immediately like she usually would. Instead, she hugs her weapon close and gazes uneasily at the pitch-dark sky outside the cave. After giving the 404 members their orders, Kukai stands up and walks over to Dimitri quietly. He's sitting in a corner, deeper into the cave, having a whispered conversation with Larian.
デミ、ざっくりだけど点検し終えた。物資は残り 20%、 仲間も半分以下まで減ってる。イヴァンとレブはもう俺のせいだ。
You didn't let them down. They chose that of their own will.
いや、あんな状況から生き延びたんだ。大したもんだよ。 それはそうとディミ、あのメモの解読はできたのか？いきなりこんなところに連れてきてどういうつもりだ？
Dimitri leans back tiredly against the cave wall, clutching his gun tightly in his hand.
ニコライを覚えてるか？
Larion racks his brain for a moment.
ニコライってあの軍人家庭出身のボンボンか？よくは知らないな。タイも違うし。お前と仲が良かったのは覚えてるよ。まあな。上が公表した MIA リストのあいつの名前が奴はあの部隊を指揮してた。
I had a feeling they were building up this character, so it doesn't exactly surprise me that he's on the list of MIA.
拾ったドッグタグはあいつのもんだ。
Oh, that's horrible.
結局はローレンの犬か。見ろ、何の意味もないだろ。どうせ長生きしない。ろくな死に方すらできない。
Larion mutters some expletives through gritted teeth, whether out of contempt for Nikolai or general malcontent. Dimitri cannot tell.
そんなことはどうでもいい。重要なのは、あいつとイヴァンのおかげでメモの謎が解けたってことだ。
With that, Dimitri pulls the pieces of paper that were found on the deceased out of his pocket. He smooths out the creases, then turns on his small flashlight and angles himself further away from the cave entrance and blocks the light with his own body. Actually said to block the light with his own body.
こいつは実際の地図データを元に変換された座標系だ。ここ、ここ、それとここ。この数字は全部実際の座標を示してる。それにしちゃ変だ。数字がでかすぎる。このエリアの場所とは思えない。ああ、二次変換してるからな。その二次変換の方法がどうしてもわからなかった。ここを見てみろ。オリジン。初めは原点を探せという意味だと思ってた。だが違った。
Six-letter key. Dimitri pulls up the map on his communicator.
新ソ連の国土面積とモスクワの座標を覚えてるか？メモの数字からその2つの値を引いてみろ。
Larion does some mental calculations and references the longitude and latitude on the map.
合ってる。やるなディビー。頭の悪いやつだ。昔ニコライと戦場で似たようなのを見てるからな。
Interesting.
あいつは軍の暗号が気に入らないのか、毎回自分で作りたがるんだ。例えば、いや、誰も使いやしねえ。どうだっていいことだ。
Dimitri looks a little forlorn.
しかし、どうやってこれに気づいたんだ？オリジンは原点じゃねえ。新ソ連、つまり俺たちの原点、モスクワのことだ。イヴァンのおかげで思い出した。新ソ連の大地がある限り僕は引き下がらない。ニコライの言葉だ。それでこの2つの値が二次変換の鍵になったわけだ。他の人間には確かに意味不明だろう。
Okay.
未だにこの数字を使ってたとはな。ニコライは新ソ連を忘れも裏切りもしてなかった。ああ、そういう意味で言ったんじゃ。
Sparing his old comrade any further awkwardness, Dimitri swipes across the map and points at a location.
前回の作戦の位置と照らし合わせてマークした場所の一つがこの辺だと分かった。場所をマークした理由は分からねえ。だがあいつの部下は死ぬまで手放さなかった。無意味なはずがない。あいつが伝えたかったことを 俺たちの目で確かめて世界に広めてやるんだ。
さっき周囲を見てみたけど、特に変わった点はなかったぞ。
この洞窟は広い。何かあるとしたら奥だろう。お前は兵たちと入り口に残って身を隠しつつ外を警戒しろ。俺は護衛2人と404を連れて奥を見てくる。
That sounds like things are gonna get really nasty.
了解。
After hesitating for a moment, Larian opens his supply pack, counts his remaining ammunition, and hands over more than half of it to Dimitri.
気をつけろよ、ディミ。一緒に来た仲間はもう残り少ない。
Dimitri does not accept the ammunition. He gives Larian a pat on the shoulder and helps him turn out his collar, which is rumpled from under the strap of his weapon.
心配すんな。俺がそう簡単にくたばる玉かよ。
Don't jinx it. I'm not jinxing anything. I'm saying that sounds like it's gonna be horrible.
それと総長だ。何度も言わせるな。新兵どもに悪影響を与えたらどうする。
There's definitely a level of respectable camaraderie among these guys, and it really does show in this part. They didn't really focus on it in part 1, but it's nice to at least see it a lot more here. They're doing a really good job at building them up. It's nice that, like, I guess it is kind of a nice thing too, because it's like, it shows that they're not 100% just wanting to focus on the dolls. They're also willing to focus on the world around them, and also characters that may not necessarily be that big. So I'm actually really kind of happy to say that they're doing more than just they're character building more than dolls. Larian chuckles.
は、総長。
そうだ。お前に任務をやろう。さっき若いのが2人泣いてるのを見た。俺の代わりに慰めてこい。
After sending his subordinate away, Dimitri drops all pretense of bluntness and turns sullenly toward Kluke, who has been standing not far away.
ガラクタ人形ってのは盗み聞きが趣味なのか?
Yeah. I mean, I do like how they do it. Like, Ale has at least done a good... Like, Ale's story building isn't bad. Like, I would honestly... If I had to give a general rating for their story, I would say that it's pretty... It's definitely in a pretty decent category. It's one of the more interesting stories I've read, but it's also, like, what hurts it so much is execution. And I'm sure, like, that's not... I'm sure they've heard all kinds of people talk about it. Well, it took AL a lot longer. It did, but I think part of it was, too, is they wanted to build perspective of, like, the situation you're in. And I think one of the best examples for Azur Lane is what happened during the Raffaello event, the Paradiso of... I forgot what it's called. Shackled Light, I think. And I think that particular event, it was a very good indicator of, like, how Ale's story is. Because it's one of those, like I said, it's one of those things where, you know, you're not really learning a crazy amount of things in that event, but one of the most interesting things about it is when you take a step back and look at everything that's happening in that event, you realize that what's going on in that event was basically exactly what the first 3-4 years of Azur Lane was. So they've been building up that perspective and that point, and then the Raffaello event, you look at it and you're saying, whoa, this is basically the same thing, just elsewhere. Everything that we have been experiencing in the first X number of years, we're seeing it happen again, but we're in a different perspective. We're no longer in the perspective of being the actual actors in that scene. We're the what do they call it? The observers, or the, you know, we basically took on the role of observer in that case. We're watching it all play out in front of us. Granted, Marco Polo is a different situation. She was also a player in it, but for the commander in that particular thing, you know, he's overlooking and seeing everything that Hierophant's willing to show him. and at the same time, it makes, you know, him being a character that was always a part of those, you know, of what was going on in his particular world, is now seeing that exact same past being played out where he's not an actor in it. So I think that's one of the most interesting and fascinating parts of that of the Paradiso event, is that you are literally looking at what you've been dealing with, but from a completely different perspective. Magician did the same thing in a roundabout way. Kinda. The Magician's whole thing was trying to push the idea that the sirens are an important part of a solution that the commander has, when in reality the Magician also learned that the commander is such a powerful entity that he can find a way to make things work when he doesn't necessarily need the sirens. In a way, it's a bit of a revelation for two sides. So Magician learns that the sheer power of the commander and his influence and what he can do to change the entire world around him, whereas the commander is sitting there realizing that what's the best way to describe that one? How would I describe it from the commander's perspective? It's basically a case where the commander he does lean towards trying to protect the characters that he always has around him, but at the same time he also has to realize that sometimes taking advantage of what has happened in these characters' lives and using it in a way that works, not necessarily to inflict or cause more trauma, but to actually play towards it and try to, deal with the issues that that those characters have, can help make them stronger. So, like what happened with Hipper in the end there, where instead of just trying to use whatever strategy or something he had, he realizes that it's not just his ships that it's not just the normal consen that matter, but the metas too. And while he may not necessarily be against the metas, he has to realize at the same time that they're just as important to him as the constant that he's been around the entire time. But I think that's the hard part about AL, is all of this, like all of the interesting moments of these stories is so obscured and buried by its horrible execution. I know not everybody here. I made a post on Twitter not pretty much not long before this stream started, where I started talking about some of the things I would like to see Ozerline do better. Because this video I'm working is two parts. It's a brutal critique of the game as it stands right now, and the other half is basically what AL needs to do a better job at. So the reason I'm doing both of those is because I want people to not think I'm just trashing the game because, it's not relevant anymore. No, I genuinely do want the game to do well, and then that's really it. And it's unfortunate that I say it this way, but because of the way AL is right now, the only thing the game truly offers is fan service. I'm not trying to be horribly mean to the game, but if you look at story, characters, and gameplay, so many other games do a better job at it. And the reason, there's a lot of reasons I have for that. And story's biggest problem is its execution. It muddies and makes it hard for new readers to follow. That's really its issue there. But yeah. That's something I'm gonna just basically talk about when I get around to the video. I've already had to do a rewrite or two already. A little crazy, but yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I do appreciate that GFL, at least in this game, I haven't played GFL 1 to know much about it, but they're building up Dimitri, they're building up Larian. I forgot the other dude's name because he wasn't around long enough for me to get familiar with him. What was his name? Shoot. Nikolai, thank you. They're building up these characters, even the guys that just sacrifice themselves, and that very last moment where they're singing that anthem. and in a way is patriotic. Ivan, thank you. It kind of is one of those things where you're just like, you know, what to quote the TF2 and the soldiers line, "Godspeed, you magnificent bastard." But it's one of those, like, it's that kind of building up the characters that they've done a great job on, and I'm really happy to see that. So that is something I could definitely praise this game for, is how good they're doing at building not just the characters that are in the game, but also the the humans that are not necessarily major players in the overall scheme of things. So I like that.
話が終わるのを待ってただけよ。たとえ機密情報だったとしても、場所を選ばないあんたが悪い。
もういい。さっきの貢献に免じて不問にしてやる。お前ら、暗視機能は生きてるか？
軽い損傷はあるけど、まだなんとか。
なら用意しとけ。5分後に出発する。この奥に隠された秘密が何なのか確かめに行くぞ。
You can make an NPC either the most annoying or the most heroic person, even though they've been there for like 5 slides. Well, yeah, like, no, that's just a sign of a very good, like, the writers know what are doing a very good job. Because in reality, one of the most annoying and painful things when it comes to any type of story is the lack of nuance on a character. So, like, I think one of the best examples that I can give that I can refer to on a constant situation is a character like, I mean, he's a villain, but is Handsome Jack from the Borderlands series. He's a guy that, you know, in Borderlands 2, you see him as the antagonist. You see him as just a horrible, like, you know, ends justified the means character that is willing to do anything to absolutely crush you, even willing to take out some of the characters that you've known through the previous game. And then when you get to the pre-sequel, where you get familiar with him, you actually see Handsome Jack from the other side of that perspective. You see him as this weak, kind of timid and scared character that doesn't really know what he's doing or how to really be a leader. And it is such a shock from what you see in 2 and what you see in pre-sequel. And then as you go through the game as those characters, you start to see a little bit how his character develops into what made him 2. And the worst, actually, no, sorry, not the worst. The best part of it is that you understand his anger in 2 because of what happened in 1.5 or in pre-sequel. That is one, like, he got the best written villain when Borderlands 2 was out, and then pre-sequel came and released out, and people got to see the other half of Jack that made him into that person. And I think that is really what highlighted why his character was so good. Well, not good in the sense of like a protagonist, but it gave him another layer that actually made him more complicated than just simply being the bad guy. That's kind of a problem a lot of games do have is Infield to a degree had this issue where the enemies that are in Infield, the Landbreakers, and this new character whose name I still don't have down, they were just simply bad guys. There was no nuance to them or anything that made us like, oh, okay, I understand why they might have done this. So, yeah. It really shows the level of detail, the ability of the imagination, and just how complex a writer can be when it comes to making characters that are annoying, but you understand why they are. Like, Dimitri, I'm sure I'll understand why he hates dolls. But even if he is as annoying as he is to these dolls, and I can be slightly more biased towards them because, yeah, you know, they're dolls I have under my account. It's kind of like on Ozalane, you know, any character that you like in Ozalane, if anything bad happens to them, you're like looking at the person who's causing it, being like, I will destroy you, and then myself. No, but it's a special level of skill that comes from, you look at the character that is being mean to these characters, and you're able to look at it and say, oh, well, as much as I hate it, I understand why you're this way. So that's a beautiful thing about it. Hey, Igris. Good morning. Well, good evening for me. But yeah, it's a great thing.
了解
So Beatrice in Blue Archive sucks as a villain. Well, yeah, like, Beatrice was definitely a weak, like, she was weak in the sense that she didn't really stand out that much. She was just overtly evil. Granted, she had a reason to do what she was trying to do. But it wasn't anywhere near the level that a lot of villains are. Villain doesn't need to be complex. Having a fully blown evil guy can be rather satisfying. Oh no, absolutely. And that's why sometimes, like, those type of characters are actually nice to have, but it also does help to have, you know, a simple bad guy can be good, but it needs to be done properly. At the same time, it's one of the safest and one of the more complex and interesting ways to go about making antagonists is to give people a reason to relate to them. Because that makes their decision process, you know, you look at how they act in a certain scenario, and you sit there and say, what would I have done? Would I have been different? And then it makes you realize they might not necessarily be as bad as you're thinking they are. It's kind of like Genshin has that with the Fatui. At the first, we thought they were horribly evil people, but then you start to see a little bit of that slip as you go through a lot of the other arcs. Granted, not all of them, but because clearly some of them are just absolutely horrible people, but at the same time, you see characters like, you know, as much as Natlan wasn't the greatest of stories, Capitan was a character that definitely broke that mold. Dottore, on the other example, I don't know him that much. But, you know, and you could even to a degree, like, I would even say that that somewhat extends to Raiden A. It's not a perfect one because I know there was a lot of issues with the story being rushed, but there's a lot of things that if you take a step back and analyze everything about the story, you start to look at it and say, okay, no, I think I understand her perspective a bit, but at the same time, she's still very wrong. What's really interesting too is you get to see what Eternity really looks like in Sumeru. But yeah, like, I like characters that are complex, they have multiple dimensions to them, and sometimes they make it to where I can relate to them. It's one of the things, I hate it sometimes because I'm like, yeah, I probably would do that too if I'm honest. But it's a thing where I have to like look at the character and evaluate it that way. It's why a lot of times, when I'm yapping in Blue Archive, it's because I'm analyzing how that student behaves in that circumstance. You know, why they are doing what they are doing. And it's that kind of level of understanding that character that makes him a lot better too. Because it's like, oh no, I would have done this too. Oh god, that's the Boojum. Not the Boojum. It's the Boojum. Monarchino is interesting. I've actually not gone through that part of Genshin. I've not done Fontaine. I've heard it's a really good arc. Like, I've heard of all of the Genshin, like, nation arcs, Fontaine, I think, is #1 still. Though Sumeru is a pretty good one, too. It's just big area. So anyway, the Elbow cruises along in the night. It's traveling at the same speed, but the vibrations we are experiencing as the vehicle is in motion are putting me on edge. Oh, so we're at Commander Point. While we are en route to offer Hyde 404 reinforcement, Lena gets in touch once again, but this time she brings bad news. She has lost contact with Kukai and the others. Fontaine is a good art to go through despite being rather dialogue heavy, yeah. Well, I mean, things being dialogue heavy aren't bad at all. Like, As long as it's not like useless exposition, which Arknights has a problem with, you know, things can be long-winded, but they can be because there's a very complex story with multiple subplots going on. The commander jump scare. Boo! Losing contact in the contamination zone is a common but nonetheless distressing phenomenon. Bounty hunters who I met briefly, convoys of underground brokers with whom I occasionally do business, adventurers who happen to have hitched a ride on the Elmo. I have crossed paths with so many people in the wind and sand, only to never hear from them ever again. But never thought the same would happen with them this time. Fortunately, with Lena's help, Dyer and I managed to make contact, and we agreed on a meeting place. Right now, the Elmo is headed towards the location at full speed. However, the signal reception seems to be deteriorating, and my instinct tells me that this isn't a coincidence. I can't help but regret the sincerity I wanted to demonstrate. The prospect of having Hyde 404 join my ranks had been such a relief to me that I forgot the rules within the contamination zone. If I had contacted them sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. I can only pray that my naive desire to give them a surprise has not put them in terrible danger. The Elmo is already traveling at full velocity. I just hope we won't be too late. No, I have faith in her and Hyde 404. This time, I'll be the one who comes to you, Kuklai. Meanwhile, Helena better. Andoris and Kuklai are exploring the salt mine cave with the Survey Corps, while Mechty and Belka are investigating another tunnel.
隊長、ミシティと美容家を別の行動に行かせてよかったの？この内部の構造図、もう古くて頼りにならないよ。
Yeah, I was about to say, it is kind of a kept you waiting, huh? Exactly. We're getting back OG wife. I see.
ここ、思った以上に広いし、地形もかなり入り組んでる。
OG wife is M4. Meanwhile, there's just Sopma Jr. crying in a puddle.
普段はああでも404のメンバーには変わりないわ。陽動作戦で敵が用心深くなってるとはいえ、ここが見つかるのは時間の問題よ。できるだけ早く済ませないと。
No, not Junior. Yes, Junior. She's in a puddle crying right now. Once they turn the corner, the path widens out. Out of a thoughtful consideration for Kuklai's damaged left eye, Andores positions herself on her left side. She brushes her fingertips lightly on the small white crystalline substance on the surface of the wall.
岩塩港なんて初めて。なんて不思議な場所。
No, low key, I kind of want to. If they ever do an April Fool's event and Sopma Jr. is not involved at all, yet until now, make her an April Fool's character that everyone just gets. That would be hilarious. And her little model is just her like riding on a little dinner gate running around the stage. Plot twist is she's actually really good.
岩壁には人工的に開削された跡があるけど、波みたいな溝や色とりどりの模様は自然によるものだね。
それが不思議？
うん。私、グリーンエリアのビル群か、イエローエリアの荒野しか知らないから。
She has zero
自然と
damage
共
but
に発
infinite
展してるのを
talk.
見ると不思議に感じるな。人間にはいつも驚かされちゃう。ここの一部を療養施設に改造しようだなんてよく思いついたよね。
大方金儲けの手段でしょ。
Dimitri humps at Kuklai's remark from the forefront of the expedition group.
お前に何がわかる？人間はな、 任務と金しか頭にないガラクタとは違うんだよ。それに人間のひらめきがなけりゃお前ら人形どもが作られることもなかった。
That is really funny coming from someone who has to fight and who will have to fight and also work with dolls. And he also severely hates them. Noticing Kuko's irritation, unnoticed tactfully changes the subject.
私もっと早く製造されてたらな。コーラプス放射線のない世界見てみたかった。地下200メートルでの生活なんて息苦しいとしか思えないのに、ここではそれが特色なんだね。過去の調査報告によると、この療養施設が長らく観光業の主役だったんだって。洞窟内には天然ガスのパイプラインが大量に敷かれてるらしいよ。ガスのおかげで年中暖かくて、観光客が後を絶たなかったんだとか。
Huh.
旅行客の写真には街や畑、植物や広い道路、行き来する車も写ってた。とても人気のある観光地だったんだね。
アンドリス、無駄な資料読んでないで任務に集中しなさい。
はーい。でも世界にこんなに賑やかな場所があっただなんて。ディミトリーさんは新ソ連人の方でしたよね。この辺りにはお詳しいんですか？
いや、
え？
その時代に俺は生まれてねえ。学校でもそんな無意味な知識は教えなかった。
It's a nice place to visit in Slovakia. Oh, okay.
そうだったんですね。私は無意味だとは思いませんけれど。
昔がどうだったかは知らねえが、
Mechi gives the thick pipe mounted on the wall a smack.
今や町も療養施設も消え失せ、残るはボロいパイプとゴミの山だけだ。無駄話は終わりだ。始めるぞ。マークによればこの辺りのはずだ。
Seeing that Dimitri had no desire to continue the discussion, Doris keeps quiet. The party walks deeper into the cave in silence, with only their footsteps echoing through the space.
あら？ここの放射線量。ディミトリーさん、それと部下の方々も防護服の機密性をご確認なさった方がよろしいかと。
Uh-oh.
どうした？
エリア内の放射線量が急上昇しています。
That's odd.
坑道内は空気が流動しないので、数値に変動があってもおかしくありませんが、さすがにこれは異常です。
何かの影響を受けてるってこと？
多分。
ディミトリー、私たちの探してるものと何か関係があるのかも。
ああ、原因を探るぞ。ここは一本道だ。答えは目の前だろ。お前たち二人はここで待機。通信範囲から出そうなら奥へ来るよう伝える。
はっ。
Dependable soldier. Dmitri glances at the number shown on the detector screen and pats the two soldiers on the shoulder.
気をつけろよ。
The party proceeds further into the cave. Fortunately, this tunnel does not lead very deep, and they see the end in less than 10 minutes.
これはコーラプスクリスタル。
Dimitri peers at a cluster of green crystals in the corner, about a dozen meters away.
いくらレッドエリアに近いからって、なんだこのデカさは。
本当に イエローエリアで自然発生するコーラプスクリスタルの体積は通常7立方センチメートルを超えないはずです。でもこの結晶、少なくとも倍以上はありますね。
Andoris checks the radiation levels and wind speed again.
ここにかなりの間存在していたようです。坑道内の線量異常はこれが原因でしょう。空気の流動が少ないためにコーラプス粒子が拡散せず、異常な線量差につながったんですね。
アンドリス、もう少し近づいてみましょう。
Kukai shoots a glance at Dimitri, who also wants to inspect the crystal from up close.
その古い防護服じゃこれ以上近づかない方が身のためよ。
ならお前がしっかり調べとけ。
言われなくても。
Kukai and Andoris walk on. Meanwhile, Andoris' voice comes through their level 2 connection.
ディミトリーさんも私たちのこと信頼するようになったね。
He doesn't really have that many people to trust, Andoris.
他に選択肢がないからよ。
Oh, hey!
アンドリス、クリスタルをくまなく検査して。
Shut up, I didn't pre-read.
結晶格子は安定してるから、そう簡単に爆発しないと思うけど、用心するに越したことはないわ。
Doris is so sweet. She really is. I really like her. After handing out Doris' task, Kukai redirects her attention to the comms channel.
ミシティ、ビオカ、何か発見は？
まだ何も。もっと奥に進んでみる。この坑道、すっごく深いね。あいた、ミシティ、ちゃんと歩いてよね。暗視機能が不安定なんだよ。我慢して。こんな広い場所でぶつかるなんてどう考えても変でしょ。
Belka, please.
どんなに広い道でも交通事故は起こる。夜道で連続稼働してるんだもん。しょうがないじゃん。
404 is composed of Angie, Sleepy, Simp, and Mommy. Yeah, that's pretty accurate, actually.
その辺にしなさい。捜索を続けて、異常があればすぐに報告を。
Kukai has had enough of their bickering and temporarily disconnects from the comms channel. She converses with Andoris through the level 2 connection instead.
アンドリス、何か分かった？
結晶内部の放射能濃度から見て、このクリスタル存在して半年くらいになるね。
Half a year. Okay, it's an interesting time.
半年？半年でここまで大きくなるの？ありえないわ。
私もそう思って結晶の成長面を調べたんだ。隊長、これを見て。
Looking at where Andoris is pointing, Kukai taps the side of the crystal lightly, and a very thin crack appears between the crystal and the layer of rock in the cave.
まさか自然発生したものじゃないの？
おそらくは。自然発生したクリスタルはもっと付着力が強いはず。特に岩に形成されたものならクリスタルの形も岩の形に影響される。でもこれは
自然発生というよりかは埋め込まれたと言った方が正しいわね。
そう。暗くて分かりづらいかな。このクリスタルの周囲、岩だけじゃなくて少量のコンクリートがついてるの。荒削りだけど補強の役割をしてる。
Andoris frowns.
隊長、もしかしてパラデウスの。
こんな場所でわけのわからないことをしでかすなんてパラデウスくらいのものよ。
集落で見つかった石と同じで何かのシンボルなのかな。
ならこうまでして隠す理由は？ ここのスペースも儀式には向いてないわよ。とりあえず記録しましょう。通信が回復したらリバに送ってちょうだい。分かった。
おい、何ぼーっと突っ立ってる。あっちの人形どもと連絡するだけで。
He doesn't know about
あとは
level
何枚
2.
か
That's fine.
ディミトリーさんに教えようか。パラデウスのことは黙ってて。
After discovering the level 2 comms connection, Kukai walks several steps back to Dimitri and directly states the conclusion they have arrived at.
結晶は人為的に埋め込まれたものね。
人為的？
ええ。失踪した体がここを示したなら、メモの他の場所にあるのもおそらくこれでしょうね。
クソが、こんなもん埋めやがって正気か？
正気かどうかはわからないけど、少なくとも異常放射線量の原因は判明したわね。エリット感染者の奇妙な症状もこれと無関係ではないはずよ。
隊長、ディミトリーさん、クリスタルのデータと映像の記録完了しました。それとまた新しい発見が。
今度は何だ？
Forgetting all about the dangers of the collapse radiation, the impatient Dimitri ends up striding up to the crystal. And Dotus points at the rock shred that has been chipped off slightly at the base of the collapsed crystal. Beneath the gray rock, one can just about make out a white metal outer shell wrapped around the bottom of the crystal.
正確なサイズを測ろうと思って結晶を掘り起こしてみました。そうしたら下からとんでもないものが見つかったんです。
何かの装置に見えるわね。クリスタルを固定するだけのものとは思えない。これも掘り出せる？
ちょっと無理かな。この基板かなり強固に取り付けられてる。壊さずに掘り起こすには専用の採掘ツールがないと。
コーラップスクリスタル専用の容器も必要だ。このサイズを持ち歩くのは危険すぎる。やめだ。今は映像と座標だけでいい。詳細は後から援軍と調べる。こいつはとんでもない発見だ。すぐに通信を復旧させて上に知らせねえと。
そうね。アンドリス、ミシティと美容家に連絡を。何も見つからなければ入り口に戻れと伝えて。
Right on cue, her communicator starts beeping. The moment the line connects, deafening howl can be heard through the channel.
新のくじ引き最強ってあれまさかこれのこと？なんであいつがここに？
何があったの？
お姉さん、やばいよ。この前のプッカムが行動にいるの。
Uh-oh.
引きずっとってるみたいだけど、そのせいで余計凶暴になってる。
なんですって？
死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ死ぬ、今度こそ死ぬ。来るかい。私が怖い。何もわけじゃないで。体が治ったら見るつもりだから。
Don't you dare delete the anime I recorded.
無駄口はいい。すぐに行くから持ちこたえて。
簡単に言うけどさ、怪我してるからって私ら二人じゃ無理だよ。
逃げるのは得意でしょ。とにかく私たちが着くまで戦力温存、足止めに専念するのよ。あれを入り口に近づけさせないで。戦うのはその後。これは命令よ。
分かった。お姉ちゃんが来るまで持ちこたえてみせる。ほらミシティ、あんたもしっかりしなさい。
Kukai terminates the call and looks at Dimitri.
以前のブージャムがミスティたちの方に現れたわ。あの二人じゃ長くは持たない。私とアンドリスが応援に向かう。
笑えるぜ。機械が一丁前に会議と来た。
Dimitri barks out a laugh and raises his communicator.
ディミトリーだ。聞こえるか？この前のブージャムが現れた。入り口で待機してる連中に警戒させろ。俺と奥に来たやつはその場で戦闘準備。7分後に合流し、ブージャム討伐に向かうぞ。
After giving his orders, Dimitri checks how many rounds he has left in his weapon.
あんたたちも？
当たり前
I was
だ。
gonna say, he probably has some.
でなきゃ何か。
He probably wants some.
奴に俺たちを格好撃破させて
Payback.
集落を襲わせようってか？ぼさっとすんな。行くぞ。帰りに鉄くず2体を運ぶのはごめんだからな。
That's the Boojum! The Boojum! We have to eliminate the boss. I see.
ボーラス。
Now one-shot it. We'll see. We can see what we can do about that. I mean, what level is it anyway? That's 19. Never mind. Rawr. Hang on, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, I literally just need to kill it. One-shot challenge, here we go! We got this thing here and this thing there, okay.
こうですか？
Oh, you do so much damage, it doesn't matter.
引っ張らないでよ。
Just kukai it. Nah, we just gonna go. Oh, that's not enough actually. Oh, because I don't have the maxed out.
了解。
Well, ain't that unfortunate? How much damage do you do? Cat!
眠い。
Local cat destroys Boojum. Boojum gurgles one last time, then gives up the ghost. Its ravaged body slams into the rocky walls and slowly slides to the ground. As the corpse shifts, its outer shell peels off and faintly glittering pieces of metal fall from it. They clink crisply as they hit the floor.
隊長、あれって。
Kukai gestures to Andoris, indicating that she should stop speaking. Dimitri walks forward and picks up each of the metal pieces. He says nothing. Instead, he pulls out his combat knife and plunges it into Boojum's soft, exposed innards. With each sawing stroke, he opens a bigger and bigger hole into the Boojum's body, causing nauseating slime and collapse crystals to ooze out.
怖っ。ブージャムを解体でもするつもり？
Could have boosted it with Mechty. Nah, we didn't need it.
これってあれ、ドラゴンを倒した後に素材を剥ぎ取る勇者的なやつ？
Louse from Dungeon Mechi. Be like.
うわ、ダメ、気持ち悪い。お姉ちゃん、近くにいるから何かあったら呼んで。いえ、手を突っ込んでる。本当に何か剥ぎ取るつもり？ミシティ、実況やめてよ。
お前ら 突っ立ってないで手伝え。
Well then. Whoa! They did not hold back that one. Dimitri brings his silence to call his men over, then quickly speaks to then speaks quickly to them. They help him enlarge the hole in the Mujib's side, and Dimitri half crawls into. What are you doing? After feeling around for a bit, he emerges, covered in filth, and savagely wipes the ooze off his mask.
実家の土地区長よりひどい匂いだぜ。
You've seen nothing yet. Oh no, I know. I'm not that worried about it. It's just funny to see like that word in. I'm pretty sure YouTube's okay with that, but even then, we've been streaming long enough. It don't matter.
何を探してるの?
Dimitri doesn't directly answer Kuklai's question. Instead, he cleans off the items he found inside the bujum. It is a glass box, roughly the size one would use to hold a ring, with small fragmented collapsed crystals on it. The ragged cloth is stuck in the box. The part outside the box is unrecognizable. The only part of the fabric which retains its original color is the part near the seams.
ロレンの軍旗に見えるな。ドッグタグとこの箱を包んでたやつか。だいぶ腐食してるが。
ブージャムの体液が箱の中に滲んでる。中身が無事だといいけど。
Yeah, I know it fits him, but I was just not prepared for that. Dimitri opens the box, takes out a small chip and a miniature military sound recorder. The inadequate seal on the container means that they're covered in collapse crystals too. He pays it no heed and wipes the recorder down before pressing the play button on it.
こちらはロクサット主義合衆国連盟所属第7環境調査隊1364小隊総指揮官ニコライ准尉。上層部の命令でこのエリアの環境調査を行っている。
やっぱりか。
The sound from the recorder is heavily garbled. A complex mix of emotions fills Dimitri's heart as he listens to the voice of his old friend in the recording.
時間が限られ計画的な襲撃に遭い通信設備と防護装備を破壊された。敵はマグニセキュリティという PMC とそれからネイト。
ネイトだと。まさかパラデウスの。パラデウスはとっくに滅びたはずだぞ。
どうやら今も存在する上に新たな協力者を得たみたいね。この前の医療物資の護送はマグニセキュリティが武器を補充するためのカモフラージュだったってわけ。あの時すでにこちらを襲撃するつもりだったんだわ。
やろう。初めから狙ってやがったのか。
The recorder keeps playing. Nikolai doesn't sound like he's in good shape. His breathing is coming in rapid gasps.
マグニセキュリティの実態は見た目以上に複雑だ。パラデウスに協力してコーラップスクリスタルを各地に埋め込み実験を繰り返している。我々は死に物狂いで奴らのデータを奪いチップに保存しクリスタルの位置とマグニセキュリティの布陣を簡単に書き記しまだ動ける兵士に託した。部隊の大半はエリットに感染。 みんな苦しんでいる。弾薬もほとんど残ってない。おそらく生還は絶望的だろう。
Dimitri's body tenses up from anger. He is silent, but anyone near him would be able to hear his teeth grinding.
隊長、ディミトリーさんの様子が。
静かに黙って聞いて。
The recording keeps playing, but the sound quality keeps getting worse. It seems Nikolai's body is reaching his limit too, because he's coughing non-stop.
浄化授業が危ない。これは警告だ。マグニセキュリティとネイトたちの最終的な目的は不明だが、このチップだけは何としてでも、そのためならたとえ丸腰になっても最後まで戦い続けてやる。この世界に抗って抗い続けることでしか我々の奪われたものを取り戻す術はない。前にコーラプスエピフィラムが咲いた時、その周りにいる炭素生物はかなりの確率でブージャムに変異するという報告を読んだ。本当ならいいのだが、バカバカしく聞こえるかもしれないがこれが最後の手段だ。
He's been alive this whole time. We just killed him, didn't we? Wow, that's a reveal.
このチップを見つけたのが増援部隊なら、チップの情報を持ち帰って広めてほしい。
Man finally died. But he was doing his job till the end.
いや、誰でもいい。我々を見つけたら殺してくれ。そして聞き届けてくれ。人間としての我々はロレン浄化事業所属環境調査隊の軍人だ。今までも、そしてこれからも我々は決して屈しない。
Beep. The recording ends. For a while, the darkened mine is silent. The men from the Survey Corps are well beyond anger at this point. Their eyes are wide and bloodshot. The dolls from 404 look at the corpse of the Boojum they just killed, and recall the words spoken by the deceased. Nobody can confirm the true origins of the Boojum. Perhaps it was just a monster that cruelly devoured the remains of the previous unit, but there is no doubt that in life, it was the toughest thing in this region, a veritable walking fortress.
アンドリス、チップの中身を調べられる？
試してみるね。軍用のチップとはいえ、だいぶ傷んでるから、中身が無事かはわからないけど。
Yeah, there was the us. That is true. Please, yeah. Was literally the right here.
Dimitri 総長、チップを見せていただけますか？
Nucci glances at Endoris, then takes the chip out of the box and hands it over to her without a word.
一部は解析できたけど、残りはプロに任せないとだね。
It's almost as if there's a giant, oh, I don't know what to call that thing. A giant base is on its way over to you that might have the facility to be able to do such a thing, with also somebody capable of also handling that very well. I wonder who that could be.
中のデータは保護されてる。私じゃバックアップも転送も無理みたい。
解析できた部分だけ見せて。
了解。
Thus shares the portion of the data that which she can encrypt with via a level 2 connection.
これはメールの記録？同じ穴の無地中、ヘドが出るわね。
何が分かった？
While the embers of rage are still smoldering in Dimitri's eyes, he seems to have calmed down.
マグニセキュリティとセシュト&ファルベン間のメール記録よ。
セシュ、なんだ？ベン？
Haha, he said the word.
今回あんたたちに医薬品を提供したメーカーよ。これを見る限りかなり訳ありみたいだけど。
何が言いたいんだ？
Bruh!
ロレンは浄化事業推進のためここ数年イエローエリアに多くの調査隊を派遣してきた。だけど得られたデータが犠牲に見合っているとは言い難い。今までの犠牲、内部的には突発的環境事故によるものとされてるのよね。
What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with it. He's being 100% in character. It's just they have no filter, and that's perfecly fine.
ああ。
We're adults, right, Chad?
失踪者の 15% にも満たねえだろうよ。
We're totally not gonna laugh at a funny word.
問題はそこよ。
Adults, what are those? I don't know. Blue Archive is looking for them all the time.
自分の目で確かめなさい。
Quickly asks Endoris to project the emailed logs. After quickly scanning through them, Dimitri's expression suddenly changes.
こいつら狂ってやがる。野郎。クソったれが。
Aww. I kind of wanted him to say that. After seeing Dimitri cursing out loud, the other two Survey Corps troopers move in to take a look.
パラデウスとマグニがこのエリア以外でも活動してるのか？メールに書かれた場所聞いたことがあるぞ。俺の同期がそこに派遣されたんだ。連絡はそれっきり途絶えてる。
これはあくまで一部に過ぎないわ。チップをさらに解析すれば奴らの暗躍する証拠がわんさか出てくるでしょうね。
So this is why they have a last resort plan to stop this.
コーラップスクリスタルの用途は明言されてないけど、このメールから大体の結論は得られるわ。パラデウスはコーラップス放射線に関する人体実験を行っていて、コーラップスクリスタルは放射線量を調節するための道具。そして実験に使われる人間の大半が洗脳されたユナイタスとい。
かなり大掛かりだね。ニコライさんのメモ通りならここみたいな場所が他にもいっぱいあるってこと？
だからそのための武装支援が必要だった。グリーンエリアで活動してたマグニセキュリティがイエローエリアに長期的に人員を割くようになれば疑いの目は避けられない。でも親会社の物資輸送代行や研究者の護送といった名目なら問題にはならない。 この規模の動きをロレンが気づかなかったとは考えにくい。ロレン内部に一定の地位を持った内通者がいると考える方が自然ね。
この証拠を上に提出して対策を取らせねえと。
You have to get out of here first.
こんなイカれて連中は生かしちゃおけねえ。奴らの犠牲を無駄にさせてたまるか。
このチップには高度なセキュリティと自戒システムが内包されています。自戒の条件には内容の複製も含まれます。今はチップそのものの保全を優先した方が良さそうですね。
ああ、分かってる。とにかく入り口の連中と合流して出発準備に取り掛かるぞ。
Endores hands Dimitri the chip. Dimitri returns it to the glass case with utmost respect. He looks at the Bujum's body one last time without saying anything, then leaves without looking back. Oof. That is pretty intense stuff there. That is very intense. Holy crap. Oh, I thought that was a story node. Holy crap. Dang, we still got like half the story to go through. Okay, give me like 1 second. I'm gonna take one little break here. So grab yourself a drink if you need it. I'll be right back. Bro, why is this the first chat message I read as soon as I get back? Bro, like, what? Why is it the first chat message I read? Alright. What did you expect? I don't know. I mean, his name is fitting for it. Alright. So, we definitely have a lot of story still. Oh boy. Oh boy. We're just halfway through it, and we've been going for about 4 hours. I'm a little bit worried about that. Because then I still have to work at like 8 in the morning. Might have to part 2 it. Maybe. I don't know. We might part 2 this. Just to be safe. So. It's 12. Yes, it is 12:30. Story length of part 1 went. Yeah.
コーラップスクリスタル触媒装置の起動権限を異常し終えたぞ。
God gave us 5-hour energies for a reason. Would it surprise you if I said that those don't work? Like, I have tried energy drinks in the past, only to pass out shortly after. And I've also tried things that are supposed to put you to sleep, and they also don't work. Which is kind of a bit of an oof.
承知いたしました。
Luspir studies the screen before her coldly, then begins entering a series of commands.
全装置が予熱段階に。正気か。
I just have to drink them before I get tired. Oh, I've tried a good number of them, and honestly, I don't feel like I'm gonna be missing anything and not using them.
Hi. 起動するか否か、いくつ起動するか、
That's the
いつ
mangoes
起動する
again.
かは私が判断いたします。
ダメだ、危険すぎる。このエリアのクリスタル量からして放射線量が1万を超える。1万だぞ。
Anything
ネットエリアに匹敵する数値だ。
They say that, but they need to make sure this stays buried.
回収並びに殺害任務は確実に遂行しなくてはなりません。これは至上命令です。臨界点を迎えるまでにチップの奪還や調査隊と404の殲滅ができなかった場合、保険を使用します。
Lucia's response to the Mechi security officer is cold and aloof, as though this simple, savage, and insane plan is one that is reserved for when there is absolutely no other choice. However, that is not the case. She silently studies the file in her neural cloud. It was written a long time ago, even before the very first catalyzer was installed. Its title is the Poehi Plan, named after the first picture humanity took of darkness. And now, this darkness from the depths of space is about to descend upon the world.
放射線量の急激な変化は管制部門にバレる。俺たちの安全はどうなる？
でしたら、プラン発動までに任務を遂行してください。
Basically.
口では何とでも。
ご存知だとは思いますが、今回の指揮権は私にあります。命令に背くのであれば、即刻排除します。あなた一人が消えたところで、計画に支障はございません。前回は、あなたの判断ミスで調査隊を殲滅する好機を逃したばかりか。ブージャムと何度も遭遇していながら、目標の回収は失敗に終わりました。
あのブージャムの移動速度と行動範囲は尋常じゃない。こっちは300キロ以上も追跡したんだぞ。
Mechi security officer feels a tinge of pain in his head as he thinks about the 2+ weeks he and his men had spent chasing the Boojum. It was as though the thing was intelligent, intentionally avoiding his forces and circling around them. But then it also destroyed everything it saw like a mindless beast.
兵を分散させて 基地局を破壊、賞金ハンターやバレアグの排除、挙句調査隊の増援にまで出くわして、奴らの指揮官は明らかに手だれだ。敵に回せば厄介この上ない。
Oh.
言い訳は結構。役目を果たせない人間はグループに必要ありません。
Okay.
悪かった。
After realizing how dangerous his position is, the Mechi security officer gives up on trying to defend himself.
調査隊の動向は把握しましたか？
404とヤホダラ山の岩塩湖跡地にいる。追跡チームによれば負傷したブージャムもそこにいる可能性が高い。あの行動を封鎖するだけで奴らを一網打尽にできる。
推定所要時間は？
少なくとも3日だ。ヤホドナ岩塩湖は広い。クリスタルを埋め込んで以来内部の探索は行っていないから地形の把握に手間取るだろう。それに敵が内部のどこにいるかもわからない。全員を見つけ出すにはそれなりの時間がいる。
それでは遅すぎます。ロレンの援軍が到着すればこちらは撤退せざるを得ないでしょう。そうなればここを彼らが立ち入ることのできないデッドゾーンにしなくては。彼らによる影響をなくせば目標回収のための時間を稼ぐことができます。
本当にあの手を使うのか？
それはまだわかりません。もし彼らが一箇所に集まっていてその位置を特定できた場合はどうなりますか？
戦力差を考慮すれば半日だ。
That's fairly confident.
調査隊の戦力は残りわずか。ブージャムも重傷を負っている。見つかりさえすればすぐに終わるだろう。
They don't know it's dead already, though.
厄介なのはあの人形どもだ。奴らさえいなければ前の戦闘で調査隊を殲滅できたんだ。
4体の人形は私が対処します。あなた方は調査隊とブージャムに専念してください。
それはいいがどうするつもりだ？
考えがあります。私が到着するまでに
Yeah, but try to get some
岩
Eldritch
塩湖周
Abomination.
辺の地形を把握し全ての入り口に兵を配置してください。彼らがその場を離れようとした場合を除き私の命令があるまで動いてはなりません。
わかった。
ところで分散した調査隊員は見つかりましたか？
ほとんどはな。
ほとんど。一人残らず殲滅しろと申し上げたはずですが。
Elizabeth isn't angry, but the coldness in her voice is more terrifying than mere anger.
いや、全員見つけたさ。まだ一組だけ残ってはいるが、すでに人をやった。
速やかに対処願います。
Whisper hangs up and then picks up the call from Cocoon.
もう着いた？
およそ1時間30分後に到着する予定です。
ならよかった。ロレンの援軍があと1日で到着するそうだけど間に合うかしら？
Oh yeah, because they were saying it was going to take around 3 days or so.
問題ありません。今回ヤホドナ岩塩港の触媒装置を起動する必要がございます。他の装置を起動するか否かは作戦の結果次第です。
決定権はあなたにあるんだもの。どう使うかは任せるわ。でもね。
Cocoon pauses for a moment and her voice grows cold.
剣闘士が負けたら賭けに興じるおじさま方は大層お怒りになるでしょうね。初めに伝えたわよね。賞 拠を確実に回収できなければ任務を達成したとは言えないわ。彼らを駆除するだけじゃダメ。
承知しております。
そう。それじゃあなたの成功を祈ってるわ。
I wonder if this is going to be a bittersweet end or not. That was also a very short story chapter. I'll take it. Which I would assume, because this is all the like building up, and now we're getting into the like major firefights and lesser bits of story. Which, I mean, I'm not saying that this is all going to be quick, but it's definitely going to be. I feel like it's going to be a lot faster now, because we've got past like the major, like, reveal and everything. Now they just got to get out of there. But we'll see. I could be wrong. Dimitri and 404 return to the mine entrance, where he shares what he's found with the other men. After hearing what happened to the deceased and Magni's security's arrangement with Perdeos, just about everyone present is filled with anger.
こんなところでじっとしてられっか。
ああ、俺たちはたった今最も重要な情報をつかんだ。こいつは仲間の血と引き換えに手に入れたんだ。あいつらの声を外に届けなくちゃならねえ。あいつらを、この世界を踏みにじったクソ野郎どもに目に物を見せてやろうじゃねえか。
その通りです。目に物見せてやりましょう。そうだそうだ、総長、命令を。
これからどうする？
これよりコードネームのろし作戦について説明する。今後は数チームに分かれて行動する。詳細は全員の端末に送っておいた。それぞれ定められたルートへ出発しろ。たった一人でもいい。誰かが生きてここを出て基地局にたどり着くさえすれば俺たちの勝ちだ。作戦成功が最優先だ。仲間が倒れても振り返るな。はっ。お前たちを部下に持ったことを俺は誇りに思う。いいか、最後の最後まで生きることを諦めるな。その命を、その信念を貫いてやれ。
The men are fired up by Dimitri's speech and eagerly begin gearing up. Meanwhile, Dimitri heads over to 404. For once, he doesn't look annoyed or disdainful. Instead, he hands the box containing the chip and the recorder to Kukle.
チップは404が持ってろ。生き残ってる中で一番優秀な奴らをお前らに同行させる。
私たちが？
ああ、調査隊はすでに限界だ。奇襲でも仕掛けない限りマグニと戦っても勝ち目はねえ。お前らに託すのがベストだと判断したんだ。
Kukle hesitates for a moment, then accepts the box.
了解。
ここは放射線まみれだ。いつコーラップスストームやマグニの草どもが襲ってきてもおかしくねえ。もしも、あくまでもしもだがな。
Time to raise the casualty rate to 70%. I mean, they probably don't even have 50% of their team left. They might be at the last 10 guys, maybe even less than that. I don't know how, I don't remember if they said how many guys were at the lookout. Yeah, they don't say how many guys are left. I know it was him and 2 people that were down in the mines. There's also Larian, so there's 4. I don't know how many other guys were with Larian. So they have at least, like, what, a 1/6 of their team left right now that are at least known. Dimitri lowers his voice.
同行する人間が死んだり、しんがりを務める状況になったとしても気にするな。チップを守り抜くことだけを考えろ。
What's interesting is this is the time where he realizes this is some character development right here in a way, because he was so worried about them losing his men. Now he's flipped. He realizes how critical this is.
ディミトリーさんは一緒に来ないんですか？
俺か。行くわけねえだろ。残った仲間たちと白星をあげに行かねえとな。大将がいないんじゃ話になんねえだろ。
ですが、
勝利は万に一つもないのよ。
来るかい。そんな風に言わなくても。
That doesn't matter to them though, Kuke. Dimitri doesn't flare up like usual upon hearing Kukei's flat denial. Instead, he laughs.
だからガラクタどもには分からねえっつってんだろ。人間が綺麗事だけ聞きたいバカだと思ったら大間違いだ。
何が言いたいの？
ここにいる誰もが、それこそ新兵ですら、生還できる可能性がないに等しいのは分かっている。たとえ援軍が今現れたとしても連絡がつかないんじゃどうしようもない。通信障害にマグニが一枚噛んでるのは確実だ。臨時基地局を盾に行った連中もおそらく生きちゃいねえだろ。基地局を探すにせよ、この荒野を出て上層に報告するにせよ、俺たちの任務はただ一つ。お前たち本命部隊への攻撃をそらすことだ。
Okay, makes me glad it narrates most of this, so I don't have to read some of those words. I don't know how YouTube would take it if I said those words.
お前らがチップを持ち帰ることができれば、俺たちは勝つ。
でも人形と違って本当に死んじゃうんだよ。
I think they understand that, Belka.
死にたいやつなんざ一人もいねえさ。だが命を張らなきゃなんねえ時に縮こまるやつもいねえ。俺たちの死がクソどもの土産話になるのだけは許せねえがな。
This is one of those like Metal Gear Solid salute moments. They know what they're getting into.
何グズグズしてる。機械は機械だ。人間を理解して何が楽しい。クソの役にも立たねえってのによ。
You really can't. Yeah, you really can't.
命令通りチップを持ち帰ればそれでいい。俺たちがどうなろうとお前らには関係ねえさ。
分かったわ。
After seeing Kuhei put the box away, Dimitri nods in satisfaction and heads back to his men.
全員聞け。30分後に作戦開始だ。この作戦に失敗は許されない。分かったか。了解。
As the soldiers shout their assent, a deafening alarm fills the air. Every man's collapse radiation detector glows with an ominous red light.
放射線量が急上昇しています。
今度は何だ。
She's using the catalyzers to flush them out, isn't she? That would make a lot of sense. Can't stay in the mines if the radiation levels get too high. Or it basically just kills them off. All it does is makes this place a dead zone for a bit, like they were saying.
総員、防護服を確認しろ。
コーラップス粒子の流れから 90% 以上が坑道内から流出したものと推測。
ディミトリー、今すぐ脱出して。
そうだな。総員に次ぐ、これよりのろし作戦を開始する。各隊はそれぞれのルートから出発しろ。エリア通信回線を維持、通信可能範囲を超え次第各隊長の指示に従え。はっ。404をはじめとする本命部隊は待機時間を10分まで短縮。404、チップを絶対に守り抜け。
言われるまでもない。
That's kind of ominous, hearing that siren going off constantly. However, just as everyone finishes their gear checks and prepares to leave, shadows in the night pour in and surround them. Their twisted bodies and savage maws are made even more fearsome by the encirclement.
なんでこんなに生きむくろが。
多分大量の放射線に引き寄せられたんだと思う。
ディミトリー、後ろに下がって援護をお願い。404、戦闘準備。息袋を迎撃する
Well,
わ。
that's like that's the thing too. Is like, yeah, you might not necessarily like a specific character for their personality, but the way that they do their job is something that's worth noting. You know, you can be an absolute like piece of crap, but you could still be. Oh, hey, it's this map. But you could still be somebody that's quite like someone that's quite favored. Honestly, I really don't need these. I don't think I've used them at all. Shut up. Shut up, game.
訓練の成果ね。
Hey guys, you want to see a bike trick? Whee! Hello, I'm right in front of you. But we are going this way now. I should probably... No, I should do this. Well, can't I do this in prop? Yeah! Do this. Proplet. That takes both of them out. And then whee! And then Prithia can deal with the rest of them. And by the rest of them, I mean them and the barricades. Machine gun go brrrr. The numbers. Anyway, 404 and the Survey Corps put up a valiant resistance, but in the end they are forced to beat a fighting retreat into the depths of the mine. Thanks to 404's supporting fire, the Elids in the mine tunnels are temporarily cleared away, but they can still hear the howling of Elid hordes some distance away. They take advantage of this brief respite to rest and reload.
ここって生きむくろの養殖場なの？この生産量、ほんと半端ないよ。ピンからキリまで次から次へと。なんで一斉に出てこないのさ。
この辺りにいる生きむくろ、全部が引き寄せられてるのかも。近くの生きむくろは殲滅できたけど、声からして入り口付近にまだ大勢いるね。でも近づけないよ。このままじゃ放射線にやられちゃう。
コーラプス粒子の拡散状況は？
風の影響で元の速度を維持したまま拡散してる。おかしいよ。粒子は拡散してるのに放射線量が下がらない。これって
粒子の総量が増えてるんだわ。
増えてる？何それ？コーラプス粒子って自分で増殖できるの？
来るかい隊長。
Doris doesn't use her vocalizer modules for this. Instead, she requests communication with Kukan level 2. She looks worriedly at the nearby soldiers from the Survey Corps. They've lost even more people during the fighting just now. After realizing what Doris has in mind, quickly switches to level 2 comms as well.
調査隊たちの防護服、さっきの戦いでかなり損傷してる。
They're gonna die to collapse radiation.
材料もない。
That sucks.
このまま放射線量が増え続ければ、彼らも長くは持たない。わかった。臨界値まであとどれくらい？拡散速度が変わらなければ、もって2時間。ミシティと美容家を連れて
周辺の偵察と池袋の殲滅に向かわせて。
Take the two of them. Are they really down to two? I'm going to assume Larian and Dimitri.
分かった。
Hang on. Maybe it is the other two dolls. I don't know. Maybe it didn't really hint to which group of two they're talking. After ending the transmission, Clee heads over to the Survey Corps troopers. Most of them are hurt. Their blood and the mud from their journey have mixed and dulled to a dark brown, which stains their ragged protective suits. Dimitri, who stands at their head, had just finished encouraging his men. He is sitting against a rock wall, and the soldiers he spoke to earlier are gone.
ディミトリー、そっちは？
生きてる奴は無事だ。死んじまった奴は心配いらねえ。
Yeesh.
放射線量が増えてる。ここにはもういられないわ。
分かってる。だが少し兵を休ませたい。
He pauses, then his gaze settles on the radiation sensor Kuke is holding.
時間はどれくらい残ってる
2時間。
よし、2時間だな。
Dimitri falls silent. He looks at his men sitting in a group. He seems to be thinking about something. Perhaps he's running low on stamina, but his clenched fist is trembling slightly. However, he's doing his best to keep his face calm and steady.
俺たちは。
Suddenly there is violent shaking. Salt particles from the rock wall scatter like powdery snow. Dimitri stops talking and springs to his feet from where he was leaning against the tunnel wall.
地震か?
Not far, Andorius, who was assigned to sentry duty, runs back while trying to keep her balance.
クルカイ隊長、爆発が起きた。
爆発だ?
どうなってるの？
They're probably, like, one thing I could see is they're trying to probably cave in the specific entrances and fortify one exit.
原因はわからないけど、療養施設に使われていたガスパイプが一部破損してる。多分パイプに残っていたガスが息袋に破壊されたせいで爆発したんだと思う。
Oh, well then that's just convenient for them.
ガス爆発？この揺れ、明らかに一箇所だけじゃないわ。
そうだね。数箇所で一斉に爆発したのかも。とにかく爆心地を調べないと。
一難去ってまた一難ってか。
Andorius approaches the two of them and glances at her sensor.
災難だとは限りませんよ、ディミトリーさん。
こんな時に何の冗談だ。
冗談なんかじゃありません。
Andorius projects the data from the sensor.
爆発で崩落が起こったのか、坑道内の風速が減少しています。コーラプス粒子の拡散速度もだいぶ落ちてきました。
Stroke of luck.
これなら息袋を処理してから脱出しても間に合います。ただどうにかして防護服を修理しないといけませんが、実はさっきから考えていたんです。ここの療養施設は昔随分と賑わっていましたし、ユナイタスもここで活動していました。もしかしたら物資が残っているかもしれません。
Means you realize he was wrong about Andorius and licks his lower lip awkwardly before clearing his throat.
ああ、確かに。まあ、あれだ。こんな時に冗談みたいに正確に分析しやがってって意味だ。
Sometimes that's the advantage of not having not being able to react fully to emotions all the time.
アルゴリズムに従うだけのガラクタですから。
Very clever there. Dimitri sighs in relief after hearing the good news. He scratches his head in embarrassment, and his spirits seem to have lifted a little.
だったら洞窟内の探索を優先するべきだな。次の手を考えつつ、使えそうな物資を探す。
そうね。 ただ放射線量は依然として高いままよ。あんたたちの防護服じゃ防ぎきれないエリアもあるわ。
Not even Dimitri can escape her charm.
リスクがないとは言えない
Look,
けど
she's just being the mom,
人形
okay?
なら放射線量1万まで耐えられる。
And Doris is just being the mom. She's just extended that mother, that mom nature to others. Yeesh. Buckley doesn't directly state her desired conclusion, but Dimitri looks away and lowers his voice.
俺たちはここに残る。捜索は任せた。
息袋の襲撃に備えて人形をここに一人置いていくわ。
いやいい。防護服が破れただけだ。自分の身くらい守れる。
了解。アンドレス、ミシティと美容家を呼んで坑道内をくまなく探すわよ。
了解です。
当然の結果ですね。残念ですがあなたはここまでです。
Oh, hello. Nice. Gimme. I'm not gonna make him do anything. He just may do it himself. I'm just kidding. No, she just has that very caring attitude towards people, and regardless if it's dolls or not. That kind of, I think, is... I feel like his interactions, he's more used to Kluke and maybe a little bit of Belka and Mechty, but I don't think he's really interacted with Andoris that much, and I think that was one of those, like, oh. 404 leaves. Dimitri rubs his forehead, glances over at his surviving men, who are huddled together and discussing something quietly. There is barely concealed worry and fear in their eyes.
シャキッとしろ。人間が人形より先に諦めてどうする。死んじまった奴らの分まで生きるんだ。あいつらの最後を遺族に伝える義務もある。
総長、俺たち本当はもう。
ちょっと待った。見てください。信号ですよ。
The trooper holding his terminal is so delighted that his voice is trembling and he's on the verge of tears. He eagerly points to the monitor on his communicator.
もしかしたら基地局を盾に行った連中が生きてるかもって、それで。
Yeah, that's probably not happening.
助かった。俺たち助かったんですよね、総長。
Yes, but probably not by the people you're thinking. The troopers seem to have been driven nearly mad by the possibility of survival. They all crowd around and seemingly forgetting that they have terminals of their own.
変だぞ。この信号、俺たちの回線じゃない。
構うもんか。信号さえあれば外と連絡できる。総長が言ってたじゃないですか、増援が来るって。合流さえできればパラデウスだろうがマグニだろうがへじゃないですよ。
落ち着け。マナの可能性もある。通信をつなげた瞬間、こちらの位置がバレるぞ。
だからって諦めるんですか、総長。
Obviously, my boy in a year and a half, Sarge. Man gets home, my boy. Just as Dimitri is torn between what to do next, the terminal which received the signal picks up an unfamiliar comms request. 5 seconds pass, but the request is still to pick up is still going. The monotonous dial tone echoes in the cavern, while the communication terminal's notification light keeps flashing. Is this the same one that we said earlier? Wait for me or something? Or I don't know. We're coming for you. I forgot. It's the line that the commander says in the last event. After thinking for a moment, Dimitri presses a few buttons on the terminal and silently shares the transmission with the 404 through the regional comms frequency. After that, he hits the accept button. The communication link is successfully established, and an inorganic voice speaks over the
はじめまして。 ディミトリー総
No,
長
it is Blue Spear.
誰だ？
Dimitri hears a beep indicating the transmission has been successfully shared with 404.
私はマグニセキュリティを指揮する人形です。ブルースフィアとお呼びください。
Dimitri's face twists into savagery as he hears the other person identify herself. He takes a deep breath, trying to speak as calmly as possible.
何の用だ？
投稿してはいただけませんか？
くたばれ！このクソが！
Oh.
落ち着いてください、ディミトリー総長。
Translate that if you wish.
口論は時間を無駄にするだけです。そしてあなた方に残された時間はごくわずか。それに
Blue Spear pauses for a moment.
これは我々のネットワークです。あなた方は使用権限を与えられたに過ぎません。先ほど通信ジャミングを確認。そして404からの呼び出しを遮断しました。無礼極まりない。聞こえていますね。ディミトリー総長と通信を共有する416のスティグマを持ったお人形さん。放射線のシャワーを楽しみたいのなら話は別ですが。やっぱりあんたたちの仕業ね。もっと穏便に事を運びたかったのですが、致し方ありませんね。あなた方の行動には驚きました。実を言うとこちらの任務が幾分か妨げられているのです。ここはお互い歩み寄ってはいかがでしょう。
歩み寄るだと？茶碗も大概にしろ！
I mean, if they surrender, they're just gonna kill him. Not like surrendering is basically they're just gonna get killed quickly.
そこで待ってろ！今にその首をへし折ってやる！
そちらにとって正面衝突は最も避けたいでしょうに。あなた方を殲滅するのはたやすい。坑道の入り口も全て爆破で塞がっています。退路はありません。
So if you've destroyed all the entrances to the mine, how are they gonna, if they surrender, what are they gonna even, how are they even gonna get out in the first place?
入り口を爆破？わざわざ爆薬を浪費するなんてご苦労様だこと。言ったでしょ、穏便に済ませたいと。それなのにあなた方は突拍子のない動きばかりする。私はハプニングを好みません。もちろん私の雇い主も。
Unexplode the entrances.
言いたいことがあるならさっさと言え！
こちらの目的は明白です。繰り返します。投稿してはいただけませんか？ブージャムに取り付けた発信機が破壊されました。あなた方が生きているということはあれは討伐されたのでしょうか？私たちが欲しいのはそちらが回収したチップと録音装置です。もしあなた方に条件があるなら伺いましょう。
Well, they already know that they're with Magni, so there's no reason for them to do this.
死に腐ってろ！このドサンピンが！これにはな、てめえらの悪事が詰まってんだ。渡してたまるか！
ディミトリー、元新ソ連軍軍人。当時の階級は準尉。2064年カーター将軍をはじめとした新ソ連軍の武闘派勢力失脚に伴い南西方面陸軍へと左遷。2067年 W2067-0341 浄化エリア775路線防衛軍へ編入。
Okay, what's she getting to here?
2068年鹵獲品横領により総長へと降格。
何のつもりだ？
あなたの経歴を洗いました。親友のニコライと比べてあなたは起点が利く。私の要求に応じればあなたとその部下の命は保証しましょう。ある程度の自由は奪われますが命を落とすよりはマシかと。
She immediately doxed. I mean, the only one that really didn't probably know this is likely just the dolls, but honestly, I don't think the dolls care that much.
人間の命はたった一度だけ。慎重にお考えください。
And there's a fatal flaw in Blue Spear right there.
And Dimitri is holding the terminal with Trimbles.
10分以内にご返答願います。404も同様です。死の概念のない私たちにその条件を飲むメリットはないわ。あなた方には依頼内容変更の保証金として手厚い報酬をご用意しております。私の知る限り404は非軍事勢力管理局の所属でありながら表向きは存在しない特殊部隊と、私の雇い主なら今よりはるかにいい待遇を提示できます。そちらが投降し記憶の削除を受け入れればの話ですが、明確にご回答願います。そちらの同意をもって協力関係は構築されたものとみなします。旧式の第二世代人形とはいえ人形は感情に流されるべきではありません。あなた方が現実に向き合い最善を選び取れるよう願っております。いい加減な情報だこと。今なんとハイド404規則通信と会議について第1条、依頼者が依頼を取り消すもしくは依頼者が規約に背いた場合を除きいかなる理由があろうと任務を放棄してはならない。一度決めたルールは絶対よ。異例は認められない。隊長である私も含めてね。
Yeah, she's making a like Blue Spear is ignoring two things. One, this part, and two, humanity is willing to make sacrifices of themselves if it means something for the greater good.
何より
Not all the time, but that is something that has happened and will happen. Otherwise, the sentence, what is it? Society grows great when people who plant trees whose shade they never sleep under. That's always been a sentence. It's always been a statement. There's a reason that exists.
エリート人形としてあんたみたいな命令に従うだけのガラクタが一番気に食わないのよ。
Blue Spear clearly did not expect this response from Kuke, because the channel goes silent. She's like, well, alright then. Also, that's really funny. Also, yes, this line was great. That's why I think Dimitri liked that sentence a lot.
あーちくしょう、人形のセリフでここまで笑ったのは初めてだぜ。
Just imagining he's sitting like they're like at the opposite ends of the tunnel and you just hear him clapping very slowly.
おい、ブルーだかなんだか知らねえがよく聞け。
That name though.
俺たちの命は確かに一つしかない。だがどう生きるか、どこで生きるかは俺たちの勝手だ。弾を取るつもりならかかってこい。だが無理だろうな。その程度の頭じゃな。
お望みとあらばすぐにでも殺して差し上げましょう。
それが本当ならわざわざ入り口を爆破するか？直接攻めた方が早いだろう。なぜか可能性としては2つある。1つ、お前らの戦力は口ほどにもなく コーラプス粒子も制御できねえ。したがってさっきのは全部ブラフだ。2つ時間稼ぎだ。離れた場所からこっちに近づいてるか何かを待ってるかのどちらかだろう。いずれにせよ今までの戦闘でマグニセキュリティには人形なんざいなかった。その程度でハったりのつもりか。てめえがネジ一本しかなかった頃からこちとら戦術論を叩き込まれてんだよ。
残念です、ディミトリー総長。もう少し話のわかる方だと思っていましたが。それでもお会いできるのを楽しみにしております。
The transmission ends, and the signal cuts off shortly after. Is that the end of it? Oh no, it's not. Enter vehicle. Blue Spear checks the call duration.
調査隊の位置は？
大体は特定できた。
では人員を再分配し戦力を集中させましょう。
坑道内のコーラップス粒子は完全に放たれている。放射線量の上昇は緩やかになるはずだ。調査隊がこれを機に移動したらどうする？
You're starting to see through. Well, I mean, yeah, it would if they're going to sit there and say that all the entrances were blown up and they can't get out. Well, that kind of blows a whole like that the whole confidence in them is not really there. So it's like if you were destroying most of the entrances and leaving one where you were just going to fortify the heck out of that one, then that would be a different story. Because that actually makes kind of some sense there.
彼らの物資では広範囲の移動は不可能でしょう。近くにいる生き袋だけでも手に余るはずです。私はあと1時間で到着します。それまでは一切の不手際も許されません。
It's blowing up the entrance would be dumb. Well, not necessarily. If they can make sure that all the people in there are at least KIA, then they at least know the chip is still in there somewhere. They just have to find it. But they know that the people that they had to deal with are gone. So it's a scorched earth method in a way, because you're basically eliminating your entire opposition. You just have to deal with the hard part of digging around for what you're looking for at that point.
わかった。
So it's actually a strategy that would make sense, is just to wipe out any and all life in the cave, and then just find the chip later. Could just counter Scorch Earth and destroy the chip. Yes, but that actually works against him more than it works against them. See, they simply want the evidence so it can't be used against them. It getting destroyed is not the most ideal solution, but it still gets them their end goal of it's not going to be useful to anybody. So destroying the chip doesn't do any good. Actually, if anything, it works more against Dimitri than for him. So I don't think that's really the problem there. Like, destroying the chip would be probably a critical error. 4-4 heads over to the entrance they used to enter the mine. As expected, it's been blasted shut.
お姉ちゃん、試してみたけど、やっぱり瓦礫が多すぎてとてもじゃないけど無理。
アンドリス、外付け装備で瓦礫を貫ける。
And Doris doesn't respond eagerly to Kukai like she usually does. However, she doesn't seem to have blue screened either. Clearly, she's stretched by something.
アンドリス。
クルカイ隊長、どうしたの？
何か気づいたの？処理落ちがひどいなら情報の整理は私に任せて。
ううん。ただ不安になっちゃって。さっきの通信、それに調査隊のみんな。
彼らならしばらくは平気よ。ブルースフィアの言葉を信じるなら敵は直接攻撃してくるはず。その前に周辺環境の把握と物資の補給を済ませておかないと、このままじゃ反撃計画も立てられない。相手の戦力は不明よ。万全の体制で迎え撃つしかないわ。
違うの。私、ブルースフィアの言ったことが調査隊の人たちに影響してないか心配で。
I kind of have a feeling that Kluke's response to Blue Spear about her being a tin can just following orders, causing Dimitri to laugh as much as he did, probably did the opposite of that.
あいつが言ったこと？条件の話？それなら私とディミトリーがはっきり断ったじゃない。あんなのとは絶対に手を組まない。
Maybe their morale is still lowered by the prospects that they might not make it out, but in all honesty, their anger from earlier is still very much there. I think if they had to choose in the end, they're going to follow their command. They're going to follow Dimitri. 404 less so, but I'm pretty sure they'd follow the same suit anyway.
知ってる。でもね、グリーンエリアでいろんな人間に会ってきたからわかるの。やっぱり私たちと人間は違う。ディミトリーさんの言葉も、みんなが戦友のために流した涙も本物だと信じてる。でも人間は誰しも弱さがある。弱さは不安を生んで、不安は感染してゆく。ブルースフィアの目的はわからない。でも彼女が出した条件は調査隊の人たちにとって渡りに船だと思うの。
I feel like she's probably going to be both right and wrong here.
言われてみれば確かに。生き残るために頑張ってきたんだもん。金と身の安全が保証されるって言われたら、そりゃ揺さぶられるよね。お姉ちゃん、やっぱり気をつけた方がいいよ。もし調査隊が裏でブルースフィアと手を組んだりしたら、それこそおしまいだよ。
Excellent insight, Mechty. Mechty picks this moment to yawn, to the point of tears beating up at the corners of her eyes, and then she reaches up to rub them clean.
こんな時に眠くなるなんて、どういう神経してんのよ。しょうがないじゃん。今回の任務、本当にしんどいんだもん。
Made you yawn again.
余計なことは考えなくていい。チップも録音も私たちが持ってる。調査隊がどう決断しようと私たちには影響しないわ。美容家、ここにセンサーを置いて。ネットワークにはつなげなくていい。敵が侵入してきたら最大音量で警報を鳴らしなさい。捜索任務を続けるわよ。ブルースフィアの口ぶりじゃいつ攻めてきてもおかしくない。それまでにできる限りここの状況を把握しておかないと。
4-4 searches around the location of the mine sanatorium while keeping track of the time and their distance from the survey corps. They check in with them at regular intervals to share what they've learned.
そろそろ2時間経ったよね。何も起こらないじゃん。療養施設が倒産した時にめぼしいものなんて全部回収されちゃったんだよ。また骨折り損だ。
そうでもないみたいだよ。
Doris pats a pipe beside her.
パイプにまだガスが残ってる。これってホワイトエリアじゃ結構貴重なんだから。
だからなんなのさ。風呂でも沸かしてみんなで入る？
Well, there's things you can do with natural gas.
それにあると言ってもほんのわずかだし、肝心のガスタンクは空っぽじゃん。こんなの ホワイトエリアに持ってったって金になりゃしないよ。でも私たち結構運がいいと思わない？ほら、天
Yeah,
然
'cause
ガ
it's
スって誘爆す
explosive.
る
It's a
でし
good,
ょ？
it's a good
こ
defensive
れだけ
thing.
ボロボロなんだからガス漏れがあってもおかしくないよね。ブージャムや生き袋があれだけ暴れたのによく誘爆しなかったよね。人間もやることがいい加減なんだよ。こんな危なっかしいもの使うなら放棄する前にちゃんとチェックしろっての。
Maybe they didn't have a choice, Belka.
ガス漏れなんて起こってないよ。匂いでわかるもん。
それはどうかな。未処理のガスって実は無味無臭なんだよ。イエローエリアでは天然ガスなんて使われてないから、誰もガス探知機なんて持ってないしね。今みたいな状況は意外と危険なんだよ。
So I stopped using candles in caves. I think so, but I don't think they're. You also have to remember, like, I don't know how many people are left in the human side, but the dolls probably aren't using oxygen. So while yes, there might be a large group in here, probably about, I almost want to say, a good fraction of them don't need oxygen to function. Or at least I think so. I don't know how the dolls work.
でも大丈夫。天然ガスはある程度の濃度がないと爆発しないの。ここの面積とガスの量なら爆発はしないから安心して。
へえ、そうなんだ。アンドリスって物知りだね。まるで歩く百科事典だよ。
Mechty, please.
グリーンエリアの衛星都市は天然ガスがメインだから、カフェテリアの安全マニュアルでも紹介されてたの。それでちょっとね。
任務に無関係な雑学コーナーは終わった？総員、警戒を維持。任務を続けて。
Oh. Punching a fork in the road, and Doris suddenly comes to a halt.
隊長、待って。
何？
ずっと放射線量を計測してたんだけど、ここ、他より明らかに低い。
Oh, that's a pretty big thing.
コーラップス粒子がここまで届いてないんじゃない？
アンドリス、5分間計測してコーラプス粒子の流れをシミュレーションしなさい。
はい、隊長。結果が出たよ。ここの粒子、密度が低い上にほぼ一定のベクトルを高速移動してるね。
やっと見つけたわ。
え、何を？出口だよ。粒子の動きからしてここは風が吹いている。
That would explain a lot, actually.
つまり外への出口が近くにあるってこと。へえ、そうなんだ。ミスティのことだからどうせアニメとかで知った知識なんでしょ？
Belka, please.
私だってすぐに出口を見つけてやるんだから。待っててね、お姉ちゃん。
I can't handle her beating me at something. I need to beat her back.
いえ、まだ風がどこから吹いてるか
Notice
教
me,
えてないのに。
said Belka. Probably.
大丈夫。美容家の選んだ道で合ってるよ。
いつになったら命令に従いが理解できるのやら。
Kugai shakes her head and continues into the left-hand passage.
アンドリス、分かれ道に戻って調査隊と状況を共有しなさい。終わったらこっちに合流。 ミシティは私と一緒に美容家の後を追うわよ。
She needs a spotlight now. Yeah, no
まだ
kidding.
生き袋が残ってる。あの子一人じゃ危険すぎるわ。
お。Okay, but why though? But why though? Oh right, I forgot she makes that noise. She'll probably still deal with most of this, but you know what? Yeah, I know. It's just it's to completely show off.
訓練の成果ね。
Let's go right here. Here we go. Wee.
交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。交換するなら今のうちよ。どうってことないわ。ふっ。
Baka runs so fast she's gone in the blink of an eye. It's so dark inside, she's got some guts. Stop talking nonsense and keep up.
お姉ちゃん、もう会えなくなるかと思ったよ。
Baka, please.
今度勝手に走り回ったら知らないから。
だってお姉ちゃんの役に立ちたかったんだもん。
開き直るつもり？
It's my fault now.
ミス一つで済むかもしれない状況なのよ。
ごめんなさい。もうしないからお姉ちゃん許して。
After seeing that Belka seems sufficiently contrite, he decides to drop the subject. A short distance away, Andorius is running toward the group after passing on her findings to the survey corpse.
アンドリス、風速に変化は？
うん。奥に行けば行くほど風が強くなってる。出口が近いんだと思う。
よし、このまま進むわよ。
At last, 404 reaches the end of the mine tunnel.
何これ。そんな。
The tunnel entrance before them has almost been blocked off by rocks, but a wooden beam has fallen to deflect the fallen stones in such a way that there is an irregular hole roughly 30 centimeters wide on the lower left side of the entrance. There is no light coming in through the hole, probably because it's quite a distance to the outside, but they can hear the cold night wind of the yellow zone blowing through it.
どう頑張っても通れそうにないよ。ミシュティのチビでも無理そう。
Use the big gun.
アンドリス、この隙間周辺の瓦礫の厚さと構造を計測して、もしかしたらあんたの外付け装備でなんとかなるかも。
They just keep calling it the big gun. They don't even have a name for it yet.
了解。
Adonis performs some quick measurements.
隙間の直径を50センチから1メートルまで広げられると思う。
十分よ。
それと瓦礫に付着したクリスタルからしてこの入り口だいぶ前から塞がってたみたい。
Cave in, probably.
なるほどね。
Lukai looks down and thinks.
マグニセキュリティの仕業じゃないとすれば、 ここが盲点である可能性が高い。隙間を1メートルまで広げられるなら調査隊が脱出するには十分ね。
話の腰を折るつもりはないけどさ、私の非常用バッテリーじゃ装備を起動するだけで精一杯で撃つのは無理だと思う。あれ消費量とんでもないよ。バッテリーの半分くらい壊れちゃってる。
ミシュティ、大変だったね。
ねぎらってくれるのは嬉しいけど、後でデールに改善してもらわなきゃ。
ならあいつに会わないとね。アンドリスは分かれ道に戻って状況を共有。他はその場で待機。
当然の結果ですね。残念ですがあなたはここまでです。
Alrighty, we're getting there. We're down to the last bit. Got one big story node, and then after that point, it's just these 5 you see right here. So, definitely going a lot faster.
But still, there's plenty of story still. After contacting the Survey Corps, Andorius tells Dimitri about the hole they found and 404's lack of power. Following Dimitri's orders, 404 returns to the mine tunnel where the Survey Corps are.
本当に諦めちゃうの？この辺はほとんど見てきたじゃん。もうあの隙間しかないんだよ。
でも穴を開けるためのバッテリーがないもの。
外付け装備がないなら手で掘ればいいじゃん。死ぬのを待つよりはマシでしょ。
敵がいつ攻め込んでくるかはわからないけど、残された時間は少ないわ。手で掘ってる余裕なんてないの。
あそこに誰か配置しといたらマグニが攻めてくるかもしれないし。
見つけた入り口には全てセンサーを置いてる。見張りなんて必要ないわ。この隙間に時間と労力をかけるよりも早く調査隊と合流して他の案を検討した方が現実的よ。
I imagine this mine still has some infrastructure left, and natural gas is actually one of the many ways I think you can power stuff.
隊長、さっき話したことだけど、やっぱり私心配だよ。私たちがチップと録音を持って脱出して自分たちはそれを援護する。ディミトリーさんは確かにそう言ったし、
Oh, 9?
隊長とも同じ
I
判
don't
断だ
know
っ
the
た。
order or the release plans for her yet. I'm imagining there's probably a couple people in between them.
でもまだ何か隠してると思えて仕方ないの。
チップと録音は私が厳重に保管するわ。心配しないで。調査隊が裏切ったら放射線量の高いエリアに移動すればいい。相手は防護服が破れてる。弾薬も残り少ない。私たちが負けるわけがない。
The other 3 dolls nod.
静かに。もうすぐ着くわ。
404 returns to the tunnel where the Survey Corps is waiting, and they discover the troopers sitting around a patch of empty ground, quietly discussing something.
ローリング、この位置はわかるな。兵を一人連れてそこに突っ込め。他は何も気にするな。敵はできる限りこっちに引きつける。
効果はあるのか？
運だな。こういう時は賭けだ。戦況がここまで悪化しないことを祈るぜ。
了解。終わったら支援に戻る。
そうだな。
After handing out assignments, Dimitri looks up to see 404 and signals them to come over.
何をしてるの？
Vector next, and Yuki. I mean, I guess we'll have to. We're literally at the mercy of their schedule because we don't match CN, so there's no way we know what's going on. Oh, I didn't read the first part, did I? Yeah, Kuke studies the patch of empty ground. It is covered with salt from the tunnels. There is a simple map and various symbols drawn on it. The upper left part of the map has been circled for emphasis.
ガラクタにはこの見取り図が理解できないようだな。
送ってもらった情報をもとにこの辺の地図を作成したんだ。こうやって放射線量が少ないところで防御を固めればマグニの不意をつけるかもしれない。
お前らが戻るのを座って待ってるだけだと思ったが。
Dimitri taps the circle part of the map and writes an F there. Kuke looks at the map.
まさかマグニと正面から戦う気なの？
そうだ。今までの礼をしてやらねえとな。
ブッシュはそこを突きかけてる。相手はマグニセキュリティだけじゃないのよ。ブルースフィアの戦闘力だって計り知れない。こんな無謀な正面衝突賛同しかねるわ。
They might take a gap between, I don't know. I mean, it depends on what their plans are. Not necessarily know what they're gonna do. That would be kind of sad to see Lana that delayed, but that makes the electric team really in not the best position, I think. If there even is one. I guess that's the first question I should say. Or first question I should ask if there even is an electric team.
賛同しなくて結構だ。404に戦わせるつもりはねえさ。お前らはその隙に証拠を持って見つけた隙間から離脱しろ。人形にはローカルメンタルとやらがあったはずだ。そいつも証拠になるだろう。手足がもげようが知ったこっちゃねえが、メンタルだけは守り抜けよ。
あの隙間に穴を開けるのは不可能よ。あんたたちが時間稼ぎしたところでこの計画は根本的に成り立ってない。
After hearing Kuke's answer, the Civic Corps troopers laugh.
総長の言う通りだ。反応もそっくりそのままだ。
言ったろ、石頭どもにこの作戦が思いつくわけねえってな。これで分かったろ。機械なんぞに人間様の頭脳は超えられねえんだよ。
いやー、かけなくてよかった。これで負けたらベッドの下に隠したウォッカを差し出すところでしたよ。
こいつら何言ってんの？もしかしてお姉ちゃんのことバカにしてる？バカにしてるね。
Mechty's like,
石
yeah,
頭
they
な
ain't
のは
wrong
本
though.
当だけどさ。
Kuke, Mechty, Lena, Leva. Well, aren't they like two different elements though? Like, isn't Leva and Lena both electric?
Andris, 離れて立った方がいいよ。
Mosen is strong, but still, she requires a massive investment.
30秒もしたら
Yeah, so
フル回が切れ出すと思うから。
old 404 would literally just be like half poison, half electric, right? I mean, at that point, you're pretty much going to be playing down to whatever they can... Like, if they have supporting fire capabilities, maybe, but that's really about it. As they see Kuke's face turn more and more grim, the Survey Corps troopers manage to settle themselves down in time.
笑いは済んだ。そろそろ続きを説明してもらっても。
穴を開けられねえのはバッテリーが足りねえからだろ。
Turns out we have something to solve that problem.
足りねえなら探せばいい。
療養施設に生きてる電源はないわ。天然ガスは幾分か残ってるけど電力に変える手段がないもの。
Oh.
その必要はねえよ。電源なら腐るほどあるぜ。
Saying so, Dimitri points to the military backpacks off to the side.
これはバッテリー？
ああ、どれも共通規格で 全ポートに対応してる。使えるもんは全部持っていけ。
どこからこんな。デミトリーさん、あなた方まさか。
As she thinks of what the answer might be, Anthorus quickly glances at the protective suits that the soldiers are wearing. Just as she expected, most of the indicator lights in their suits have gone gray. Oh. Only a few people, including Dimitri, have lights that are still on.
デミトリーさん、私。
They're gonna make Anthorus cry. Unable to compute what the troopers might be thinking, Anthorus through a cloud clashes.
なんだ、またくだらねえ演算してやがるな。今回はなんだ、俺たちがあのブルーなんちゃらに投降する確率か。どいつもこいつもセーフティー外しやがって、今さら裏切るとでも思ったか。
待っておじさん、これには理由が。
申し訳ありません。
アンドレス、何認めちゃってんのよ。
I mean, that's probably a good thing that she's at least owning it. After taking in the doll's reactions, Dimitri laughs scornfully.
よせよ、撤回なんぞに人間様の考えは理解できやしねえさ。理屈が全てじゃねえ。俺たちは理屈以上のもので動いてんだ。騙すとしたって機械に気づかれるような猿芝居打つか。人間なめんじゃねえぞ。
人間の行動は予測困難だからこそ警戒する必要があるのよ。
なんだ、褒めてほしいってか。まあいい、言い争うだけ時間の無駄だ。とっととバッテリーを持っていけ。後で言い訳されても困るからな。
ですが、それではあなた方が危険にさらされます。
They've accepted that. This really just shows the difference in mindsets between the two.
電
They've
源を
accepted
失っ
this
た状
already.
態では防護効果はほとんど期待できません。
俺たちが何年頂上列車でやってきたと思ってる。んなことは言われなくても分かってんだよ。
お互いの弾薬も残り少ないのに防護服まで。あなた方は。
They're probably already thinking they're not getting out of here.
行かれちまってんのさ。
Oh, that too.
このクソったれな世界にやられてな。
This time, Dimitri doesn't bother arguing with Clay. Instead, he decides to roll what she's saying.
ここはもともと新ソ連で、畑も街を走る車もあったとお前らは言ったな。空は青く、大地も緑に覆われていたと。
Well, it's what do they call it? Pyrrhic victories? Victory, but at a cost?
だが俺たちはそんな時代に生まれてねえし、見渡す限りの荒野しか知らねえ。
In a way, it can be a decisive victory, too. Huge seems confused. She's not sure what he's trying to say.
集落の人間を見ただろう。声だめみてえな家に暮らして、病と生き袋に怯える日々を過ごしてる。それがイエローエリアだってんなら、ホワイトエリアとグリーンエリアはどうだ。そこのこの世界はな、とっくに行かれちまってんだよ。かつて人類はこの大地の至るところにいた。だがコーラップス粒子が広がって以来、人間はまるで家畜みてえに小屋に縮こまるしかなくなった。ろくでもねえ話だろ。
Dimitri's voice suddenly fills with anger.
ところがな、頭の腐ったゲス野郎ども、今ものうのうと庭付きの別荘を守ろうとしてやがるのさ。豚みてえにな。マグニセキュリティ、パラデウス、それにあのなんちゃらグループ、あいつらに一発かましてやらねえと死んでも死にきれねえぜ。
そうだ、あんな奴らの好きにさせてたまるか。
カーター将軍が死んで、新ソ連が死んで、軍人である意味はなくなった。初めはそう思ってた。うさんくさく見えるかもしれねえが、浄化事業は人類が過去の世界を取り戻すために取った唯一の行動だ。少しずつだが確実に進んでいたのを俺は防衛軍時代からずっと見てきた。ノレンも新ソ連も関係ねえ。浄化事業を守ることは軍人として、そして一人の人間として果たすべき使命なんだ。わかるか？ここが新ソ連の大地だったらなおさらだ。武闘派の男として新ソ連を守るためならいつでも身を捧げるつもりでいた。そいつは今も変わらね
Dimitri's
え。
words fire up the soldiers around him. This crude and brutish sergeant is used to having his actions speak for him. He's berated every man here before, and he's also stood at their head to lead them. Everyone here knows that there's a fire burning in his heart, but they never once knew where his anger came from. Perhaps what drove Dimitri to a depression wasn't the destruction of his ideals, being rejected by the people around him, or the things left unsaid with his friend that he never would get the chance to resolve. He was deeply unhappy with this world, and yet he loved it dearly. There was no way someone as passionate as him could sit back and watch the world march to destruction without feeling a thing. And naturally, he hated himself for being too insignificant and too weak to do anything about it. But ever since he joined the armed forces and pledged to protect the Neo-Soviet Union, he has never once put down the gun in his hand or in his heart. His words remind the men of the Survey Corps of the oath they took. Once they swore to join the NSU army to help push forward the purification project. But every time, things had not turned out like they had wanted. But even if things did not turn out as planned, as long as they can do what they can for the sake of their oath, it will serve as the kindling for the flames of hope, the bedrock on which civilization will be rebuilt. This vast land will bear the proof that they have existed. Nobody knows who was the first, but one by one the troopers straighten up, solemn looks on their faces, before looking towards Dimitri and saluting him.
この判断は合理性に欠けるわ。ブルースフィア愚かマグニセキュリティ単体が相手でも今の調査隊には勝ち目がない。404が戦闘を引き受けた方がまだ勝算はある。あんたたちが残ったところで無駄死にするだけよ。
But if it gets you out of there, it wins.
だから言っただろう。理屈が全てじゃねえ。勝利とは何だ。俺たちにとっちゃチップを持ち帰れば勝ちだ。ついでに奴らの汚いケツを叩けるならなおいい。
This could be probably one of those bittersweet endings where they manage to get out, but it don't go well. But we'll see.
もう一度言うわ。その作戦だと404が証拠品を持って離脱できる可能性は 24% にも満たない。そして調査隊が全滅する確率は
This is the type of guy that's gonna say never tell me the odds.
数字は嘘をつかない。今から作戦を修正しても間に合うわ。
ほう。今度は数字ときた。
Bittersweet ending in GFL.
さては俺が
Well, no, sometimes I can see that.
何の話？
Kuke's tone is a little stiff, but the look in her eyes says she isn't going to back down.
白を切るつもりか。
Bittersweet is the best ending. Yeah, exactly.
404がしんがりを務めて、俺たちがチップを持ち出せる確率はいくつだ。せいぜい 5% あるかないかだろう。まあそうだ。残ったら全滅だ。だがそれがどうした。命の使い方は俺たちが決める。機械ごときが口出しすんじゃねえ。正面をお前らに任せたところでバカ正直に突っ込むのがオチだろ。こういう時は戦術ってものが必要だ。わかるか。
最も適した策略を取るわ。その点はご心配なく。
最も適した策略だ。マグニにも人形はいるぞ。お前の弾き出した演算結果は奴とどう違う。お前らでも思いつくような作戦だったら向こうも思いつくに決まってんだろ。そうなれ後手に回るのはこっちだ。
あんたたち人間の不確定要素に頼りすぎなのよ、実際。
Yeah, but she's also not playing into it well. After seeing Kuklai wanting to press the wants to press the point. After seeing that Kuklai wants to press the point, Dimitri clicks his tongue in annoyance.
キリがねえな。機械なら機械らしくグダグダ言ってねえで働けってんだ。それに依頼人は俺たちだ。404はおとなしく命令を聞くだけだ。忘れたのか。辛くたか。
Dimitri's tone is as unyielding as ever, and his expression shows no sign of softening. He quickly rips off the battery from his suit, and throws it into the backpack. The remaining troopers follow him without the slightest bit of hesitation. Now all the lights in the Survey Corps' protective suits have gone out.
わからない。人形は破壊されても記憶を一部失うだけ。人間は死んだらそれで終わりなのよ。
Doesn't want to accept it. Yeah. Well, a person that lives by the rule, the person that lives by, like, rules, definitions, and, like, you know, calculations and stuff will never fully understand things like sentiment or, you know, why, you know, sacrifice. They'll never truly appreciate it.
だからこそ人間は本能に従って自分の安全を最優先にする。でもあんたたちはまるで逆じゃない。私には理解できないわ。
わかったわかった。もういい、黙れ。時間の無駄だ。ならこいつは命令だ命令。これでわかるな。さっさとバッテリー持って失せろ。
Well, the human says we ball. Yeah, no kidding.
わからないって言ったでしょ。だけどあんたたちの意志は尊重するわ。
なんだ、いきなりかしこまりやがって。君が悪いぜ。
He looks at the solemn expression on Kuklai's face. Dimitri realizes what she means. Perhaps dolls and humans and dolls will never be able to think the same way and reach the same conclusion, but at the very least, they can have the same goals.
柄にもねえこと。
Although he still looks like he can't be bothered with any of this, Dimitri holds out his hand to Kuke.
もう一度だけ繰り返す。耳の穴かっぽちってよーく聞け。
It's been an honor. I'm just kidding.
我々はロクサット主義合衆国連盟汚染区域整備と再建推進所新ソ連大区環境浄化事業所属第7環境調査隊3762小隊。回収した証拠品を持ってこの行動から汚染エリアから離脱しろ。いいな。
承知しました。証拠品は我々が責任を持ってロクサット主義合衆国連盟の信用に値する人物へと引き渡します。
They solemnly shake hands, and then Dimitri's face cracks into a smile.
機械なら機械らしく最初からこうしろってんだ。畜生めが機械と手を組むのはこれっきりだ。
Whenever I see like that word, I just imagine the like the overused like voice line for it, and it just plays in my head every time.
気が変わらねえうちにさっさと行け。
ご分を。
They've argued every step of the way here, but before bidding each other farewell, they finally shake hands and make peace with each other. The proximity alarms hide 404 left in the mine entrances begin to go off 20 minutes after they leave. The final battle is at hand.
Alrighty, there we are. The final fights are here. reconnaissance complete. Regional information has been consolidated. Transmitting. Receiving data. Echelon deployment complete. Probably hold out on for a little longer. Let's go, Mechty. Don't die, okay? They're just going through the floor. There's a lot of enemies on the right side. I wonder if I should be going over there first. Oh my gosh! I don't know why, I had to hear it again. I'm gonna put the turret there, and I'm gonna put the turret there. Whee! Whee! Can I actually drop down over here? No, I cannot. But I don't think it necessarily. No, it does kind of. Oh, no, that actually will do it. Whee! Here comes the cat! There's a short burst of static, followed by Dimitri's annoyed voice. Oh, nice! Mechty hesitates for a moment and decides not to finish her sentence.
美容家は半径100メートル以内に敵がいないか警戒を。マグニセキュリティとの接触は可能な限り回避。万が一遭遇した場合は即座に殲滅するわよ。任せて、お姉ちゃん。
Not the first time to hurt. Yeah, but you have an F6. Like that's still powerful. 404's members take their positions, and the sound of the server corps exchanging fire with Mechi security comes in over the comms channel. Animation? Nope. This feels like a pretty big thing. I feel like they would animate this. Dimitri barks his commands amidst the gunfire, serving as a rallying beacon for his men. His troopers have entrusted their lives to him. Their battle cry and blood are the fuel for their ideals. Troop's voice is drowned out by a torrent of gunfire, and he says no more. Reality is as cruel as ever. F in the chat, boys. Samba! Kikoru! Oi! So. Gohan wa 3番の任務を引き継げ。総長、こちら4班。正面から一気向こうが来てます。ご指示を。高機動タイプを優先して撃破。敵の注意を引きつけろ。ローリングと404のいる方へ近づかせるな。C, please. Thanks for the 213. Battle rages on. The regional channel is filled with the sounds of gunshots, electrical static, and the howls of the Elids. There are fewer and fewer responses to Dimitri's voice. Dimitri silently counts up the number of survivors, then grits his teeth and makes up his mind.
ローリング、そっちはどうだ？
今着いたばかりだよ。途中で息袋に出くわした。増圧ポンプは起動したぞ。俺一人になっちまったけどな。
Ah, that sucks.
終わったらできる限り早くそっちに。
Although he's doing his best to pretend that there's nothing wrong with him, his voice trembles a little. Nobody can be completely unmoved by death.
ああ、そこでしばらく様子を見ろ。正常作動を確認したらまた連絡をくれ。任せた。総員、ポイント F まで撤退。弾薬には気をつけろ。光線距離を縮めて敵を誘導しろ。
It's gonna be one massive explosion. Yeah, that's I mean, like, this is definitely some kind of foreshadowing. Having received their orders, the soldiers murmur their assent and begin their final relocation. On 404's side,
ポイント F ってあの見取り図でひときわ目立ってた場所だよね。最初に情報共有した時だから確か。
公共トイレ付近の配管室。閉鎖的な空間でトイレの水道とガスパイプが通ってる。
それってお姉ちゃん、あいつら大丈夫なの？
Also, see, please, you don't need to. It's fine. You don't have to super chat to make a point. I do appreciate it, but you don't have to do that. See, please. Also, that was $2.
アンドリスの話が正しければパイプに残ったくらいのガスじゃ爆発は起こせないんでしょ？
Oh no, I'm scared. Don't do it. See, please.
それは私たちが考えることじゃない。任務に集中しなさい。アンドリス、ミシティ、そっちはどう？
They're gonna Viking funeral themselves at this point.
電源接続完了。いつでも射撃プログラムをロードできるよ。
すぐに始めて。ロードが完了したら予熱シークエンスを開始。発射1分前に入ったらカウントダウンを。
See, what are you doing?
了解。
432 though. After giving out orders, Kuke switches to the regional comms frequency.
ディミトリー、発射準備を開始したわ。まだ持ちこたえられる？
当たり前だ。俺たちを誰だと思ってる。総員、ポイント F に突きしたい。射撃中止。俺の合図を待て。
The channel briefly goes quiet.
ブルースフィアは？
まだ来てない。だが目撃情報はある。
A deafening gunshot blends with an ear-piercing shriek from Elid.
うるさっ。
ディミトリー、何があったの？ディミトリー。
There's no response on the channel for a long time. About 5 minutes later, all the noise from the other side slowly fades away.
見つけました。
Dupes' cool, calm voice comes in over the regional comms channel.
ビオカ、信号増幅器を壊して、総員、通信を切断。
The transmission cuts off. Animation? The final hold?
英語なる国
Ah, come on! That's a big moment for them. Let him go out. Let him go out strong with the 3D animation. That's what I would do. Yes!
404との通信が切れた以上、これは用済みですね。
連絡員1名をここに残し、他は404の捜索を。調査隊の生存者は見つけ次第射殺。報告は必要ありません。ディミトリー総長、ほとんどの場合絶対的な戦力差の前ではどんな戦術も無意味です。だからこそ極めて稀有な事例が伝説となる。
くたばり損ないが。
404はどこです？
知らねえな。人形がどこへ行こうが関係ね
え。あなた方がおとりで彼女たちにチップを託したことは存じております。時間を稼ごうとしても無駄ですよ。
てめえらには見つからねえさ。居場所を聞くくらいだ。どうせ地形も把握しちゃいねえんだろ。笑えるぜ。ここで散々パラデウスと乳くり合ってたくせによ。その銃がなけりゃてめえらみてえなおまぬけなんざ今頃全員俺にぶっ殺されてるぜ。
そうですね。しかし私には時間がありません。残念です。あなたが状況を理解し正しい選択をしていれば。
Not Jimmy! That's 2 days from retirement! Yeah, get him! Yeah, stick, get him! Get him! Yeah! Oh, it's just his leg though. Yeah! Man did it. Let's see. How is this one gonna play out? Wait, this is familiar. Isn't it just the same? Wait, we've done this map. Yeah, we did this map earlier. She's already in the right position. Oh, I don't really need the support units. Get out of here with that. Right, you're gonna go right here. I'm pretty sure. Yep. That is exactly what I would expect. See, please. Flop. Fortunately, the frog is in a weird position where I cannot get away with that. It does make sense, yes, because they are stuck here. Here comes the cat.
浅はかに行動を悔い改めなさい。
無駄な抵抗はやめてください。これが最後の忠告です。手加減はしました。最後の部下はまだ生きています。5分だけ待ちましょう。今度は彼の心臓を貫きますよ。人間の命はたった一度だけ。生き残ることが何より重要なはずでは。
Larion is still not there.
生きて家に帰りたくないのですか？もう一度伺います。404はどこです？
お前にそれを教えて何のメリットがある？
あなたとそこにいる
This is
最後
what
の部下が助け
best way this goes out. Man bear hugs her and they all explode.
なら他の仲間は命にとってのか？
条件は？
超一金だ。
いいでしょう。
Bear hug it.
もっと早くそうしていれば他の部下も死なずに済んだのですよ。ディミトリー総長、さあ言いなさい。404はどこです？ そろそろ限界のようですね。素直に吐けばすぐに治療に当たらせましょう。
404はあいつら
Grab her and hold her. Grab her and hold her.
エラの弾を取りに行く最中
Aw, come on! Even if it was a short second, you would have been like... And you probably would have been overwhelmed still. Well, somebody else grabbed her instead. Not that that was gonna last long.
させません。諦めが悪いですね、ディミトリー総長。
Come on, Larry, and hold him.
Go. 4 3 2 1
A little bit of spark. Big explosion. They're like, welp, it's over. Oh my god. Holy crap, that is
外付け装備を破棄。
Jeez.
全ての照明を落として北西方向へ速やかに撤退するわよ。
Salutes and effing chats for Dimitri boys.
了解、隊長。
早く逃げよう。あのさ、分かれ道に戻っておじさんたちに連絡してみよっか。
Okay, glances at the mine entrance. It is spewing flames and belching smoke like an actual smoke signal, sending a warning of danger into the distance. See? Thanks for the 222. As she watches the plum of smoke rise into the sky, Kuke's gaze hardens.
撤退よ。
Hide 404 runs through the night as the explosions go off non-stop behind them.
永劫なる国土との別れ。
The boy did it. The boy did it. The man pulled it
果
off.
てなき成功。
Though I have a feeling she's probably still fine. I imagine she's a bit more durable than that. You went out with a bang at least. Yeah, literally. Doc, thanks for the 404, man. I like what you did there. Virtuoso, it makes sense though, because 404, that's the squad's name too. Hide 404. What does HIDE stand for again? The HIDE? I don't know if that is something. Maybe you GFL1 peeps know the whole abbreviation. I mean, at this point, you're just waiting for 416, which has not happened yet. Anyway, they move quickly, avoiding elite attacks as best as they can. But this sustained high output movement is rapidly draining what little of their charge remains.
隊長、20
There's just
分以内に
404.
補
Oh,
給し
so
ないと
it's a
レー
new
スを
whole
落と
thing.
すしか
Okay.
なくなるよ。
I'm curious what it actually is.
分かったわ。現在の速度を保ったまま前進。
あこの方向で本当に合ってるの？位置情報がないとどこに向かってるのか分かりゃしない。
星座を見れば大まかな方角はわかるよ。嵐がよく吹くからホワイトエリアやグリーンエリアよりもはっきり星空が見えるしね。今のところ臨時拠点の方角と大体合ってるかな。補給できる場所があるかはわからないけど。
けどってそれ一番最悪じゃん。
It's almost as if it's a plot device for a gigantic base to come out of nowhere and just sweep them up. I'm just kidding. I don't actually know that's gonna happen.
本当にちゃんと証
No,
拠
I
品
would
を持ち
imagine
帰
this
れ
is
るか
that's gonna lead to
な。
that.
考えただけで頭が痛い。あれ？ミシュティがすぐに諦めないなんて珍しいのね。
It is a bit wrecked, yeah. It definitely got a good wallop earlier.
あんなこと言われちゃね。命がけで託されたんだし。アニメにも似たようなシーンがあったよ。よくわかんないけど、人間の基準で言えばあの人たち立派な軍人ってやつだったんだよね。だから試してみたいんだ。自分もアニメのキャラみたいに託された使命を果たしてみたい。
Basically, they heard the "You're the last ones left. Finish the mission."
そんなのどうだっていいわよ。
Got a Nico outfit mod before she became playable in Blue Arc. I wouldn't be surprised. There is the anime mod that it does exist in Fallout 4.
だけど
Belka glances at Kuke, who is running at their head.
たとえここでスクラップになったとしても最後までお姉ちゃんの役に立ってみせるから。
みんなやる気だね。
We have not been told what Hyde stands for yet. Okay, maybe we'll find out soon, or maybe one of the files that we pick up will reveal it. It'd be cool.
やる気があってもバッテリーがないよ。今残ってる電力じゃ4人で帰れるかどうかも怪しいし。ああ、魔法が本当にあったらいいのにな。呪文一つで補給所が現れたりとかさ。
Friendly care package inbound.
あるかもしれないわね、そんな魔法。
え？
補給所見つけたわよ。
Kukai gestures, signaling for the three of them to stop.
あれはマグニセキュリティ？
あいつら岩塩港にいるはずじゃ。
大方見張りと連絡のために配置された部隊ね。私たちが脱出したことはまだ知らないみたい。岩塩港から一定範囲内に検問を設置したんだわ。
ちょっと待って、まさか補給所って。ダメダメ、そんなのダメだよ。
Say it and summon the commander.
待ってるだけじゃチャンスは来ない。人数も多くないし勝算は十分ある。404戦闘準備。敵戦闘員を殲滅し作戦物資を略奪。
Well, to be fair, they didn't. I don't think they knew that there was that entrance was around. So this is probably a wait. This exists. I see a lot of people there and a lot of people there. So what's probably going to happen is we're going to move this over here. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, I just wanted to hear that. There was no reason for me to do that other than I just wanted to hear it. We're gonna do this. I don't honestly think we're gonna need these, to be honest. They're on the green Kool-Aid. They really do be, though. Oh, well, that's just annoying now, isn't it? Yeah, this team should be able to handle it all. Hi, how you doing? He's like, ah! Hey buddy, how you doing? Mechty gets her first kill. Oh, jeez. And you two get cat! We did it. While the battle rages on, Kuke looks around from where she's hiding behind cover and sets her sights on a jeep that's guarded by only one trooper.
10時方向のマグニセキュリティ車両を強奪するわ。ビオカ、ミシティ、その場で敵の注意を引いて。
No! I need it! I need it, see! Two, though.
アンドレスは私と一緒に車内の敵を制圧。
はい、来るかい隊長。
気をつけてね、お姉ちゃん。
You can't regrow your liver. Yeah, you can. It depends on the scale of damage, though. No, that's not how that works!
早くしてね。こっちも長くは持たないから。
行動開始。
Anyway, as Kuke gives the order, 404 dolls split up and deploy. The isolated Mechty security troopers are caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush and panic. Some of the men on the outer perimeter try to drive away, including the man Kuke marked earlier. Andorius opens fire to intercept him. Meanwhile, Kuke uses this opportunity to reach the vehicle. Kuke coldly opens fire. Her bullet pierces the vehicle's windshield, and the driver is hit. He loses control of the vehicle, which comes barreling towards Kuke. Kuke seizes the opportunity and leaps on top of the vehicle before slipping into the cabin, the side window. She opens the door and throws the stunned driver out. Then she takes his place, steps on the gas, and turns the steering wheel around, sending the jeep toward the other three dolls. After hearing Kuhe's command, the others climb into the jeep. Kuhe glances at the vehicle's GPS and quickly figures out their current location. She drives towards 404's temporary base, chased by the sound of Mechty security gunfire. Dud. Pretty sure he's not stunned, by the way. And now for some sleeping ASR from Mechty. After evading pursuit from Mechty security, 404 organizes the various supplies inside the Mechty security jeep before topping themselves off at their own discretion.
適当に選んだ車がこんなに物資を積んでたなんて。
Man was perma stunned.
でも電力があるって素晴らしいな。
適当なわけないでしょ。乗車人数は他より少ないけど。 轍の深さは同じだった。つまり、その分荷物を積んでるってこと。
さすがお姉ちゃん。
補給が済んだら降りて。マグニに追跡されると厄介だから、ここで乗り捨てるわよ。発信機がついてないとも限らない。
ダウンロードした環境情報と静的マップを照合したけど、この辺に放棄された集落があるね。みんな暗視機能は損傷してるし、コーラップスストームも近いから、あそこで避難するのはどう？
そうしましょう。
They climb down from the vehicle, then begin heading in the direction Andoris indicated, toward the abandoned settlement. Fortunately, 404 manages to reach the abandoned settlement before the collapse storm hits.
各自休憩。電力節約のために美容家とアンドリスは交代で暗視機能を使って。照明は全て落とすなよ。出ないと位置がバレかねない。
はい、隊長。
After that, the ruins are plunged into darkness. Kukui takes her terminal out again. She doesn't expect the signal to come back on or for him to reply. Instead, she just stares at the long list of messages reading, "Where are you?" And it seems to grant her a small measure of peace.
あの連中と一緒だった頃は毎晩明るい中でバカ騒ぎしてたのに慣れないわね。
Oh, they actually got used to them.
もともと人形に照明なんていらないけどね。あたしと来る会も暗視機能が壊れてなければ明かりなんてつけたことなかったよ。
Mechty leans against a nearby wall.
なんだか寝つけないや。
They're actually dealing with loss. Look at that. Of course she's gonna start humming it. Local mom starts humming the tune. As Doris polishes her gun, she begins unconsciously humming the soldier's song.
アンドリス、その歌はやめて。今聞くと。
I really do like
なんかお
Doris.
かしく
I
なりそう。
honestly don't think I can't. I need to have her at this point. I might have just found another covenant, by the way. Not that there's anything wrong with any of the other members of Hyde, but Doris, though.
あ、ごめん。つい。
Mommy competition. I mean, I like Springfield too. Like, I did not think I would like I wasn't 100% sold on Springfield until there was that one-on-one dialogue, and I think it was Centrasi's. Was it Centrasi's event? Yes. The event before this one was Centrasi's, I think. Yes, that sounds right. And I kind of had a slight liking towards her, but I didn't really think I loved her character until that dialogue with the commander and her individually. I think that was really, really, really a good point. So, but yeah, like, I do actually like a good number of the characters in this story. Like, sure, they have their own things that they have to deal with, but at the same time, like, I do like a lot of them. Like, I actually do kind of, in a way, like Mechty. 416 is a character that's been growing on me a little bit. She's very serious about her stuff, and I do kind of like that kind of mindset. She's a go-getter in that sense. And yeah, she's strict, but, you know, she also, in a way, her and, Dimitri aren't that far apart from each other. They do, in a way, look at, you know, want the best for their own. They both have different ways of expressing it, and in a way, they basically are one and the same. One is a doll, the other is a human, but in a way, their viewpoints, the way that they approach, you know, how they approach situations is not necessarily similar, but how they view, like, they're like, for in this case with 416, you know, she's harsh on the three of them, but that's because she wants them to do their best and operate at their best. In a way, she's looking out for them in that aspect. She wants them to always succeed. In the same way with Dimitri, you have a guy that, yeah, he's a bit rude and a bit just you know, that's just the way he is. But he does care about his men. He does care about them and wants them to live. He doesn't want to just sacrifice them needlessly like a bunch of pawns. He sees each of them as their own individual piece on a board that's important to play. So in a way, they're very similar to each other. Which is really funny. But I guess the main reason why their personalities clash is just because even though they both view things similarly, they have very different ways about, you know, being leaders. They're the way they handle the leadership role is very different from each other, and they do butt heads in that sense. 416 is like an actual wife, strict but caring. But yeah, like that's what I mean is like they're both in a way the same. So I do like 416 in that regard too. Belka is probably, I think, the weakest of the 416, but I'm gonna be honest and I'm gonna be fair and give her more time to develop. I want to see how her character really is. Yeah, she wants 416 to praise her and do a whole bunch of stuff for, you know, to acknowledge her, but there's probably more. I want to hope that there's more to her than just that. But right now, out of the four of them, Belka is probably the weakest. But I will see how that is. Just no pamper me, Commander. Probably. Yeah, like most of the characters, like I like Sintarasi. I do like Wawa. It was actually kind of funny seeing how bold she was like, "You think this place is cool? Maybe you should come to my place at some point." Totally not gonna do anything concerning. But no, I do kind of like a lot of the characters. I'm actually kind of surprised how nice all of the dolls, like how much I actually kind of like all of the dolls. Was it related to a specific unit where I can make GFL 1? But yeah, like I do kind of, I really appreciate all the characters. I don't really think I have one that I truly despise or hate yet. Maybe that'll change, maybe it won't, I don't know. But each of them have their own quirks and I like that. So anyway, unlike how the other three dolls are showing signs of relaxing, Kluke has calmed herself down and her expression is cold as she silently regards the box which the soldiers gave her.
この任務、必ず成功させるわ。
The rope binding the box has come a little loose. Kuke carefully undoes it and prepares to tie it back up again.
隊長、8時方向に高熱源反応。
全員、遮蔽物に隠れて。
Before Kuke can finish speaking, she hears the sound of bullets ripping through the air from behind and to her left. Since she can't see, she's forced to swiftly duck on pure instinct. Although she avoids being directly and fatally hit, the high energy particle flux around the shots ruthlessly melts through her right elbow, and her forearm flies free, along with the case.
しまった、ミスティ。
Mechty, who is nearby, leaps out and grabs the box. Inertia sends her rolling across the ground, but the box, clutched tightly to her chest, is safe.
危なかった。ミスティ、後ろ。
I'm going to assume this is the weird, creepy-looking version of Blue Spear. Mechty doesn't even get the chance to look back before the shockwave slams her into the nearby wall. The ruined wall collapses and Mechty is pinned under part of it, unable to get free.
あなたはブルースフィア。
A creepy mechanical creature that they've never seen before stands at the exact spot where Mechty had just landed. Magni's security troopers begin streaming in around her.
徒歩で追跡して不意打ちだなんて案外頭が回るのね。
これ以上の失敗は許されません。
Blue Spear waves a hand and the troopers spread out, forming a rough semicircle. She stands in the middle of the encirclement, and she's truly a gruesome sight. Much of her synthetic skin is peeled off, exposing engorged muscle fiber bundles that bear scorch marks. Parts of jet-black metallic endoskeleton are twisted in bizarre angles, supporting her still vaguely human-shaped torso. From their configuration, her limbs can no longer be described as arms or legs. They are entwined together in a state that alternates between stiff and twisted, their ends split into what looks like bestial or human hands. Kuke knows that this is definitely not normal, but she cannot work backward from Bluster's current state to figure out what she might have looked like before this. She looks like a patchwork mess of hastily coupled together repairs, but close analysis reveals that the welding points between each segment of her body are very regular, as though this was how they were meant to be. The creature looks especially gruesome against the backdrop of the night and the storm, as though she has abdicated her place as a doll. Only her emotionless face allows her to be identified at all.
変わった趣味してるじゃない。こんなに早く追いついてくるなんて、ずいぶん必死なのね。
Oh yeah, there's her missing arm. Bluespear, who had originally ignored Kluke's taunts in favor of glaring at Mechty, suddenly raises a gun and points it at Kluke. Her target was already switched to her. Her target has already switched to her remaining left hand and taken aim at her. Bluespear, Kluke be like, "Hey Bluespear, could I have a hand?" You know, you got like 6 of them.
あの調査隊には手こずらされました。しかし、今のあなた方にはこの場を切り抜けることなど不可能です。
なら試してみたら。
お姉ちゃんを傷つけたら絶対に許さないんだから。
Belka and Andoris point their guns at Bluespear, while Mechty struggles from where she is buried under the rubble. However, Bluespear pays no heed to her.
チップを渡しなさい。そうすれば、あなた方の任務は終了します。
There's only 2 ways this goes. Either 1, the commander and the dolls arrive, or 2, Mechty goes into her turbo mode.
あんたを廃品工場にぶち込まない限り、この任務は終わらないわ。
Be surprised if, or it could be both. That would be a bit overkill, but still.
総員、戦闘準備。
Sure, you know what, we'll put turrets for the fun of it. That is still creepy. Hello, giant amalgamation. Creates tiles with varying effects. Ah, yes. I'm sure that is something to consider. Let me introduce you to a thing called cat! Oh. That actually was a lot more health than I thought you would have. Hey, wait, how much health do you actually have? Oh, you're level 28. Okay, so you actually can somewhat survive. What does this do to you? I mean, it's a lot of damage regardless.
訓練の成果ね。
I think what I want to do is this.
どうってことないわ。
I think that's a kill, actually. There's a chance the crits will do the work there. I mean, it's a 94% chance, but still. Oh wait, no, it actually isn't.
今です。どうってことないわ。
That happened.
Ooh, that was a rough landing for Belka.
姉ちゃんから離れなさいよ。
Oh, she lost a leg.
まずはあなたからです。 ミシティチックを渡しなさい。やだ、死んでも渡すもんか。後悔しますよ。
後悔するのはあんたよ。
第二世代の人形といえど初歩的な状況判断はできるはず。あなた方はまるで人形らしくありません。負けると分かっていてなぜ抵抗を続けるのです。
あんたみたいな出来損ないとは違うのよ、私たちは。
あなたにその目を刺さない限り405は諦めないようですね。有識の人形にしては大したものです。あなたは隊長の名に恥じぬ決断力と戦闘力を発揮しました。ですがここまでです。
Flare? Flare? Yep, there they are. Get her! Oof! Again! That blade!
Oh, the whole gang's here, dang.
Oh, sextants! Yeah!
第二形態破損形態変化不能
Hi, sextants. Playable win?
つまり第二形態に移れないほどのダメージを負ったということ。
肯定
The doll called Sextans nods and coldly regards her former comrade.
警戒態勢を維持。
I mean, we already knew that Sextans was gonna be, alongside them. They mentioned that earlier at the end of the thing, but it was still one of those things I was just like... It was cool just to kind of see her just kind of walk in there and be all like, well, just to be her usual self.
ベプリー、キャロリック、404を起動基地に。早く。了解。
Blue Spirit is sprawled in front of the two of them. She raises her head and tries to make out the information her visual modules are relaying to her.
セクスタンス。
故障を確認あなたは対象の識別不能
もういい。セクスタンス。
Vepley, please. The cold and unfamiliar gaze lingers over Blue Spirit for a moment longer, and then Sextans shakes her head, paying no further attention to the shocked Blue Spirit. She heads over to Vepley to help her and Kralik move 404's frame. As she watches the dolls before them, Kluke snorts coldly. She had expected this much, but she's also a little disappointed. After all, he is not here. When she was facing off against Blue Spirit at the end of her rope, she saw a set of blinking signals, Morse code for "Where are you?" At long last, the countless messages he had sent over all these years has finally been answered. I'm here. Although she was out of rounds, although she knew this was merely a signal to coordinate with her, at the most critical juncture, Kuke used the muzzle flash from her gun to respond to the signal. Because she knew that once the smoke cleared, everything would be fine just like now.
リーバーの言ってた増援ってあんたたちだったのね。こんな頼りない援軍を送るなんていい度胸してるわ。
ごめんなさい。あなたたちの位置を特定するのに手間取っていたの。
Kuke doesn't accept Rosa's apology, but she puts on a strong front as she turns away to survey her surroundings. Just then, that familiar voice finally comes through Rosa's terminal.
久々に手を組むってのに釣れないな416。
来るかいです。
It's Kukai now. After hearing her stubborn, proud voice, I sigh in relief. I have a lot to say, but I have no idea where to begin. The feelings between Kukai and me are like a recently undammed river, swelling yet still a little stagnant. As this mix of emotions washes over me, I reply with the crappiest line imaginable.
来るかい。それが今の君の中。じゃあ改めて久しぶりだな、来るかい。
This isn't a very long time for dolls, but it seems to have caught Kukai off guard. Whisper doesn't bother waiting for them to finish their introduction as she begins emitting strange noises, which draw everyone's attention. Oh, she's gonna blow herself up, isn't she?
次回プログラムの起動を検知。
次回？どういうこと？
来るかい。その名前覚えておきましょう。
With that, Blue Spear closes her eyes. A blinding white light begins shining from the missing parts of her body.
次回コーラプスクリスタル前撃反応促進起動カウントダウン開始20 10
Oh, jeez.
クリスタル促進？まずい！何が起こってるの？このエリアには大量のコーラプスクリスタルが埋められてる。その全部が粒子を放出すればここはたちまちレッドエリアになるわ。
お
こいつ触媒装置のスイッチを自分の素体プログラムと紐付けたのよ。カウントダウンが終わるまでに素体を完全に破壊しないと。
First opens fire and bullets rain down on the ruins of Blue Spear's body, but the program shows no sign of stopping.
キャロリック、素体の中枢を破壊して。
よし来た。もっと優しく。いてててて。
Charlotte, who's already made it to this... Yeah, Charlotte, who's already made it to the side of the Jeep, dumps Mechty onto Sextans, who is already carrying Belka, and then charges towards Blue Spear while swinging her blade. However, the edge grinds to a halt after making contact with Blue Spear's skull.
切れない。こいつ何でできてるの？10 9
Mechty, you gotta do it at this point. They left the big gun back at the mine. Blue Spear's countdown is still going. Or Sextans does something, I don't know. The bullets throw up clouds of dust, but Blue Spear's self-destruct countdown continues inexorably.
3 2 1
間に合わない。
Uh-oh. There's a blinding flare of light and the sound of an alarm, and then Blue Spear's torso spews a shower of sparks before completely going dead. Everything is silent and there is no change in their surroundings.
どうなってんの？
Did it just fail?
何も起こらないじゃない。
Did it fail?
キャロリック、クルカイを連れて総員退避。ベプリーは運転を。放射線量を測定して。
ベプリーにお任せ。
Another familiar voice comes from Gross's comm terminal.
デール？
つまり楽にしてていいぞ。触媒装置は停止させといて。
Oh, he just... Okay. That's a little convenient. I don't know about that one.
ギリギリだったけどな。いや、危なかったぜ。前もってセクスタンスのプログラムを調べといてよかった。
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I see some advantage. I can see that. That's... I don't know if I like that, though.
第三世代人形に使われた技術、かなり興味深いな。そのブルースフィアってやつの素材も忘れずに持ち帰ってくれよ。
え？何それ？最初から大丈夫だったってこと？
確信がなかったからさ。ま、結果オーライだったな。
Man wasn't sure.
続きは戻ってからにしよう。ここにいると危険だ。グローザ撤退。
了解。
Hey.
やっと終わった。
On a side note, I was not expecting Prithia.
やばい。
I...
もうクモンが。
So that 94% crit rate, that was actually really funny. I didn't think that was gonna wipe her out. Well, to be, it probably was going to, in all honesty, because like that high crit chance and the health bars don't account for crit damage, which, because you know they don't usually expect it to be stupid high, but of course mine has 94% chance, so it's whatever. The crit rate did its thing. No, it's that. Well, all right. For those that have not, Same tomorrow. Wait, why? It's not even that time of. It's not even anywhere near that yet. But yes, for those that don't know, it's not an X. It's pretty hard not for her to crit. This crit rate is very heavily skewed in my favor. Also, she has 11. That's a pretty decent. Oh wow, she broke the 11Ks. Okay, cool, sweet. Look at that, my Prithia hitting that 11Ks. That's nice. If it ain't 100%, it's 50. You know what? I agree. I very much agree. We have 10? We have 10. Almost 14K, that's nice.
メンタル接続異常なし。素体機能異常なし。
Are they just rebooting Blue Spear?
セルフメンテナンス起動中。10%、15%。
素体を変えたらすぐに目を覚ますはずなのに。
Oh, it's Kuke. Okay, never mind. That's Kuke's voice. It's hard to really tell when it's like very robotic at the, or like kind of not the usual voice tone I hear. I can't do anything about that, man. I can't rename a character that is out of my control.
もう一度パラメータの調整を。メンタル接続正常、素体機能も正常。どうしてセルフメンテナンスがこんなに遅いんでしょう。
ここは俺が見てる。メイリンは休んだらどうだ。もう何日も徹夜続きだろう。
はい。何かあったらすぐに呼んでくださいね。
How did the pulls go? Not too bad. We got her and her weapon here.
安心しろって。
As her newly activated auditory module detects the sound of departing footsteps, Kuke opens her eyes in a diagnostic capsule.
おはよう来るかい。と言っても今は夜だけどな。お前たちを回収してから1日以上が経過してる。まあそれはどうでもいいか。腕を動かして新しい素体の油圧シリンダーを試してみてくれ。
You know what? I'm actually kind of fine with him being around if it means that Mei Ling gets some shut-eye every now and then. Kuke obliges and raises her right arm. There doesn't seem to be any damage on her frame.
あの子たちは
メンタルのバックアップに手こずるほど損傷がひどかった。お前はまだマシな方だ。残りの3人はまだ調整がいるな。それと来るかい。ミシティのスイッチは確かにお前に預けたが、もう少し使いどころを考えたらどうだ。ミシティのやつかなり酷使された形跡があったぞ。
そうね。
それだけか。やけにもう一度メンタルをチェックしておこうか。
人格設定に欠陥が出たら厄介で。
He's like, there's no way she would have been this okay with it. Hang on, what's wrong? Who are you? Where did we put the real one? Where? Go back, hit the go back button. This isn't the Kuke I know. What happened? Whomst?
欠陥があるのはそっちでしょ。
Oh, there she is. I'm just glaring at Tyr. Kuke sits up on the examination slab. Tyr sighs in relief after seeing her reaction. The look on his face seems to say, that's more like it. Yeah,
ここはど
exactly.
こ？指揮官はエルモ号？ちょっと、なんであんたが指揮官と一緒にいるのよ。どうやって私たちを見つけたの？ブルースフィアの次回プログラムはどうやって止めたの？
Hello, yes, we just sat down. You have 500 questions.
おいおい、質問は一つずつにしてくれよ。
一つずつ答えなさい。
そうだな。順を追って説明しよう。お前たちが消息を取ってから指揮官が俺に連絡してきたんだ。こっちもちょうど現地で通信障害の原因を探りたかったからエルモ号に乗ったわけだ。なんでもレナがものすごい剣幕でエルモ号に救援を要請したんだとか。結局連絡がついたのは俺だけだったけど、指揮官の人形たちに囲まれて大変だったんだぜ。あのコルフェンってやつ、いつも笑ってる割には言ってることがいちいち鼻につくんだよな。
The average coffee experience. Live coffee reaction is like the like very I'm going to murder you face of coffee. Your lapses into complaining, but Kuke seems entirely unmoved.
要点は？
せっかちだなお前は。このエリアに到着したら案の定通信管制にあった静的マップを見ながら基地局を一つずつ回ったよ。やっぱり原因はメンテ不足だな。だが人為的に破壊されたものも多かった。指揮官は何者かがこのエリア全域の通信を妨害してるんだと推測した。エルモ号の受信装置もここじゃ使い物にならなかった。ここを出れば信号は回復するが、お前たちとは連絡が取れなくなる。ただ待ってるわけにもいかないからな。指揮官は人形たちをいくつかの隊に分けて、お前たちがリバと最後に通信した位置情報を頼りにしらみつぶしに捜索し始めたってわけだ。それで何を見つけたと思う？
クイズ番組のつもり？
いや、雰囲気を和ませようとしたんだけど。
She's like, just get on with it.
グローザたちが捜索の途中で調査隊の兵士を2名救出した。結局助からなかったが、彼らが建てた臨時基地局は無事だった。
つまり軍用回線は完全には死んでなかったのね。
そう、簡単に言えばブロックされてただけだ。障壁を取っ払えば使えるが、専用の設備なしじゃ難しい。幸いエルモ号の設備は充実してる。あとはまあちょっと工夫しただけさ。臨時基地局のチャンネル設定を参考にエルモ号の通信モジュールを改造して、具体的な原理は省こう。エルモ号が移動基地局になったと思えばいい。
I think it was one of the other groups that was like towards the middle of the event. They separated a couple of teams to set up some base stations. I think that's one of the teams. I don't think it was Ivan.
そう。
信号さえあればこっちのもんだ。メイリンに、ああそういえばお前は面識がなかったな。エルモ号のメカニックだよ。若いのに大した才能だ。いつも過労気味でヒヤヒヤさせられるけど。
Yeah, she is definitely overworked.
さっきなんて今にも倒れそうだったから休ませたよ。あの指揮官、しばらく会わないうちにお前より人使いが荒くなってて笑えるぜ。
要点だけ言いなさい。二度も忠告させないで。
わかったわかった。まあとにかく このエリアには別系統の通信チャンネルがあることを発見したんだ。だがバリアが厚くてなかなか落とせなかった。あのブルースフィアって人形がお前たちの位置を特定して油断した隙にようやくハッキングに成功したわけだ。
あの時にはもう通信できてたってこと？それならなんで最後に現れたのよ。
発見されるリスクがあるだろう。例えるなら他人の携帯で電話するようなもんだ。持ち主が調べれば一発でいつ誰と電話したかがバレちまう。
Yeah.
だからギリギリまで待つ必要があったのさ。
それはあんたの判断？
俺は一階の技術屋に過ぎない。お前たちに何があったか知らなかったしね。個人的にはすぐにでも連絡したかったんだけど。全部指揮官の判断だよ。
As she senses the sheer amount of trust placed in her, Huke feels like a kitten is treading on her neural. Wait, what?
しばらく会わないうちに少しは成長したじゃない。
Why do you act like ex-wife?
で、お前たちの居場所を掴んでからはマグニセキュリティとブルースフィアの通信を傍受してた。
What do you mean? All the group of dads out. Yeah, like the entirety of the what are they called? The core is definitely KIA now, which is sad, but or at least it seems like they are. We don't know yet. Sorry, Clay is objectively very much XY. Oh, she is.
立派な軍人だよ、ディミトリー総長は。あの人が起こした爆発のおかげでブルースフィアは深手を負って第二形態に移行できなくなったんだ。じゃなきゃ俺たちが着く頃にはお前たちは全滅してた。
Oh, so they just straight bypassed her. They went from her first form straight into second.
総長とブルースフィアとの最後の会話聞かせてあげられなくて残念だ。
That is impressive, though, I would say, for a couple of humans to force a Gen 3 doll into second form. There's a wistful look on Deer's face.
それから起こったことも大体は見当がついてるんだろ。セクスタンスの素体とメンタルをチェックしたが、かなり独特な挙動をしてるよ。前に遭遇したダーチュアとセクスタンスは協力関係にあったと指揮官が言ってた。ブルースフィアとダーチュアはお前たちのことを第二世代人形と呼んでいた。つまりあいつらは自分たちを新型だと思ってる。セクスタンスのメンタルに残された情報を洗ったところ、奴らは自分たちを第三世代人形だと認識していることが分かった。
To my understanding, the second gen, as they're calling like Kukley and the others, doesn't have a second form, so there's that.
だがどうも変なんだよな。メンタルを破壊されたはずなのにローカルメンタルは稼働してる。リバに聞いてみてくれないが、あいつなら何かわかるかもしれない。ああ、そういえばリバは今レナと一緒だ。どうもリバの方に何かあったらしくて、指揮官との通信は全部レナが担当してる。昨日は指揮官にお前たちを早く送り届けろとしか言わなかったけど。
送り届ける？
Kukley looks doubtfully at Deer, but after seeing that he seems clueless too, she decides to drop the question.
まあいいわ。後で彼女に連絡する。今までのお礼もたっぷりしないとね。それとブルースフィアを止められたのはセクスタンスを解析したからなのね。
そうだ。同じ第三世代人形なら設計に何かしらの共通点があるはずだからね。セクスタンスから得た情報を利用してブルースフィアのメンタルに侵入したんだ。あの時彼女はお前たちを追うのに必死で少しも異常に気づいてなかったよ。おかげで恐怖の装置とのリンクを切ることができたってわけだ。ヒヤヒヤしたぜ。核爆弾の発射スイッチに等しいからな。
I mean, the fact that she was saying it was going to literally create an instant red zone was something to consider.
ブルースフィア、マグニセキュリティ、それから背後にいるあのグループ。彼らの犯した罪もようやく明るみに出るわ。
まあそうなんだけど。
どうしたの？
お前らが持ち帰ったチップにちょっとした問題が起こってて。
どういうこと？
そう焦るな。完全に壊れたわけじゃない。一時的なデータ破損で読み取れないだけだから。
何が原因なの？
ブルースフィアのやつよほど慎重だったようだ。お前たちは最後の最後にしてやられたわけだ。あいつが自戒するときに光ったのを覚えてるか？あれは強力な磁気パルスだったんだよ。
Okay, yeah, and if it's a hard disk drive, yeah, that'll do it. Just basically attempted to gauss it.
磁気パルス？
Or degauss it, yeah.
ああ、そこまで難しい技術じゃない。コストも低いしな。だが厄介なのは、単射程内にあるチップと録音装置を磁気不良、つまり使用不能な状態にしてしまう点だ。
That thing's got fragments now at best.
修理はできないの？
メイリンといろいろ試してはみたが、今はお手上げ状態だな。もともと俺たちの専門じゃないし、可能性はまだ十分ある。詳しい知り合いに当たってみるよ。
早く何とかして。
もちろん。けど今はチップも録音も指揮官に預けてある。
なんで指揮官に？これは404が引き受けた依頼よ。
After thinking about the dangers hidden behind this mission, Kukai is reflexively attempting to exclude the commander from getting involved with them.
レナにそうするよう言われたんだ。昨日指揮官と連絡したときに。そうだ、さっき指揮官がカリーナから連絡を受けたとかで指令室に入ってったぜ。行ってみるか？エルモ号のマップはお前のローカルメモリに入れといた。
わかったわ。
Yes, here we go. As I'm discussing 404's mission with Leva and its links to the almost previous encounters, I hear the door to the ops room slide open behind me. Unsurprisingly, the person standing at the door is Kluke. As I think about our previous somewhat awkward call, I quickly adopt a relaxed and casual attitude.
修理は終わったのか？相変わらずいい仕事をするな、デールは。今度メイリンの指導を頼んでみるか。
指導料をいただけるなら。
Yeah.
なあ、今は持ち合わせが少ないんだ。少し負けてくれると助かるが。
はいはい、そこまで。隊長になってからやけにお金にうるさくなったわね、来る会は。毎月えげつない量の領収書まで出してくるし。
前任者がもう少し財産を築いていれば、私も口うるさくせずに済んだんだけど。
What? I'm assuming that's a term. I've never seen that word before.
他に誰がいるのよ？デールから聞いたけど、レナばかりに指揮官と連絡を取らせてるんですって？あんたは何してたのよ？
もう指揮官も知ってるでしょ。カリンに頼まれてた件よ。ほら、あんたたちが ODE01 で使ってたあれ。カリンたちここのところ大忙しなのよ。
German penny. Okay, fair enough. Leva voice.
イエローエリアでのびのびできるクルカイ隊長とは違ってこっちは忙しいんだから。
のびのびですって？言葉の意味を分かって使ってるの？あんたね、こっちが
聞きたいことは分かってる。第三世代人形のこと、それとカリンたちの件がそっちと関係あるかでしょ？
I have a feeling that we've discovered a covenant of a specific person here. Future covenant, I guess. So she's got a while before she comes out, I think. Smile fades from Leva's face as on the projection monitor.
手がかりはあるけど、それが何を示してるかはわからない。確証が得られるまで、いかなる情報も開示しないようカリンに言われてるの。
慎重なんだな。
安心して、指揮官を信用してないわけじゃないから。本題に戻るわ。今回の任務で分かったことを振り返ってみましょう。指揮官たちの他のエリアでの調査結果と照らし合わせれば、パラデウスがユナイタスを使ってコーラップス放射線に関する実験をしていたことは確かね。
Oh, okay, I see.
今回、
Have a good
カ
one.
ルカイたちが突き止めたのはその実験場の一つ。ブルースフィアが最後に起動しようとしたのは、コーラップス粒子の放出速度を調整して一定範囲内の放射線量を変える装置よ。それも今私たちが追ってるわ。現段階ではパラデウスがマグニセキュリティとその背後にあるセシュト&ファルベンとのつながりがあることしか推測できてない。
Leva sends over some files.
チップのデータをすぐに復旧する必要があるけど、あなたたちは目立ちすぎるわ。
リバ、私たちのメンタルにブルースフィアとマグニセキュリティとの戦闘、それからチップを読み取った記録があるわ。
人形のメンタル記録が証拠能力を持たないことはあんたも分かってるはずよ。
Oof.
セシュト&ファルベンを訴えるにせよ、グループとパラデウスのつながりを追うにせよ、チップの中身は必要不可欠。
何よそれ、今は何もできないって言いたいの？
タイミングを待つと言った方が正しいかしら。
On the screen, Leva is constantly fiddling with the interface. Her attention is clearly on other things.
そういうことだから来るかい。新しい任務よ。404はエルモ号と同行して証拠の護送をお願いね。
It's sort of the evidence of keeping it safe. I mean, that's not that hard if she stays on the Elmo for a bit.
リバ！
まあまあ、そんな顔しないで。
Besides, wouldn't it be nice for you to get some time to catch up with the dear commander?
気に食わないのはわかるけど、今回の任務、もともとパラデウスの行方をつかむのが目的よ。404は失敗したわけじゃない。
I feel like that would be a Leva line, honestly. She's kind of got that tease to her.
わかってる。あんたなんかに慰められたくないわ。
じゃあ、指揮官に慰めてもいいか？
え？なんだって？
なんで？
さてと、冗談はこの辺にして。エルモ号と404の動きはすでに黒幕の目に入ってると思った方がいいわね。こっちも痕跡を消す努力はするけど、限りがあるわ。
He calls it not 2 sentences before. Ryan, don't worry. You'll. This is a habit I have. It's kind of funny, not gonna lie.
グリーンエリアはともかく、イエローエリアは無法地帯。リビウに着くまで何が起きてもおかしくない。
I have a habit of doing this, but it's usually because at this point I'm either 100% familiar with the character or I'm on the same wavelength as the writers.
わかってる。
今回は本当にお疲れ様。任務とはいえ、ヘルモ号なら快適だろうし、しばらく休憩するといいわ。メンタルの調整も兼ねてね。じゃあ、今日はこの辺で。指揮官、私の代わりに面倒を見てあげて。
任せろ。
Ah, makasero. Okay, fair enough. Leave it to me, or don't worry works too. Anyway, Leibo's image vanishes from the projection monitor, and the ops room falls silent. I struggle to find something to say that can break this awkward silence. Kukai and I haven't met in a long time, and her face looks downcast. She must have a lot to say. This music, though. This music is interesting. She must have a lot to say, both about the 10 years which had passed and everything that just happened. But I don't know exactly where to begin. She stares hard at me. Finally, she sighs.
人形たくさん増えたんですね。
ああ、グローザは知ってるな。他はみんな新しい仲間だ。後で紹介しよ
う。ふん。グリフィンを離れても、グリフィンの指揮官は随分と人気なんですね。
The competition. Oh, wait, is this how she is really with the commander? I know there was the joke about, I am the only one you need. Is this actually how she is?
持ちつ持たれつさ。
Oh,
イエローエリアみたいな場所じゃ仲間は多い方がいい。
It's not a joke though. Well, no, something could be a meme and it's still true. That actually is what makes the meme better. It's not a joke.
今はカリンがスポンサーだから404は間接的にうちの親組織になるのかな。
Are my bosses prox? Oof.
へえ、親組織。
Oh, I'm scared. Oh, I'm scared. I see that smile and I'm already worried.
それなら、こき使わせていただきますから、覚悟してくださいね。
I'm scared.
かしこまりました。エルモ号の設備と部屋はどうぞご自由にお使いください。
Which one is closest to you?
何かあれば遠慮なくメイリンに。あなたの忠実なるブリーフ認定賞金ハンターがお使いいたします。
報告書を書くから部屋をお願いできる？
任務を終えたばかりなんだ。少しは休んだらどうだ？
あなたみたいにたるんでませんから。
ごもっともでございます。
Yeah, exactly. Immediately throws it melee.
指令室を使ってくれ。誰も邪魔しないよう言っておくから。ああ、ついでにエルモ号の状態をモニタリングしてくれると助かる。
わかりました。
In the end, Kukai is the only one left in the ops room. She doesn't start working right away. Instead, she sighs and looks out the window. The yellow zone at night is no different from the countless other nights she spent. Slowly, a greenish-gray mist spreads from the horizon, and she knows the dawn is coming. Operation Smoke Signal did not end in a satisfactory way. Those men who gave their lives to pass on their warning were ultimately buried in the land they sought to protect. And that place which was furthest from the sun, they gave their lives to illuminate the land. The choking sands swallowed their battle cry and the truth. The world cast out those broken soldiers, and the passage of time saw to it that they were forgotten. Such unfairness and injustice could be seen everywhere. Those soldiers who protected their land have even forgotten what their homes ought to look like. Kukai looks out the door the commander left through, and her thoughts turn inward. Of course she's happy to be reunited with the commander. Of course she's happy that her long years of reaching out have finally been answered. However, what awaits them both is deeper and graver danger. While she believes in herself after what she's been through, she can't be entirely certain that she will not be swallowed up by the night. But at the very least, the dawn has come. At least, she will no longer be wandering at that fairway. I can never say that word. Aphelion. I think that's how you say it. In the distant horizon, the sun slowly rises. I saw this coming. At this point, I think Mechty is the only one that hasn't hummed it. A moment later, a fragmented melody echoes through the ops room, bereft of the passion it once had. I will complete your mission. After all, I'm luckier than you, because there's no way the person I found would just sit back and hide in a hole. Of course, of this, Klukai is certain. The bits and pieces of the tune gradually coalesce into an orderly melody, praising the ideals of old and longing for the home of today. But the sun is still here, and the land is still here. I hope the dreams in this song will leave this barren, empty land. I hope it will become the rays of daybreak that will cut through the darkness, shatter the endless night, and ignite the light of dawn. Uh-oh, here we go. Inside a simply furnished office, a middle-aged man in a suit is listening to Cocoon's report on the situation.
ブルースフィアは自壊した際に磁気パルスでチップのデータを消去しました。調査隊は全滅です。
復旧される可能性は
ありません。この磁気パルスはスチュワートグループによる最新特許技術の結晶です。データは完全に消えたと見て差し支えありません。最後に送られてきた情報によれば、ブルースフィアはハイド404と調査隊以外の第三者による襲撃を受け大破したそうです。相手の正体は分かりませんが、セクスタンスがいました。
セクスタンス。襲撃者の目星はついたか？
戦場処理部隊が到着した頃にはブルースフィアの組対を含めいかなる痕跡も残されておりませんでした。ブルースフィアのメンタルは組対とともに自壊しておりますので、こちらの情報が漏洩する心配はございません。
Subject was coupled to a neurocloud meltdown. But they stopped the self-destruct.
セクスタンスの状態を鑑みるに、襲撃者は以前例の座標に位置する集落へ侵入したものと関係があるようです。
Yeah, we're just stealing third gens at this point.
早急に裏を取れ。
はい。
Faint to lie on the report, I guess. Maybe, but
それから
or maybe they just don't know, for all they know. I mean, Sexton's was kind of a shock to them.
調査は済んだのか？
当然です。彼女たちは人形が自主管理する小規模の武装部隊です。平時はメールのやり取りで依頼を引き受け、客層は闇ブローカーからホワイトエリア、グリーンエリアの企業グループ、果ては政府機関にまで及びます。今回は非軍事勢力管理局の依頼であのエリアで活動する違法 PMC を取り締まるだけのはずでした。
つまりアクシデントだったと。
No. It wasn't, but they don't know that.
ええ、表面上は。けれど404には表舞台でも活躍する人形が2体存在します。同時に近頃ジラードグループに探りを入れている管理局員は人形のボディーガードを4体連れています。
Who recalls the doll who had once matched wits against her? It seems that her hasty handling of the data from before had indeed left a loophole which had been exploited. At the same time, the mysterious man realizes what she's hinting at.
なるほど。任務を続けろ。
Just before the middle-aged man is about to hang up, Cocoon stops him.
ブルースフィアの件、どうするおつもりですか？
Oof.
新しい素体を支給し、戦場処理の任を引き続き担当してもらう。
Oh, okay. I was about to say, dang, that's a real harsh punishment.
閣下はブルースフィアにだけはお優しいのですね。
コマに厳しくする者がどこにいる？
Oof.
自分の任務に集中しろ。お前とお前の隊には期限までにあれを満足させる成果を上げてもらわねば困る。
The middle-aged man raises his chin slightly. It seems he is displeased.
閣下のご命令とあらば。では良い週末を。
The transmission ends. That is it, ladies and gents. We've done it. I got a few more of these I can do on my own. This will just give me some extra stuff for the fun of it. But supplies, click this, auto, boom, boom, we're done. How much of this do I have now right now? Let's see. Yeah, it's a good chunk. I will figure out what to spend that on. But yeah. I say that it is late. I haven't saved the message. I'll look at those later. But it is definitely late, and I think what I'm going to do is we'll end on one of these. Because I have 10 again. So yeah. And if all goes well, we get the elite. I can oppose it again. But I don't think it's going to happen. It is a 1 in 3 chance. We'll find out. Nope. Not yet. Unless it's the spook, but I don't know how that works in this circumstance. Nope. Dang it. Ah, yes, here we go. Cue the fanfare music! And then we get yelled at. Now listen up here, you little shit. It's more marching. It's more marching music, but it works. That is funny though. Alrighty. I am probably gonna get it with the next 10 pull, but it'll take a bit. I think there's a couple of things I still need to do in the main event, but at least that's that. But, oh, yeah, I did a whole bunch of things. Oh, well, you know what I also should do? Yeah, she would like this stuff, wouldn't she? Now that I think about it. She talked about anime and games, so this doesn't actually surprise me whatsoever. Have all of the fancy, shiny stuff. Oh. How much is this gonna cost me? Alright, we can do that. There we go. Did it. And, she's done. She's ready for her, dispatch if we need it. Oh yeah, wait, don't I have, Hold up. Hold up. Isn't some people here ready for the 5? You are. Okay. Look, Section 5 Sabrina. There we go. I think I have a bunch of other characters in that category. Maybe? I have a good number of 5s already. Hold up. Nope, not you. The game did not clearly like that. I am still not used to her, like, entire, like, frame being, like, this, the mimetic skin isn't here on, like, a majority of her frame. I know she's in the doll collective, but still. I will definitely say something that was funny. I didn't catch this earlier. Oh, I need to go to the actual dorm to do that.
So, I don't know if people have noticed this, but I found it really funny when I did. Hi. Which one is it? Is it this one? Yes, this one. Tell me if you noticed anything here, for those that don't know what happens. I didn't catch it the first couple times this happened. I was like, she's just looking at her hand, and then she looked at it all. I was like very confused why she was shaking her head, and then like after like 5 times, I figured out what it was. The hand knows. Yeah, it seems like it really does. Even her hand has priority. Wait, why is this oh, gun smoke. I should do that. I will do that later after stream, so I don't have to worry. I can turn my brain off for it. But yeah. Anyway, that was an event. That was a story. F in the chat for Dimitri and the rest of the Survey Corps. But that was a pretty good story. It's a little bit oof that they couldn't keep the thing in one piece. Maybe they'll get lucky and get some data off of it, but I don't think it's gonna be that much. That says, when will you be streaming Let Me Know? I posted the schedule on YouTube, I thought. Should be Wednesday. But yeah, I definitely did appreciate the Survey Corps. So it is unfortunate what happened to them in the end, but you know, they went out doing their best. So anyway, that was a great story. Pretty happy with it. There's a couple of things I still need to do. I don't think I've done the challenge modes. This one isn't even open yet until a couple more days. Frontline Survivors? What is this? Is that one? Is this one, like, Vampire Survivors game? I need to do this, too, but I'll do that at some point. I can have a whole day dedicated. I literally could do a whole day dedicated to all the extra stuff that I have not touched. I have not even touched this yet. Or this. This is also a really fun mode. I loved this mode. I didn't think I would enjoy it as much as I did, but I definitely did. But yeah, I need to definitely hop off for now though, because I do need to work in the morning, so that'll be fun. Anyway, hope you guys did have a good time. I definitely did. I will try to stream some more GFL 2 in the future. Not exactly sure, maybe I might just do a stream that just plays around with the events, the little games that are on this. I'll figure that out. But, that said, still fun, still good stuff. Definitely had a pretty good time. Oh yeah, actually I need to play this. I've not touched this much. I've touched it a little bit, it looks cool. But there's like a whole bunch of stuff in GFL 2 that I need to do still. So, there's an Auslan stream this week. I did see that there is it looked like it's Dutch related, so we'll see how that goes. But nonetheless, hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope to catch you around in the near future for some more GFL stuff, and of course, other games when I do cover them. So feel free to stop by for those as well. But have a good afternoon, morning, evening, wherever you are, and see you guys again later. Have a good one.